You are watching the Vodka stream.
What is happening, everybody? Yay! It's Friday. We are here. Holiday weekend. That's right. Cheers, everybody. Hopefully, you guys are having a good Friday, and you got a nice long weekend ahead of you. For some people out there, I'm sure, or at least I know there's a lot of people around the world that are like, "What? What are we talking about?" But we have a Memorial Day weekend happening here in the States, of course. So, of course, you got to raise your glass up for, you got to remember the fallen heroes out there. So, cheers. But I got to raise my glass up. Speaking of, I got to raise my glass up for Papa Film Junkie, my dad. I got to raise my glass up for him because he retired a couple of days ago. His last day of work was, technically yesterday, but he's a helicopter pilot, and his last flight was Wednesday night. This is actually the second time that he is actually retired, because he retired from the Army as a Chief Warrant Officer 5, highest rank helicopter pilot. And then, of course, basically the way I explain what he does, or what he was doing now was, if you watch San Andreas, what Dwayne Johnson was doing. But realistically, he always wants to put that out there. Anytime that he watched San Andreas, he was like, the helicopter can't do that. It's always funny to see that. But that's basically what Dwayne Johnson's job was. In San Andreas is what my dad was actually doing. So, but he retired, and now it's full on retirement right now. And I just want to say cheers to my dad, Papa Film Junkie. Congratulations. I don't know if he's, sometimes he does chime in onto the Instagram feed that I have right here, but yeah, cheers to him. And man, just like, what are you going to do now, Dad? Yeah, he's looking forward to it. He's looking forward to being off work and hopefully get a lot of stuff done in his house and everything. So maybe get a job at Home Depot. I don't know. He knows a lot of stuff. Anyways, okay. But how's it going, guys? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always great to see you guys. Let's see. Let's see. Congrats to Papa Film Junkie. Thank you, Dan. Yeah. I know he he chimes in on Instagram a little bit, so I don't know if he'll show up right now, but What's going on, Mr. Taladia Plays? Happy Friday. All is well. We got Naval right here. Hey, Mr. Film Junkie. Watch Furiosa. It's so good. It made Fury Road so much better, and Chris Hemsworth's character was the best in the movie. Do you think Furiosa should have came before Fury Road? I don't mind the unlinear, structure of some of this stuff because maybe it wouldn't have been good then. Sometimes I think like George Miller probably created the Furiosa character and had a little bit of a backstory, but after filming and making Fury Road, he realized, oh, I know what to do with this backstory now. So sometimes you just got to do, because Fury Road, I watched it last night, actually. I was like, you know what? I have a free night because I didn't go to the movies because I already went to the movies on Monday to see Furiosa. And I was just kind of just tired, and I'm like, I don't feel like editing stuff or doing anything. So I just kind of like shut off the computer, disconnected for a little bit, and turned on Fury Road. And Fury Road's just pure madness. And it was like a reintroduction to the wasteland that is Mad Max. And, I get us reintroduced into the world, and now he wants to expand the world. And Furiosa very much does that. So I think it's a good thing that it didn't come first. Sometimes you just gotta reintroduce the world, and then you can start telling the stories, whether it's spin-off, prequel, whatever. And I hope there's more. And I hope, he's up there in age, but he's still schooling everybody on how to make an action movie. Kenneth, what's happening? I'm excited for the DCU. I really don't understand the hate it is getting when we are barely seeing any like I said, what did Mr. Zack Snyder say? Stuff on Rogan. Stuff's like a religion, man. And some people are just they just don't like anything that's happening right now because they want the previous stuff, which I get it, but at the same time, it's like I like new stuff too. It's like when it came to the Snyderverse stuff, which of course Zach did have a recent interview kind of talking about that, which kind of snuck in there. Kind of didn't really, it just kind of snuck through. It was like a German website. But he even said like, yeah, I was trying to do something. Now that's done. Peter Safran, James Gunn's taking over. I'm doing my own thing. Nothing wrong with that. I'm looking forward to what's happening. We'll see what happens, but they're keeping it pretty. We're like halfway through the Superman shoot. So Fox Stream keeps him saying, well, there you go. That's what it's all about right there. It keeps me sane too, because after a long week, it's just like sit down, talk to some friends, talk to some interesting people, and drink a little. So cheers. Let the vodka flow right now. Let's see. We got Mr. Trevino right here. What's happening? One more hour of work and then 3-day weekend. There it is, baby. We got Ryan right here. Good to see you. Hey, we got Jason McKenzie also right here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cheers. Cheers. Always helping out that pirate ship. Always helping out that pirate ship. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we got Fear Jason also right here. Good to see you. We got Jedi MILF. What the fuck is up? I am actually feeling pretty good right now, guys, because the Instagram people know that I have, Instagram on because I turned it on probably about, 8 minutes before this. But this is why I love baseball, guys. So I'm watching the Mets-Giants game, and it's not looking good for the Giants. They're down 6-2, and it was like, okay, this is not. And one of my best friends, he's a Mets fan. We always bet a bottle of bourbon, and we're actually going to be watching the game on Sunday. So, fingers crossed, I get another free bottle of bourbon because the last series, the Giants won the series, so I got a free bottle of bourbon. So of course, every time they play, we bet a bottle of bourbon, and so I'm watching, and it's not looking good for the Giants. It's 6-2. I think it's like the 6th or 7th inning, and the Giants just decide, hey, fire lit up our asses, and grand slam. Everybody's geez, and then it's 7-6 Giants, and it's like, oh boy, there he is. And then just on top of that, Mr. One of my favorite player currently on there. I call him Yazzie because it's and he hits a home run, so he extends the lead to 8-6. It's kind of funny too, because remember if you watched Wednesday's Film Junkie, I was watching the game and it was a close one too. This is what I love about baseball. And so it's getting into it's the bottom of the ninth, and the Mets are coming back. They score a run. It's 8-7, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's like pins and needles. It's like, holy shit, what's happening? And bases are loaded. It's a full freaking count. 2 outs. Guy hits a short ground ball. Third baseman Chapman, who the Giants just got this year. Excellent third baseman. Bare hands the ball and just fires it over to the first base and gets him out. And it was like, whoa, how the hell did he do that? It was insane. It was absolutely insane. Just a great way to really start the weekend right there. So yeah, I'm a little bit on cloud 9 with that win right there. So, anyway, Seek, what's going on? Thank you, your father, for his service. Yeah, I mean, he was 33 years. I believe it was 33 years in the Army, and then after that, yeah. I mean, I don't know how long he was with this job. It was over a decade for sure. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he was coming up. Like, we had breakfast with him on Sunday, and yeah, it was like, because the way he worked, like when it comes to him working, he's like a week on, week off, and and he works in the desert, like, which is east. So anytime he works nights, we'd always get together and have breakfast. So we kind of had our last like breakfast when he's working nights. Not like we're not going to have breakfast again, but it was kind of like, wow, it's our last time that we're going to have like this Sunday breakfast because you were working. So pretty interesting. So I'm pretty sure he's like pretty still, he's feeling it. It's surreal for him. Hey, Dave, what up? Happy Friday. Let's see. Did you know that Sony wants yeah, I saw that. The whole this will actually, this is going to be an interesting topic. I forgot to turn on my lights. This will be an interesting topic to talk with, of course, the guest that I have coming in, who wrote a Spider-Man book. And we'll talk about some Spider-Man, because yeah, I saw that whole little rumor thing. I mean, I don't even think that's a rumor. That could just be an educated guess. It's like, oh yeah, Sony wants Toby and Andrew to come back. But see, my question was, when I remember I retweeted that, I'm like, yeah, but do they, after all this time, after No Way Home's been out for this long, and then all the stuff that's come out from Sony, do they want to come back? That's the question right there. That's the question that we have to ask. Hopefully, because I would love to see that. So yeah, congrats to Papa Film Junkie. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. So I don't know. I know sometimes he'll chime in on the IG. I was hoping he would like show up today, but he's maybe celebrating. He might be out there celebrating right now. So what's going on, Phil? Good to see you, buddy. All right. We got RJ right here too. Seeing Furiosa tomorrow. Don't worry. We won't be talking spoilers or anything. Yeah, we won't be talking spoilers, but we'll do some chatting about it. Let's see. Good evening, Dave. Chris Balga's right here. What do you think it will take for the fan base that still holds out on the DC Snyderverse will return to accept that it's not happening? Yes, I want it, but yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't think it's ever. To be honest, I don't think. Sometimes it's just like, it's just not gonna. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. There's always going to be, I'll interact with these people. I did a little interaction with them when it came to the Batfleck variant cover that came out for Batman. They had someone drew up, I forgot what was the artist's name, that drew up the cover that had Batfleck on. I'm like, hey, we're one step closer to getting the Batfleck script in like comic book form. And then of course you get the people that said, nope, movie or nothing. I'm like, well, then I guess you want nothing. I don't understand that. I'm like, why would you not want something? It's always been my thing. It's like, I mean, the further we get, and WB is still, I mean, let's face it, Warner Brothers still trying to figure the shit out. They just lost the NBA this week. I mean, they lost the NBA this week. So things aren't still going well in the Warner Brothers machine, So again, why would you want to bring the people that you like Zach, back to the craziest of machine when he's like having fun over there at Netflix, you know? All right. Sorry. I mean, I was so into the game, I forgot to turn on my lights. So give me 1 second here and we'll get Sean in here and we'll talk about his book, which I'm very curious about because who does not love Bruce Willis? And I remember when he announced that he was writing it, I was like, I dig that. I dig that. And then especially with, the recent things happening with Bruce Willis, which breaks your heart. But, for the most part, I mean, look at the legacy that he has. So really looking forward to talking to him about that. But give me 1 second, guys. Gonna turn on the lights in the lounge. Oh, come on. There we go. Always so unprepared. All right. So I'm going to bid farewell to the Instagram feed. Thank you guys for joining in. Dan, I know you were very active on here. Randy Pena, I see you right there. Good to see you, buddy. What is the dream cameo you were hoping to see in Deadpool and Wolverine? Jessica Alba. That's not going to happen probably, but you never know. It's just because it's Jessica Alba. Anyways, all right. See you guys on Instagram. Bye-bye. Share. And of course, do that. All right. All that's done with. Everything's on. Everything's good. All right. Let's go ahead and bring my guest in. He's making his triumphant return, talking about his Bruce Willis book, which I'm very curious about. So let's get him in here. Let me make sure I got all my stuff going. Put the background. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Mr. Sean O'Connell, how you doing, sir?
We have to start here.
Okay.
Look at this guy.
Hey, I got to do my glamour pose,
Holy shit, man. Is that not some GQ nonsense going on there?
Hey, got to do it, man. Got to sell the face, whatever. I don't know, but cheers.
I don't know if I'm cool enough to come on this show anymore.
No, dude, what are you talking about? You're out there writing books, man. I'm just out there talking shit.
Looking good though, Dave. Looking good.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
How's it going?
Good to see you. It's good to see you. Long time no see.
I know. I think it's been like a year, right? Because was it when you and Hannah came on last? But that was when the announcement of the whole slate came on. Was that a year ago?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And at least that. Yeah.
That shit flew by, man. I think it was more than a year ago. Yeah.
Good. We're both busy.
Both very busy.
A lot to catch up on.
There is a lot to catch up on. I'm glad you're on. I know you're making the rounds right now, talking about the book, and very curious in the book. And but first off, I mean, okay, so I was just talking about it right now. I mean, first off, happy Memorial Day weekend.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
and Marines proudly served. So.
There you go. Yeah, I remember talking about that. So, but yeah, obviously, cheers to the fallen heroes out there and everybody. And just remember what it's all about for sure. And but I was just talking about there's the new rumor that came out. I know your previous book, which you came on and talked about too, which is the Spider-Man book. So we have this rumor. It's not even really a rumor because it's almost like an obvious thing where it came out and said oh yeah, Sony wants Andrew and Toby to come back to have their own little universe section for the multiverse kind of thing. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, I think that needs to be happening tomorrow.
Yes, it should have already been in the works, right?
And there's no reason why they legitimately can't have an Andrew movie, in his universe, a Toby movie in his universe, and it wouldn't affect Tom in the MCU at all. Sony has agreed to share Spider-Man, Tom Holland's Spider-Man, with Marvel. But No Way Home gave them the blueprint for how they can keep moving forward, with Spider-Man in their own corner of the universe. And, Madam Web proved that they don't know what the fuck they're doing at all.
That's what I wanted to get into too. When it comes to, is the fact that No Way Home came out at the end of 2021, which is insane. Like to think
Wow.
about it, like, oh wow, that was like well into the pandemic, and that movie, of course, blew up. And I remember even going to that opening night and just how electric and seemed like almost, hey, are we getting back into movies? Of course, there's still struggles that are happening, but I just remember how full it was and how insane that, I mean, obviously, you got to get through the first 30 minutes where it's like, all right, we still got the story. And it's like, okay. But, you're anticipating, you already know. And everybody's just waiting for the other two to show up and everything. So, and just how electric it was. But I mean, it just seems like there hasn't been much movement. And we've heard that, both Toby and Andrew are open to it. But then, look what Sony has put out there since. And it kind of makes you go, are they looking at some of this stuff and going, well, guys, I'm going to come back, but I'm not going to come back if you're going to put out some shit like this.
So I have weird faith in Kraven the Hunter.
Okay.
The director is J.C. Chandor. He's done a couple of good movies. Triple Frontier with Affleck.
That was good.
All Is Lost.
Oof.
Robert Redford. He did. I believe he did a Most Violent Year with Oscar Isaac and Jessica Chastain. Like the dude can make a movie.
Okay.
I still don't understand why you have a Kraven movie without a Spider-Man in it. But if Venom: The Last Dance is entertaining, and then Kraven ends up being okay, then they can move forward. At least they killed that El Muerto movie that nobody wanted. And listen, the one announcement fixes all of this, which is, hey, we're doing a Spider-Man movie and it's going to be Andrew Garfield or Tobey Maguire, and everyone's back on board.
And I agree with that. And I'm just like going, do you think there might be some kind of, like when it comes to Marvel Studios, the fact that they're sharing, there's something that's going on there where maybe they're just still trying to fit, because there hasn't really been movement when it comes to Spider-Man 4 either. It seems
right.
We keep on hearing stuff. It's like, oh yeah, it's going to happen. Tom Holland and Zendaya, they're coming back. And it's like, okay, but we've been hearing this for a bit, and it just seems like there hasn't been even much movement when it comes to that. We keep hearing about, obviously Deadpool and Wolverine's coming out, and then the Avengers movies.
Yeah.
But there just really hasn't, it just seems like when it comes to Spider-Man, there just hasn't, as big as No Way Home was, it's like, how is there just not more movement when it comes to a lot more of this, as opposed to just doing these villain movies that are subpar, I guess you could say. But I'm with you on Kraven, because I think I have faith in it too, because they are leaning into the R rating. I enjoyed the first trailer, and I was like, okay, he bit his nose off. Okay. I like Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Yeah.
I think we have something here, possibly. But then they keep on delaying it, and you kind of go, oh boy.
Well, so there's two things. One, it makes no sense why there isn't any movement on Spider-Man 4.
No.
At least there should be an announcement, a potential release date. I mean, we're talking Vision Quest, just got a 2026 date, for a Disney Plus series. And Terry Matalas, who I think it's Matlas, who worked on Picard for Star Trek, like he's going to go over and be the showrunner for that. So Marvel knows what's coming. They should have some information on Tom Holland's independent Spider-Man 4. One thing that I think might be holding up the news of what they may or may not do with Toby or Andrew is this that Secret Wars, the second Avengers movie, like there's going to be whatever was Kang Dynasty, which isn't Kang Dynasty anymore. Now it's just Avengers 5. The movie after that is Secret Wars, and Secret Wars, from everything that people have been reporting, is in an effort to outdo Endgame. Like, this is going to be the multiversal team up of all time. In which case you're going to get Ben Affleck's Daredevil, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Like, anyone who was ever part of a Marvel adjacent property is going to show up in Secret Wars, to fight that battle. So perhaps Marvel is like, hey, Sony, you can't make your announcement or move until this gets uh, ironed out or even finished. But like the more you keep kicking that can down the road, like it makes it even harder for those guys, for Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, to come back, because they're not spring chickens. And
No.
and I don't know, do they want to be tied up for the next 8 years on a project that may or may not work out?
See, that's one of the things, like when I quote tweeted that rumor, and I said, like, okay, but are they gonna want to come back? I mean, like, and then of course people were, I mean, I had one, and it was funny. It's always funny. I mean, this is what I love about interacting with people on Twitter, because I had one person like, oh, Andrew obviously wants to come back. I mean, that's what he actually said. I'm like, all right, how is it obvious? And then he basically like wrote a paragraph of like how, like, oh, the Venom franchise is ending, which could have fell into Andrew's world, but then they could probably bring in Andrew and blah, blah. I'm like, okay, you didn't answer the question. I asked you, how is it obvious that Andrew wants to come back? I mean, I get that there was quotes when they were, all being interviewed, and obviously Toby and Andrew have expressed like, hey, this might not be it. They didn't say like, oh no, this is it for me. This was like this is me retiring the tights. And I get that. And I think they'd be very open. It's just, but at the same time, it's like they're not going to just come back for anything. I mean, you're talking
Right.
about two very talented actors who've been around for a bit, who have made some excellent movies, who are not just going to come back for something subpar like what Sony's been producing.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so if we're going to bring them back, and now we're throwing out we're throwing out what Raimi wanted to do for Spider-Man 4. Now you got to take into account that, oh, this is a couple decades. They're like 15 plus years later now, almost 2 decades later for Toby.
Sure.
And then you got Andrew, who's like a decade later. And it's like, and then what they established for him in No Way Home, where his Peter Parker was talking about like the rage that he had, and how he didn't pull back his punches when it came to certain things. And it's like, all right, so now you got to change it up, because they were trying to establish the whole Sinister Six thing.
Mhm.
And they had all these plans, which I still don't get why they didn't try to just move forward with all that, filming with what's her name to play MJ.
Oh, Shailene Woodley.
Shailene, I couldn't remember her name, but yeah, thank you. It was just like, yeah, there was all that they were trying to establish with anything. It's like, okay, you can't just go back to that. Now you got to come up with something different.
But in Jackman's the wild card. Like, this
True.
is a guy who killed off his most famous character, and then years later is like, all right, I'll play him again. So like everything that they say is kind of bullshit. And
Yeah, true.
for the right project, they all will figure out some way to come back.
See, that's the thing, is like when it comes to Deadpool and Wolverine. I mean, I remember one of the first things that I read when it came to a quote from Hugh Jackman was the fact that when he watched Deadpool, he kind of went, fuck. Like, you're like, yeah, now I mean, I was like, just wrap this out. It's like and then I think even a new quote came out where he even like agreed to do it without even talking to his people. He was just like, I'm doing this, because it's like, how do you not? And because everybody's been wanting it ever since we saw, X-Men Origins. Not all bad, but well, still some things in there that were pretty damn bad. And then the fact that it's just crazy how everything is unfolded. I mean, there's going to get to a point where they're just going to reboot everything, and everybody's going to be able to they're going to be able to use every character. I mean, we still don't have the X-Men in the MCU, and they still have to introduce them. And I'm just kind of going like, man, we're going to get them back. We're getting the Fantastic Four, but we're not going to have a Tony Stark. We're not going to have a Steve Rogers. We're not going to have a T'Challa. It's like we already have gone through, and Chris Hemsworth, I don't know how many more he's going to do. I mean, like, there's already been so much, and we haven't had X-Men or Fantastic Four. So I'm like, yeah, we're getting to the point where you're going to have to hit that reboot button sooner or later.
Well, the multiverse allows you to do it.
True.
The multiverse allows you to bring over a different version of a classic character. And then you can get Reed Richards and Tony Stark together in a scene in a way that people really want. But there's so many even tertiary characters that like are primary characters that they haven't figured out. Like what are they doing with Hulk? Like Hulk has been so, misused for so long. we've had other projects that have been in various stages of development. Like this Blade movie keeps getting kicked down the road.
God. Jeez. That was announced in 2019. 5 years
Yeah.
later, still.
Well, and their signature franchise is the Avengers, and there's no movement in terms of like who even are the what is the Avengers team right now? Who are you going to roll out? Like you have a couple of scenes that tease like, you know, Kamala Khan is recruiting Kate Bishop, but like, does anyone want the Young Avengers? Like the reason why they need Spider-Man and even these variants of Captain America and Thor is because the next few years after Deadpool and Wolverine, which is a pretty high profile, people know those characters, but then you're going to have Thunderbolts. You're going to have a Captain America that isn't Steve Rogers. You're going to have Blade if it happens. And then Fantastic Four should be big. Yeah, that should be big. That should be a benchmark type thing.
Yeah.
But like, who are you rolling out after that? You hear things of like a Nova TV show and a Wonder Man TV show, but like,
yeah, or another, you know, or Vision getting his own series as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, yeah, WandaVision was great. I get it, you know, but at the same time, I'm like, that feels like that was a while ago too. And then it's like, all right, so, but are people going to be excited for that? I mean, I don't know. It's just, it is interesting because after the Infinity Saga just ended, it was like, yeah, they're kind of going, and that's what's kind of interesting. And I kind of appreciate it too, in a sense, and I've said this many times, because we have DC over here trying to figure out their shit. And now we have the top dog who are now kind of underdogs because they're trying to figure out their shit because they've had some bombs now. What?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it is interesting that now, you know, the top dog of the box office for a decade plus is now having bombs, and people are just kind of like, you know, it's just kind of like last year was pretty brutal for the superhero genre, especially for DC, because I mean, let's face it. I mean, and I think Marvel Studios is they're kind of doing it's almost like a little bit of a parallel, because what DC was trying to do was they were trying to take bits of the Snyderverse and inject new things and trying to make something. And they were just like, yeah, here it is. And it wasn't quite anything. Now it seems like Marvel Studios is like, okay, well, we have some of the old stuff that even was prior to, you know, what we even made, you know, we can maybe inject stuff in there and we could try to, you know, do something with multiverse. And it just seems like, yeah, it's just not the product that people are hoping for.
Yeah, but I find both of like the two top dogs, Marvel and DC, are kind of in a circle the wagons, you know, reorganize and come back strong situation. So maybe 2024 is a quote unquote down year where they're not releasing as much stuff, although you're going to have Deadpool and Wolverine on the one side, you're going to have Joker 2 on the other side. And then the future looks bright for each of them, right? Like they're going to rejuvenate because Dave, if you look at like the box office for this year, between Fall Guy, you know, soft opening, If soft opening, and Furiosa, the number I just looked at before I came on your show is that they're looking at 31 million. And the last movie that did 31 million over Memorial Day was fucking Return of the Jedi.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And that was big back then, probably. You know?
I mean, for all this talk of like, we want to move past superhero movies, the industry doesn't.
No, of course not. I mean, that's it.
Because when Deadpool opens to, you know, 178, you know, or 180, and it reminds you like, oh yeah, people love these movies.
Yeah, 500,000 worldwide, maybe. You know, it could be like in the 400 millions. It could be so big.
Good. That's it.
See, and that's the problem right there. And then I think like you said, just having like this year where we go, okay, you know, this is a year of like we're literally just getting. I mean, obviously we're getting Venom also, but you know, it's a very relaxed year when it comes to the superhero genre, especially when it comes to Marvel Studios and now DC Studios. It's like, okay. Yeah, take your time, guys. You know, I mean, obviously, I think Joker will have like an impact, just like Deadpool and Wolverine. So it's kind of cool that two of the big comic book movies this year are actually R-rated, more adult oriented. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, you gotta appease to that, and I love the fact that, you know, there's so many people. I remember so many times. doing my show and talking with people that they're like, there's no way that they're gonna let Ryan Reynolds do a Deadpool movie. No way Kevin Feige's gonna do it, and he's letting him do it. I mean, and it's just like, because he's going, okay, I can't just do what I did before. I'm in a different space now. Now I have Deadpool, and I'm gonna get back Hugh Jackman. I'm gonna let these guys do whatever the fuck they want, because right now we're kind of struggling, and this seems like this is the movie that's just gonna kind of bring us back a little bit, and it's gonna open some doors for Marvel Studios and and Disney, and that's the thing, is like, you see that Disney name, you're not thinking about the Merc with a mouth, but at the same time they're utilizing that, because I mean, I don't know, with every little promo, they're just talking shit, that the fact that they're under Disney, and it's so great. It's so great.
Yeah, it really is. And that's Ryan's humor, and if you're going to, like, why even bother to make a movie with him if you're going to try to water him down or neuter him in some way, shape, or form? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So
look at his track record. I mean, everything that he touches, he has a crew, and with his humor, it all works. Like, anytime I see a Mint Mobile commercial, there'll be times where I'm watching a YouTube video, and if I haven't seen that Mint Mobile, I'll watch it, because I'm like, what is happening in this Mint Mobile commercial? Because there's something that's going to be funny that happens that I haven't seen, and it's always usually gold, and just stuff, anything that he touches, him and his crew of people that just come up with the stuff. I mean, even like it was just leaked out, the whole like before the movie starts thing. Did you see that?
Yeah.
You saw it. Did you see it when it was actually at
a CinemaCon?
Yeah, you saw it at CinemaCon, right?
Yeah, they opened the panel with it. It was really funny,
dude. It's just like, there you go. That's beautiful. I mean, you have like this unhinged Hugh Jackman Wolverine just like telling you to shut your phone off, or he's gonna shove it so far up your ass. Like,
there are jokes in the first 20 minutes of footage that we saw, that I cannot believe are in that movie.
Oh man.
There's one. Can I tell you one joke? It's not a spoiler.
It's not a spoiler, but go ahead, say it.
It's not a spoiler. We've seen in the trailers that Wade is working in a retail, he's selling cars essentially. And he's very unhappy. He's not Deadpool anymore. And he's taking this family out on a test drive. And he's explaining all the reasons why the car is bad for families and stuff. And he's just swearing left and right. He's just dropping F-bombs around the children and the mother. The mother turns around and she goes, can you please stop swearing in front of my children? And he goes, oh my God, the miracle of life. I've always dreamed about having a family myself, but it's been really difficult. And he turns to the little boy and he goes, I don't have a lot of vaginal sex. And I'm like, how is
what? Oh my God.
So they are going for it.
They're going for it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. See, stuff like that. I mean, oh man. I mean, just the fact that like
that too, for the fact that like things that are keeping the genre fresh, the boys coming back, is another example of this concept of superhero fatigue is wrong. It's just people are tired of seeing shitty versions of stories that involve superheroes. You can still tell really fresh and inventive stories that happen to involve capes. It's just, you got to think outside the box.
That's the thing. It's like, and I try to tell people too, it's like when you walk into a comic book shop, are you buying every comic book? No, you're picking out the ones that you want. And sometimes when you hear about certain stories or certain books, you're going to like go for those. I mean, but at the same time, they still got to churn out all these stories. And they're not all going to be hits. There's just going to be a lot of like, okay, not going to be a lot of memorable stuff. Sure. And sadly, like when it comes to this space, it's like, well, they want to churn out as much. Obviously you want to churn out a good product, and it's a lot harder because, with books, it's just like, oh yeah, here's a story. Maybe it'll sell, maybe not. I don't know. It's obviously it's different, but at the same time, there's so much out there. And I think like with the pandemic, it just really just fucked things up because obviously they were like, everybody's home. Let's just go. What do we got? Well, let's do a She-Hulk. Let's do all this. Let's and let's just keep on turning out all this content. And it kind of backfired, because now it's like, we didn't like what you had, and now we don't know if we want to, anything future, but like you said, it's like, yeah, if something good comes along, people are going to go see it. Like, who would have thought that the first Joker movie was going to be the success that it actually was?
Right.
But it was just because it was a good fucking movie with stellar performances. I mean, it's hard to even just, everything about that movie was directed well, acted well, scored well, edited well. Everything was just so done, and it was about the Joker, and it was a different take of the Joker. In of course, the comic book diehards would be like, "Oh, it's not the story." It's like, yeah, who cares? It's a fucking different story, But at the same time, it's like, it was a good movie, and in the word of mouth, people are like, "Oh, you got to see this movie. It's absolutely insane what Joaquin Phoenix does," and that's just the stuff that you have to do. And I think, even like now there's a Joker 2, which a lot of, even me, I was like, geez, what are you doing? This one's it's so iconic. And, it's like, what do you do? But then when Todd Phillips goes, oh yeah, we're going to add a musical element in Lady Gaga. And I go, all right, you got me. You got me. You got me. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So just like you said, to freshen it up a little bit. And that's what Todd Phillips did. He was like, okay, I could just do what I did for Hangover 1 to Hangover 2 and just kind of just do the same thing, but a little bit amplified.
Yeah.
No, he's like, oh, I got something. I got something for you guys.
I liked Hangover 2. I'm like one of the only people on the planet that like that movie.
I don't hate it, but it is kind of a little bit of a rehash. I mean, it kind of does the follow, but he does amp it up. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, there's some things in there where I'm like, holy shit. He amped it up big time with certain things. But for the most part, he followed kind of the same structure as the first. It starts off with, Bradley Cooper making the phone call. And so they did follow the same structure. But no, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's still a good trilogy, in my opinion. I think the second one's the weakest. I actually like the third, because they kind of, they were like, all right, we're going to go back to Vegas, but it's not going to be the same structure. And they kind of changed it up. You got John Goodman showing up. I'm like, okay,
it's a fun trilogy.
It's a fun trilogy. But let's talk about the book now.
Oh, sure. Let's
get to the book. So you wrote a book about Bruce Willis. Tell me why you decided why after, obviously you wrote the Snyder Cut book, which was great. And you wrote the Spider-Man book, and I still need to read. I know I'm bad at reading. I will say that, Sean.
Okay.
I need to get back at reading. I really do. I'm like, I was realizing that today. I was like, damn. I was like, when was the last time I actually sat down and just read a book? And I think it was Dune. I sat down and read all of Dune probably a couple of years ago. Or I started reading it before the first Dune came out, and then I finished it after it came out. Anyways.
Let me tell you why this Bruce Willis book is going to be the next one that you're going to want to sit down and read.
Okay. Tell me. Tell it to me.
Because he's been in so many incredible films, like, to sit down and think about his career. So I was kind of kicking around something to do for a third book. I knew I wanted to do something.
Yeah.
I'd actually kind of landed on the idea of doing something about Bruce Willis. He's always been one of my favorite actors. My textbook answer for what's your favorite movie of all time, which critics get asked, constantly, has always been the first Die Hard. I think the first Die Hard is a perfect movie. And it's one of the films at a very early age kind of helped me think about movies in a different way. Like, once I realized how much I loved it, that was the first time I kind of stopped and wanted to understand why I loved it as much as I did. And I was gravitating towards his, sort of sarcastic, authoritarian character. And I just loved it.
What's in that cup, Sean? What's in that cup? What have you been drinking?
It's just water, just nothing but water.
Damn.
I liked him on Moonlighting. I thought he was really funny in that. I thought he had great chemistry with Sybil Shepherd, and to see him launch in Die Hard was great. And then I've tracked his career over the course of this time. But what the catalyst of it was his announcement of his retirement. And once that happened, I wanted to take a step back and discuss why that retirement announcement matters. Like, why is it important that Bruce Willis is stepping away? What are we losing in him? And I think he represents truly one of the last examples of this a Hollywood A-lister movie star, who for a long period of time, when his name was above the title of a movie, you went to go see it no matter what it was. I think, obviously now we're in a time where IP drives the boat now, and and gets people into theaters, and as we talk about this summer, we talk about it's Apes, it's Furiosa, it's it's Quiet Place, it's Inside Out, it's all these recognizable titles, whereas Bruce was part of this generation that they were the ones that lured people out to the theater. But what I wanted to do, Dave, is really look at his body of work and sort of break it up into sections and different genres, because I think that he gets lumped into the Planet Hollywood crew. It's him, it's Schwarzenegger, it's Stallone, and the movies that they sort of competed against. But I think Bruce deserves a lot more credit that he doesn't get for his versatility, because he could do a lot of roles that those other two guys can't do. Like, try to imagine Stallone doing The Sixth Sense, or Schwarzenegger mixing it up, in 12 Monkeys. Bruce he figured out an ability to, like, how to be quiet and how to let the camera just linger on him. And I think some of that started in Pulp Fiction. That opening scene where Marcellus is telling him he's going to take the fall, and that's an 8-minute shot, a still shot just on Bruce's face. And he's got the confidence to sit there and just know that the camera's on him, and he's got to sell whatever he can sell with these tiny gestures. I think he's an incredible actor, and I think he gets pigeonholed as an action star. And so I sort of go through his entire career, but I break it into sections. I do comedy, science fiction, action, work he did with the auteurs, and then I do an entire section on the Die Hard franchise. And in telling the story of his career, I hope that it tells a story of changes in the industry that kind of affected his decisions, but then the way that his decisions also impacted the industry. Like, in talking to Rian Johnson and M. Night Shyamalan and people like that, I got interviews with directors that he had worked with. I didn't get anybody, I didn't get Bruce or anybody with the family. They're extremely private.
Oh, I'm sure.
What they talked about was that if he believed in you, if he loved your script, he was going to run studio interference so that you could make the movie that you wanted to make, which led to The Sixth Sense, and it led to Looper, and it led to even Pulp Fiction, to a certain extent, even though Quentin was big with Reservoir Dogs, but Pulp Fiction is the one that put him into another stratosphere.
It put him on the map.
Yeah.
And
his career is massive. So
yeah, I know it is massive. And it's kind of funny because what you were saying too is about names brought in box office. I mean, that's one of the things Tarantino expressed, many times, in interviews, where it's yeah, it used to be if you saw a name on the marquee, you would be like, oh God, we got to see the new Bruce Willis movie. Now it's not like that, because now it's oh, we got to see the new Captain America movie, or we got to see the new, it's all about the character as opposed to the actor. We're in Bruce Willis was, and what's funny too is, I mean, if you go back, I mean, yeah, obviously Moonlighting is kind of a funny one, because I remember watching it as a kid, because I know my parents watched it, but I didn't remember it that much. But of course, Die Hard being just put him in a whole different stratosphere, put him in the stratosphere of okay, because I mean, if anybody goes into a deep dive into the pre-production of that fucking movie, that thing just was going rearranged so many times.
Yep.
So many times. And I mean, it was based off that book. What was the book called?
The Detective.
The Detective. That's right.
Yeah. And in fact, the character was played by Frank Sinatra in an earlier movie.
Yes.
And then Sinatra was given the opportunity to pass on Die Hard before it went out to everyone else in Hollywood, and they all turned it down before it got to Bruce Willis.
It got sent to Clint Eastwood, to Stallone, Schwarzenegger. I mean, everybody. So when it lands with Bruce Willis and how they just get that movie, and you're trying to do this crazy action movie when you have the Stallones and the Schwarzeneggers, who are like these big beefy dudes, and then you have John McClane, who is like, he's in shape, but he's not, he's not just, bulging with muscles. He's just like in shape. And that's the thing. It's like it changed the action genre to be like, oh yeah, you could just have like the everyman guy who's like just a cop, and he's not the best. He's not like gonna be like, he's not gonna say the best things. He's not gonna have, he's not gonna play by, full. I mean, I guess play by the rules. That's a bad example because usually they don't play by the rules. But I mean, it's just not gonna be a guy who's gonna be having just veins throughout his freaking arms and everything. He's just gonna be like the norm. And the fact is, like with Die Hard, I mean, you're going to have a character who is basically, I mean, he starts off when shit goes down, he's barefoot and in a wife beater. Yeah. Or sorry, we can't call it that now, but he's in that shirt, and then he just ends up, I mean, it's always funny when you see that comparison. I've used it before too. It's like, when you say like, oh, when I first joined Twitter and now Twitter, it's like you can utilize the beginning where we see John McClane showing up, and then you see him at the end where he's just like doing this, and he's bloodied and just all and shirtless and just like, and he's just like, and he starts laughing, before he takes out Hans. But it's just, that was so great about it, is just like, oh yeah, you don't have to have the action star having bulging biceps. You can have this type where it's like, yeah, it's a guy, he's kind of like, he's not in his, maybe he's like still kind of his prime, but not so much, receding hairline. He's in shape, but he's not bulging muscles,
Well, and it led to obviously all the copycat, Die Hard on a fill in the blank. And some of those are classics in their own right. Like Speed is Die Hard on a bus.
Yep.
And Keanu fits that mode of, kind of every guy cop. He's not a juggernaut. He just is brave enough, to risk himself in bizarro situations. But what I find really fascinating now is we hear these stories about, The Rock and Jason Statham have to negotiate how many times they are allowed to get punched. When is the last time you saw an action hero, get to the end of the movie and he's a bloody pulp, and I love that kind of hero. I want that kind of vulnerability. And what's sad about the Die Hard franchise is that I think Bruce even lost that, so that in 4 and 5, he's like the Terminator now. He's completely unstoppable, and he's lost track of what made John McClane special in the first 3 movies. So
when it comes to Die Hard 4, which is the Live Free or Die Hard, I always told people, I'm like, I enjoy this movie, but I don't consider it a Die Hard movie. I can't. And don't even get me started with the fucking, the last one. Jesus
Christ. Russian one's horrendous.
Oh God, it's so bad.
It's unwatchable. He's in Chernobyl. He's actually running through Chernobyl in that one.
Yeah. Just the crazy heightened VFX shots and all the like craziness. I mean, essentially went the way of where the Fast and Furious movies like went with it's just like, oh wow, you guys really lost. And it's so funny too. So well okay, so I have to ask this, since you wrote this movie wrote this book, is the fact that I know what Bruce said, but do you think that Die Hard is a Christmas movie?
100%.
Thank you.
100%.
I was about to kick you out if you said no.
It's not even debatable.
Okay, good. Because I know like a lot of people always go like, oh, it didn't. Because even when Zach was on here last, this was during Christmas, I had to ask him. That was one of the first things I asked him. And he goes, well, didn't Bruce say? I'm like, no. I don't care what he said. What do you think? What do you think? I don't care. I get, okay, fine. He said that, sure. But I always want to say what everybody thinks about that.
The giveaway to me is that it uses Ode to Joy, Beethoven's Ode to Joy, which is a quintessential Christmas music. It's a big part of the score.
Yes.
And I watch it every year at that time. So it's as much a Christmas movie as anything else that's available that season.
Well, and then he wouldn't have been there if there wasn't a Christmas party, right?
Right.
So, and then like you said, there's this, and then of course when he says ho ho ho, I got one of your guns now. I mean, it's just it's all there. I literally, my mom got me a shirt, got me the shirt that looks like a Christmas sweater that says like, it's not Christmas until Hans Gruber falls from, it's just it's there. I mean, and so I don't, okay. So I'm glad you said that. So like, but when it comes to Die Hard with a Vengeance, is that like your second favorite? Is that more than second? How do you?
I'm
really?
a 2 guy. I'm a Die Hard 2 guy.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I like.
I'm a 2 guy, and 3 to me is when it starts to lose its focus.
Okay.
3 is because 2, and you can argue that 2 is just copying 1 essentially, but it has a couple elements that I consider to be key for a Die Hard franchise.
Okay.
And one being he's trapped in a location. He can't leave that location, for fear of losing.
Die Hard in an airport. Yeah.
In this one, it's an airport as opposed to the skyscraper. He's fighting for his wife, like he was in the first one. He wants her plane to land, and everything that he does is geared towards getting her plane to land. By the end of part 2, he's got the shit beat out of him again, 3, by skipping all around Manhattan, loses the intensity of a Die Hard situation, and also I hate the fact in 3 that it opens with him being estranged from his wife and him not. John McClane in the first 2 movies does what's right because he feels like he's compelled to do it. In With a Vengeance, he's pushed against his will to do what's right, and it doesn't feel like the hero. And also the last 15 or 20 minutes of that movie suck. When he pulls the thing out of his shoulder and has to drop it into Sam Jackson's hand so they can pick the cuffs, and he figures out that they're in Canada because it's written on the bottom of an aspirin bottle. Like, shut up. That's stupid. Like, I hate that ending so much.
Okay. I dig this. Because I'm a Vengeance fan, and I think I actually enjoy it. I've watched it more than Die Hard 2, but I don't hate Die Hard 2, and I hate it when people say like, yeah, Die Hard 2 kind of. I was like, it didn't miss. It was very much a Die Hard movie. I mean, that shot. I mean, I still remember seeing like the TV spots. When he's he launches himself out of the chair when the fucking explain it, and then you get that Bruce Willis. It's like that's one of the things that makes Bruce Willis so great.
Yeah,
his yell is so fantastic. I mean, we heard it in the first Die Hard, especially when he ties the fucking the hose around and then he leaps off the tower and you hear that yell. Yeah. I mean, you don't hear a yell that's a distinct yell, and that's what's one of the things I love about Bruce Willis is that yell.
His line delivery. He has got 2 line deliveries in the first Die Hard that I basically want to put on my tombstone.
Okay.
One is when he says, "No fucking shit, lady. Do I sound like I'm ordering a pizza?"
Oh, dude, yes.
Is the greatest. And the other one is when he's wrapping the hose around himself and he goes, "Jesus fucking Christ, John. What are you doing on the top of this fucking building?" It's probably not even scripted. It's probably just him improvising as like this dude who's on the roof and about to do this.
Dude, one of the ideas I have had, and one of these days I'm gonna do it. I don't know if I can because there is copyright stuff. Is like just have like imagine the point of view of somebody just listening in on the radio of all of the things that happen that night for the first Die Hard, and you just hear the back and forths of all that, because I mean that's a big chunk of that movie. Is there's just a lot of walkie-talkie talk. There's a lot of all that. And I'm like, imagine just take all those elements and put them into just like you're listening to all of that. Yeah. And yes, I agree with you. That's one of the best lines. No fucking shit, lady. You think I'm ordering a pizza?
And after that, she goes, you're violating FCC by reporting on this. He goes, fine, report me. Come the fuck down here and arrest me. Send the police right now. It's great.
It's so great. I mean, even again, it's like reinventing the action hero. I mean, like when he's just because he does not want to be there. He's not trying to do this macho thing. I'm like, I'm just gonna go take these guys on. He's like, no, fuck this. I don't want to be here. I'm barefoot and God knows what's going on. I mean, like when he sees I always love the scene too when he sees the cops coming, he goes, "Oh, here we go. Yeah, come over here. You know, it's Christmas morning. We get your fucking Dalmatian." And he's like, he's so excited. He is like a kid, like at Christmas morning, like, come on, yes, get over here. I want this nightmare to end. That's what's so great about it. But then it doesn't. And it's like, oh shit. And he still has to like go through this freaking video game of just bullshit. And it's like, good God.
Well, but in that same movie, they can write for him the scene where he is taking the glass out of his foot and confessing to Al, his love for Holly and how he never said he was sorry. And
such a good scene.
If he can't sell that, then it's a cringe moment in the middle of an otherwise good movie. Like, again, not to keep harping on Stallone, but imagine Stallone trying to give that speech.
Just tell my wife. Just want to tell my wife. Yeah, or even like the scene where like they have like a moment where they're talking about Twinkies.
Yeah,
that's a great scene too, where it's just like because. And that's what makes Die Hard such a fucking great movie. Is just like you have those moments like in between all the madness, and you have this relationship between him and Al, and through just not even like through the walkie-talkie, and the fact that it's like, I mean, does it make sense that like sometimes like they're hearing, it's like, why would he have like the walkie-talkie on when he's trying to shoot down a Twinkie? I don't care. The fact of the matter is, we get a nice moment where. Because they already established that Al likes Twinkies at the beginning. Yeah. So when John McClane is now trying to get some nourishment and he's trying to chow down a Twinkie, he's like, this is shit's awful. And then they have a moment of just like, that. And it's just those little moments is what makes Die Hard great. And again, you don't get those moments, like you said, with Stallone or even with Clint Eastwood. Can you imagine that? What's in this stuff? What's in this Twinkie? It's like, what? It would be awful. It's so bad.
Or Arnold, what is in this?
Exactly. Tell my wife I love her. Okay. Maybe one of these days, my kids will be playing with Al Jr. sometime. It's like, what? No, that's not going to work.
And of course, the quintessential scene is when he confronts Hans, and Hans pretends to be, one of the hostages who got away. Yeah. And I will never forget watching that scene play out at the first time, seeing it. And when he gives Hans the gun, and I'm like, oh my God, don't do that. What are you doing? And Hans goes, I'm going to count to 3. And Willis is like, oh, like you did with Takagi. And then he pulls the trigger and Willis is just like, whoops. No bullets. You think I'm fucking stupid, Hans?
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
It's just so great. I know I'm getting goosebumps just like thinking about it right now, because there's just so many good, but it's just like, you don't get that. I mean, especially when they're going back and forth. And then of course you get the line, the yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, I mean, no, you're not going to get that from anybody else. Just the way that he delivers that line. And it helps that like Bruce Willis had that moonlighting comedic background, because it's like, okay, he can pull out, he could be like the funny. It's like, yeah, Schwarzenegger and Stallone had their one-liners, and they can have sometimes a funny moments. But I mean, I remember watching Rambo 2 like pretty recently. I mean, you don't really get those moments in that movie. Right. You don't get those moments. I mean, I still remember when he's being forced to like talk back to like his people, and it's the one dude that was kind of fucked him over and sent him in there, and he starts gripping Murdoch. Yeah, there you go. Murdoch. He starts gripping like the microphone. And you see his like, I'm coming for you, Murdoch. And then like the lightning strikes and stuff like that, and like you see his forearm just tighten and ripping like the fucking vein. It's like, yeah. That works for Stallone. You can't have that. You have a Bruce Willis type character. You're gonna get you're gonna get some sarcasm. You're gonna get some good. You're just gonna get a better line. That's cool for that, and you get goosebumps. But man, when you get a line like, it's more, Roy Rogers kind of thing or something, or yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, you just go, oh, that's great. So stuff like that.
What I love about Bruce then too is, quickly the industry tries to pigeonhole him, and he's very quick to try as much stuff as he can, to sort of prove that he's beyond an action star, so you get Bonfire of the Vanities, and you get Mortal Thoughts, and all these other movies that he tried to do. He does run back to the action genre for like Last Boy Scout and stuff like
Yeah.
that. He does have to try that. And then Hudson Hawk, is the one that's like a vanity project that's supposed to be like everything that he thought people wanted to see him doing. He's singing and dancing. He's got the moonlighting repartee, and it's got some action and it's got some comedy, and it just bombs.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh shit, I guess they only want me to do Die Hard movies. And so, sometimes the industry slapped him on the wrist and made him play it safe. And I find, those choices to be really, really fascinating.
They're interesting choices. I remember there's a movie called Color of Night. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was very much of an erotic thriller. Very interesting. It was one of those like, okay, but at the same time, it's like, when you look at his career and you think about it, like all the different, like you said, all the different genres. And like you said, I'm glad you brought up Hudson Hawk, because it's one of those where it's like, to me, it's kind of a guilty pleasure kind of thing where it's like, it's bad, but I enjoy it in a way. Like I remember putting that on a couple of years ago, because I was just like, I hadn't seen this movie since I was a kid. Put it on. I'm like, wow, this movie is stupid, but I kind of like it. There's just something about it. Like, it works for me. But, and then I remember even like, I remember he made a cameo in National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1.
Oh yeah.
That? Yeah. And it was just like, but it was
in Mel Gibson's trailer on the beach.
Yes. It was so perfect because like, the bad guys like destroy this trailer who was supposed to be Emilio Estevez's trailer, and then and like you see like a white flag come up, and then you get up and you see like just a totally fucked up, like what looks like Bruce Willis at the end of a Die Hard movie, and he goes like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And he goes like, and he goes, hi, is this like, and he reads the address, he's like, huh? He's like, no, that address on the other side. And he goes like, oh, sorry, our bad. And he goes, yeah, no problem. And he just throws on the flag. No problem. And it's like a perfect cameo, perfectly executed. And I'm like, this is why Bruce Willis is the shit. Yeah. I always loved that cameo in that fucking movie.
Well, the other one is Ocean's 12, which to me is one of the funniest and smartest scenes, where
a lot of people don't appreciate that Ocean's 12. First off, a lot of people don't appreciate it that much, which I think that's why like they went back to Vegas and they're like, all right, let's go back to the basics, which okay, I get it. But I really liked Ocean's 12 for what it went for. And yes, the scene that you're talking about where obviously Julia Roberts' character is playing Julia Roberts and then Bruce Willis shows up.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's great.
It's the timing, the comedic timing in that scene is brilliant. And it only works because Bruce is okay poking fun at himself.
Yes.
And Julie is okay with poking fun at themselves and their relationship. And it has one of the greatest lines where Matt Damon says to him, like, hey, we're trying to come off of this baby thing, really well. He goes, after a while, that little gold statue on the mantle starts looking at you funny. He goes, you know what I mean? And of course, Bruce never got an Oscar nomination. And he goes, no, I really don't know it. God, he's just so funny.
He's just so funny. And speaking of funny, one of my favorite roles that he's also been in, Whole 9 Yards.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Yep.
You're working opposite of Matthew Perry at the height of his powers.
Yep.
And Friends, I mean, this is probably like during Friends season 4 or 5, maybe 6 or something like that. I mean, obviously Matthew Perry had his struggles and, may he rest in peace. He's always been one of my favorite. He was always one of my favorites, but I've watched that movie so many times and their chemistry together. And it just showed you again that Bruce Willis, he can play that. I mean, one of the things that Bruce Willis is always good is like, the look that he always gave. First off, it's like, it's a look that just makes you go, oh, hey, that's Bruce Willis. And it'll put you in your place. And when he's playing this character of Jimmy the Tulip, and you're working opposite of Matthew Perry, who is just a comedic machine. He's physical, he's sarcastic, he has good timing. And there's just, that movie doesn't work if you don't have a Bruce Willis type, because I love that movie so much. It's one of my all-time favorite comedies, to be honest. Like, that movie doesn't get talked about enough because I mean, there's so much good that's in that movie, but them two together and work and going off each other, just so good.
Well, Bruce was like a weird movie star who didn't need to be the center of attention.
Yeah.
He was okay being part of an ensemble if it meant setting up other people. He's straight man to Matthew Perry in that movie. He's
Oh,
straight
totally.
man to Michael Clark Duncan. He's straight man to Kevin Pollak. Like he's setting these guys up. And he does that later in Red and Red 2.
Yeah.
He's
More-
basically just lobbing softballs at Helen Mirren, John Malkovich, and he's okay being the straight guy. And so many other leading men would demand more lines, or make me the funny one in this scene. And I always admired Bruce for the fact that he was always just like, no, I'm going to go with whatever's best for the project. Let's just, I mean,
think he
Sixth
always,
Sense is another great example of that. Like he gets outshone by a kid actor,
yeah,
but he knows that's what the story needs.
I think he always just knew his place. He just, I mean, when you're in a, like, go back to Pulp Fiction, I mean, he's, like you said, like it starts off with just him, and obviously we got Ving Rhames and his like whole speech, and then it's just on him the entire time. So he has to just act with his face, which he's good at doing. And then it just immediately goes into like, okay, now we're going to this story. And then it eventually gets back to his story, and it all, it's all just, just obviously fantastic. But it just seemed like when you look at his career, it's like, yeah, it's like, I mean, is he a perfect person? No, nobody is in Hollywood, obviously
Right.
not. But at the same time, it's just like what you said. It's like, it's not like he's trying to be like, no, I need this many lines. I need to be this center of attention. It's like he knew, and like you said, with the whole 9 yards, it's like you're gonna have somebody like Matthew Perry who's very just, he's awkward, he's sarcastic, he's physical, and Bruce Willis is okay, my role is to be the straight man and to react to that, and he has comedic moments himself.
Yeah.
And he has good lines in there too, but it all just the chemistry just works out so much. And yeah, I mean, God, just going back to just thinking about so many different the roles, like you said, when it came to Sixth Sense, working off Haley Joel Osment, and how that all worked out, because it was just like that ended up being phenomenal. And I'm trying to think of some of the other even going to Looper. Like I watched Looper probably about a month and a half ago. It was like I had it just on. I was like, I'm gonna put on Looper. But I always, but anytime I always do this where I'm like, it's like a Saturday. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna put a movie on, but I'm like gonna be editing stuff. But I always catch myself just going, and Looper is one of those where you just kind of go like, Jesus Christ, this movie, like,
people sleep on that movie, and I'm not quite sure
sleep
why.
on that movie way too much.
Yeah.
Who's the director again?
It's Ryan Johnson.
Is it Ryan Johnson? It is Ryan Johnson. That's right.
Yeah.
For some reason I was thinking of somebody else. Yeah, Ryan Johnson. Yeah, that's right. Last Jedi, Ryan Johnson, everybody.
He did Brick and Brothers Bloom, and then he did Looper. Right. And then from Looper went to Breaking Bad, and then, Star Wars. And then Knives Out and Glass Onion. So,
but what's funny is like, and one of the things is like, man, Joseph Gordon-Levitt had to be Bruce Willis. Can you imagine getting like, you get that role where you're like, okay, you're going to be Bruce Willis. We're going to put makeup and prosthetics to make you look more like Bruce Willis. You're going to have to do his look, his little that he does.
Yeah.
His that his Bruce Willis look that he has in all his movies, and we love it. That's the thing. That's the thing about him that makes him a movie star. It's like you appreciate when he gives that little,
the
that
smirk.
Look. Yeah, the smirk. I couldn't think of the word. Thank you. The smirk that he gives, that Bruce Willis smirk. So I one of the things, if I ever could just like interview Joseph Gordon-Levitt, I'm like, how was it like when you got that role where you're like, you have to be a young Bruce Willis. They're gonna make you look more like Bruce Willis, but you have to, you have to give the smirk, and you have to kind of act like him. And he does a great job. He does a great job in that movie. He totally kills it.
Yep.
Especially, I mean, I love the scene in the diner when they come across each other, and like I think Joseph Gordon-Levitt says like, your face looks funny. It's like looking in the, it's like your face looks funny because, and then Bruce Willis is like, yeah, because you're used to looking in the mirror.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's so good because it's like, yeah, can you imagine seeing your face not as a reflection? Oh.
Right. Yeah. And you're not even touched. So let's go over just a few quick ones that we're not even mentioning. Armageddon.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Armageddon.
Okay. We have to talk about the like when he's doing the whole thing where he's like inside the vehicle and he's like tearing it apart. What's this? A cosmic ice cream scooper, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Stuff like Oh god, damn, I can't believe I forgot about Armageddon.
Sin City. How about Sin City?
Christ, dude. Right?
Yeah.
Come on, move, old man. Move.
He went after directors. He went after with strong voices.
Okay. That's one of the things I wanted to bring up is this tweet you posted today because somebody was talking about actors and working with certain directors.
Yeah.
That right there, I went, holy shit.
Yep.
Look at the list of directors that Bruce Willis went after right here.
Yeah.
And who he's worked with. Look at that list.
Tarantino for Pulp Fiction, Walter Hill, he did Last Man Standing, De Palma, he was Bonfire of the Vanities.
Anderson, Zemeckis.
Zemeckis was Death Becomes Her. Yeah.
Oh my God, we got to talk about that. That movie.
Yeah.
I mean, my God. And yeah, Donner, we got M. Night, we got Reiner, we got Eli Roth, we got Antoine Fuqua. I mean, come on.
Tears of the Sun.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Tears of the Sun. That, God.
And even The Siege. He was in The Siege with Denzel and Annette Bening.
Oh my God. Yeah. I'm totally just like forgetting some of these movies he's been in, but Death Becomes Her. Oh, I remember watching this movie. I was a kid. Well, obviously, I didn't see it in the movie theater. I remember we had just, I don't know if we were visiting California or we had just gotten to California because I moved to California. And when did Death Becomes Her come out? 93, 94, something like that, right?
Let me double check. But
I think we had just moved to California.
Okay.
And my aunt who lived up the hill from here, we just like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to Aunt Sherry's house and we're gonna spend the night and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay. And then they decided she rented Death Becomes Her. And I'm like, and I told her, I was like, can I watch this? My mom was like, fine, I think, and I was like, okay. And I watched that. Oh, I became obsessed with this movie because it's such a good fucking movie. And again, if we're talking about Bruce Willis, not, obviously trying to not just do the Die Hard role. This is totally not.
John, no, he's a wallflower in this. He's like,
oh my God,
put upon by these two strong women who, by the way, are played by Meryl Streep and Goldie Hawn. It's
what?
Yeah. With Robert Zemeckis playing with all of his tools, post Back to the Future trilogy, essentially.
Yeah, we're going to make you nerdy. We're going to put glasses on you. Your hair is going to be crazy. You're going to be, oh my God. And yeah, you're going to be, totally put upon. And it's going to be a visual effects bonanza. It's going to be absolutely insane. And it's going to be dark. And God.
And those effects hold up brilliantly. Like Meryl's head twisted around on her body, Goldie with a shotgun blast through her chest. Like, Zemeckis was king of that stuff, he was just having a blast.
How did he pull? Zemeckis was always, but when it comes to Cameron, when it comes to moving VFX forward, it's Cameron and Zemeckis.
Yeah, definitely.
Those two were the pioneers of just like pushing VFX forward. There's going to be others there too, but when it came to the 80s and the 90s, it was Zemeckis and Cameron that were going like, how do we improve upon this? And if you watch Death Becomes Her now, you go, how the fuck did they do that?
Yeah, I know.
Back then,
it still looks so good.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But and yet again, as we've been saying, Bruce's willingness to let other people shine,
he's not the star
banana in that movie.
You're literally, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a movie that's when people go like, think about it, they're like, oh yeah, that movie with Meryl Streep and Goldie Hawn.
Yeah.
But he's on the cover too, and I love the fact that he's on the cover because he's like isn't he holding like a candle through, like I think the cover, the poster, he's like holding the candle through Goldie Hawn's like hole in their
I think
stomach.
so.
Yeah.
I think
And he's
so.
just there, and he's just like, he looks ridiculous, and you go, that's not John McClane, again. And this is shortly. I mean, this is probably after Die Hard 2, I imagine.
Well, let's see. It's 92.
Yeah.
He's coming off of Last Boy Scout,
which is a good movie too. And he, again,
he played himself in Robert Altman's film The Player. Oh shit, I forgot Altman as directors that he worked with.
Right, Altman. You got Altman in there too. Oh,
then he did Loaded Weapon 1.
Yep.
Then he fell back on Striking Distance, which was kind of a safe.
Striking Distance was, that was Sarah Jessica Parker with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't that great.
Then he appeared in a little film called Pulp Fiction, which changed his career trajectory.
Yeah, Tarantino tends to do that. You hear that, Travolta and Jackson? Yeah.
Well, and then 12 Monkeys. I think 12 Monkeys is his best performance, to be honest with you.
12 Monkeys is one of those. That's what Terry
Gilliam.
Terry Gilliam, yeah, it's Terry Gilliam, and that's a movie that, oh my god, I mean, you got Madeline Stone, you got Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt just chewing scenery.
I mean, when people talk, it's so funny because Brad Pitt, I've always liked Brad Pitt. I like Brad Pitt in any movie he's in. I mean, it's just Brad Pitt. It's fine. It's like, one of my all-time favorite movies is Fight Club. I love Fight Club. And, I mean, when him and Fincher, I mean, Seven's also up there too. But,
sure.
I mean, Brad Pitt, he could be, he could be kind of like, just kind of be just Brad Pitt. And like when he won for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I was like, okay, good for Brad Pitt. He got an Academy Award. Do I think he deserved it for Cliff Booth? Yeah, I don't know, because it was still just was like, it wasn't like a stretch. And I'm going, did you see him in 12 Monkeys?
Yeah.
That was not Brad Pitt. I mean, he is absolutely insane in that movie. And then, of course, again, working off of Bruce Willis.
Yeah, who's doing Quiet.
Yes.
And doing reaction. He's reacting to Pitt. And Pitt, I feel like, is doing every actor trick. He's doing a lot of gimmicks, in that like
all the twitches and all the
twitches and the repeating and the, it's a lot. He's doing a lot in that movie.
He's doing a lot, but luckily, I mean, the story of all that is just so freaking good. But yeah, I mean, God, I mean, I did not think until we've had this conversations, the fact that Bruce Willis very much knew his role when it came to playing that straight man and playing the quiet, when you have somebody you're working off of who is just blah, 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 and it's like, all right, well, I'm going to play this.
Yep.
And I know my place. And that's why it's worked so well when it comes to.
Hey, let me give you another one.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Unbreakable.
Oh, God. Oh,
okay. Perhaps so one of the most slept upon comic book films of all time.
That's the thing. That's what I was just about to talk about. It's like nobody talks about that movie as a comic book film because it's not based off of any, obviously, existing property, I guess you could say. It's M. Night Shyamalan, who is very much, I remember when I was working at Sizzler. If people know what Sizzler is, it's a restaurant chain or whatever the hell. I was a busboy and a dishwasher. This was like one of my first jobs. And one of the cooks, we used to talk movies all the time. This is what's always fun about when you're working and like in these, and you connect with somebody when it comes to movies. We talked about Unbreakable so much because I was, I was always big on superheroes. This guy wasn't, but he goes, Unbreakable, that's a superhero. That's where the genre should go. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. And it was very much ahead of its time for being, again, like where we're at right now when it comes to superhero fatigue. But if you talk about like something like Unbreakable, that's like, oh yeah, if that movie were made now and it was based upon like something that was actually existing, people would be like, holy shit,
yeah,
look at that. What if Superman was or something along the lines of like that kind of like those superpowers where you're that. And they made that movie now, people would be like, Jesus Christ, look at that. It's like, yeah, but M. Night Shyamalan did that back, then in the 90s. It's like, what the fuck?
Do you
And
remember
Bruce
the
Willis,
scene where his son keeps adding weight
yes,
to the
where they had to put like paint cans on it and shit.
yeah, to test his strength.
God, and then especially the scene where his son like aims a gun at him.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. And then when you finally get to that, obviously where he's kind of the hero and he like goes after that guy and you see the guy like trying to like get him off of him.
Yep.
He's just slamming him into the walls and the
Yep.
walls are like denting and he's not giving up.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, great, man. He's fucking great.
That's the thing. And this is why you wrote the book. I get it. I get it, man.
Him.
I mean, God,
I told you you're going to want to read this one.
Oh, dude, you totally sold this on me. I mean, you sold it on me when you were already writing it. It was just like to the point where I was like, all right, it's Bruce Willis. It's one of my all-time favorite freaking actors, you know? So, but yeah, like you said, when people think Bruce Willis, he does get caught up into like the Planet Hollywood stuff. And do you talk about in the book about like his brief like little singing career a little bit?
So in the introduction, I start with the diagnosis and the retirement, and then I kind of in a brief run through, I sort of talk about like as a entertainer, he touched on a lot of aspects at the Planet Hollywood openings. He was prone to jump on stage and play music with whatever the house band was going on, and yes, he had these albums, and these were things that he kind of just wanted to pursue. Yes, he had success in television, not just on Moonlighting, but when he came back around and appeared on Friends and won an Emmy for that kind of thing. But I wanted to stay away from personal stuff. I wanted to stay away from the tabloid stuff. I wanted to stay away because you could do another book on just Bruce and Demi and the way that they fueled that gossip industry for decades. Like they walked so that Brad and Angelina could run, kind of thing. And I think in part like that's probably why he hates doing press. And you get clips of him at junkets where he's just disgruntled and doesn't want to do it. And so I just wanted it to really take his film career, analyze it as best I could, put it in the context of not only choices that he made for his career, but ways that his choices shaped the industry as a whole. And so whereas with the Spider-Man book and especially with the Snyder Cut book, they were so reliant on me securing outside interviews, I didn't want this book to be as dependent on getting some interviews. So instead I have like interviews I do with Rian Johnson and M. Night Shyamalan and Quentin, and they kind of like supplement those chapters. But really it's just like I rewatched everything and I just thought of it through, a third person lens kind of thing.
That's what you got to do. And then we didn't even talk about the Fifth Element too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those where like, when you think about that movie, you just go like, I mean, first off, when you see like what especially what he looks like, you're like, this is going to work. And it does.
Yeah.
Like he's got obviously Bruce Willis has always been one of those, has always had the receding hairline. And then of course, eventually he got to the point where it's like, all right, I know my hair's not there anymore. Let me just do the bald look. And it works for him because a lot of people were like, he should play Lex Luthor. I don't know how many times I've had that like sent to me, like, man, Bruce Willis should have played Lex Luthor. Yeah. And to be honest, he would have been a great Lex Luthor. I think he could have made that his own 100%, for sure. But I think everybody always just goes, they see a big, they see a bald white guy. They're like, yeah, Lex Luthor,
Well, what's wild is that, there's certain actors who you can sort of describe as like chameleons, they disappear into roles. Like that's not Bruce.
No, like he doesn't disappear.
Sometimes he had hair. Sometimes he was bald. You talk about Death Becomes Her. That's like the only time he really manipulated his look, to look a little bit more plain, a little bit more, nondescript.
Yeah, with the mustache and the glasses and
but like at most he had a wig, kind of just. for Bandits. He did a movie Bandits with
Oh yeah,
Kate
I remember that.
Blanchett.
Yeah.
He had long hair in that one, but it's just bad wig.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
But for
thing.
everyone that we just mentioned, there is a Mercury Rising, or Last Man Standing, or just a movie that you're just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. But I mean, and maybe this could be another book that you write. I mean, like when it comes to like Nicolas Cage and Bruce Willis. I mean, I always kind of look at both of them like, you know what? Like I love both of these actors so much because I grew up with them.
Sure.
There's some similarities when it comes to both of them because they both have great comedic timing and they're both like great action stars and they could play the good straight man. I think Nicolas Cage is more like he's more goofy than Bruce Willis, but there's just something about like when I look at both of them and and they kind of almost took like a similar approach where like later in years they just kind of went, I'm going to do a bunch of B-roll movies. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do the B-roll movies. And I mean, I watched Surrogates. I remember that movie that came out a few years ago called Surrogates. And I'm like, I just watched it because it's a Bruce Willis sci-fi movie. All right. That's all I needed.
Yeah.
Again,
Now,
I grew up when I saw the names and that's what sold me on it. So when I see a B-roll Bruce Willis or a Nicolas Cage movie or, even a John Travolta or whatever the fuck, I'll be like, I'm going to watch it because it's their name.
Yeah.
There.
But now that aphasia diagnosis definitely points to, he did 40 of those direct to DVD movies in the past, the back half, last 3 to 4 years of his career.
That's crazy.
He was doing 3 to 4 a year.
It's crazy.
And I watched every single one of them.
Yeah.
And in most of them, he might have 5 to 10 minutes of screen time.
Yeah.
So
sometimes
very
he's not
clear.
very much in there. Yeah.
It's so very clear that like he shot it in 2 days. It's a lot of him on the phone at a desk, talking with whoever the other lead. It's like Frank Grillo, or Thomas Jane, or some guy who's like the lead, and Bruce is like the chief of police who's chewing this guy out. I need you to get back here, but like he shot it in 2 days, kind of thing. And I haven't answered why he did those. I don't know why. The aphasia diagnosis tells me why he's not good in them, but it doesn't explain to me why somebody in his close personal circle didn't step in and be like, hey man, you're Bruce Willis. You don't have to do these. What do you?
Because it's not like we all knew that because Nicolas Cage actually talked about why he did those because he had to pay bills. He had to pay some debts.
Yeah.
But it actually led for a Nicolas Cage-assance kind of thing that happened, where now all of a sudden he's now like back kind of like, hey, everybody's going like Nicolas Cage is kind of back. Yeah. It is kind of interesting. Yeah. I wonder why. I mean,
well, and maybe if Bruce didn't get sick, like you hear these rumors that Tarantino wanted to put him in his final film, whatever it ends up being, but I'm not sure if that's even possible. There's still the 1,000 directors I wish Bruce worked with. I would love to have seen Bruce in a Coen Brothers movie.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, there's just a ton of places I wish he still could have done, but like, losing this ability to communicate and process speech it's over. It's over.
See, yeah. And what was that one movie with him and Mos Def? What was that one movie?
16 Blocks.
There you go. 16 Blocks. Great fucking movie. Yep. Underrated because you have like a older, Bruce Willis. I think he's got a mustache.
Yep.
And he's trying to get, Mos Def, 16 blocks before he gets killed. It's a great movie. It's just one of those movies where he's like, he's leaning into, I'm not the young dude anymore. I'm like this old disheveled fucking, cop that's trying to like get this guy over here. I remember watching that movie and going, Jesus Christ, great fucking movie. Good movie.
You know who directed that?
Who did?
Richard Donner.
Ah, that's the Donner one. That's right. Okay. Yep. I was wondering. I was like, what was the Donner one? That's the Donner one.
16 Blocks. 16 David Morse. David Morse is the corrupt cop in that one.
That's right. Yes.
They're great. They're great.
So many. Again, there's just, I there's so many great yeah, there could be there's gonna be shit in there, but that's just with everything. That's with every big movie star. But you got some gems. You really got some gems that you have in there, and there's a lot of gems with Bruce
I'll even
Willis.
argue I liked G.I. Joe Retaliation
Okay.
when they brought The Rock in, and then Bruce played the original Joe.
That's right. No, I mean, but it works. It works for him because he just pulls it off.
Yeah.
I even liked him when he showed up in what Expendables, was it 2 or 3? I forgot which one it was.
2 is the big one that he's in.
Okay, because he showed up in, did he show up in 2 of them? Because
he shows up in one scene for part 1.
That's right.
When they essentially recruit, it's him and Schwarzenegger and Stallone in the church.
Yeah.
But then in 2, he plays a bigger part.
He actually does. He has a gun and shoots and stuff like that. And
yeah.
And you know what? Okay, so I will say this about Bruce Willis: when he's firing a fucking machine gun, his face is great. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ, I didn't think about this till now. He's got one of probably the best. I'm firing a machine gun faces because when it comes to Schwarzenegger, when it comes to Stallone, again we're comparing it. They just kind of just, but he goes, he just has this like, it's a different face.
When he was promoting Die Hard 2, he went on Letterman. He used to go on Letterman all the time.
Yeah,
and there's the scene when he's running to the annex and he's going to fight off the paramilitary team that's stationed there, and he has to come out through the vent, and he essentially kicks the door off the vent, and then he comes out and he gives this one-eyed, like, as he's like, that's his look, right? Like, I'm going to shoot this guy and I'm kind of scared. And so he's promoting on the movie on Letterman, and he did the face in the couch, like he goes, oh yeah, and then I come out and I do this thing. And he did and that was one of the very first times that I was like, oh, there's the character. Like, you're the actor, and now I just saw something that the character does in the movie, and it like blew my mind. Like, it separated that wall of reality where I was like, holy shit, there was John McClane just for a second, and I was like, oh, this is wild.
Yeah. 2 things when it comes to Die Hard 2 that I like that has that Bruce Willis flair is, first off, when he's of course trying to communicate with, like, back with like Al and stuff like that, and then he's got that receptionist who crushes on him.
Yeah.
And then she's just like, hey, do you want like to like get a drink, something like that? And he does that little like, and he like kind of just moves his wedding ring and just gives like a little smile.
Yeah.
He doesn't really say anything. He's like, sorry, I'm married.
Yeah.
Just the way that he does that, it's just kind of like just so smooth. And I'm like, I love that. And then I love it when he already figured out that when it came to like the double cross that's happening with the magazines of the machine guns where it's like blue or red, and when he just pops it in and just goes, and he starts firing at people, and it's just like, but they're blanks, and he goes, they're blank. I'm like, just the way that he, like, because he's arguing with people, and he just fucking just locks it in and just starts firing. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's just, I don't know, just so good.
Dennis Franz is genius in that movie. I got everybody from the fucking Shriners Club I got 12 reindeer coming through here on the way to the North Pole, but John McClane wants me to shut it all down.
Oh man, and then just the interactions and stuff, it's so good. We're gonna start bringing some people in here, Sean. Let me know when you have to go. I know if it gets late, but we're gonna do some chat. We got Andy, we got Christian, and we got Phil joining right here.
Nice.
We're all just nerding out on some Bruce
I could
Willis.
hear.
Yeah.
Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts.
That's what he says when he shows
that's
the
right.
ring.
Well, that's
right.
That's what he says right there. Yeah. But it's just so, it's just the suave, the way that Bruce Willis does, gotta love it.
You know what? Here's a fun fact. Bruce did not want to add any of those little quips to Die Hard 2.
That's right. I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
He had to fight Rennie Harlan because Rennie Harlan wanted McClane to be funny. Like he was in the first movie, and Bruce wanted Die Hard 2 to be much more serious.
Yeah. But it's just like it is kind of interesting when you hear about like that kind of stuff, because it's like, when you watch the first Die Hard and you hear like some of those lines, like, you have to have a little quirkiness. Was it like one of those things where Bruce Willis always just he wanted to play it straight so much, but everybody loved his comedic timing?
I think he was trying really hard to distance himself from David Addison.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
And he just wanted to do what he could to prove, he's.
We've all heard about the Kevin Smith cop-out thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a problem too.
That's a problem. And the thing is, I like Cop-Out. I thought it was actually, I'm not saying it's like one of the best, but I enjoyed it.
Tracy's funny in it.
Who is?
Tracy Morgan.
Yeah. But
Funny
I mean, it was like, but when you hear about like, Kevin Smith talking about, yeah. Do you cover any of that in the book, or did you?
Yeah. I talk about that. And I talk about Kevin kind of coming back around and saying, especially after the diagnosis, like, hey man, I'm going to bury the hatchet. It's too much negativity in the world, kind of thing.
And it's funny too, because when it comes to Live Free or Die Hard, Kevin Smith has his own little role in that movie. Which is
the Warlock.
The Warlock.
Hey, let's also give Bruce credit for being one of the greatest on-screen smokers. When that dude smoked on screen, legend.
He made you want to smoke. Dude, the fucking tobacco industry was like, hey, this guy's got to be our spokesperson.
You either got a cartoon camo or Bruce Willis. Which one do you go with? Who's going to promote?
No brainer.
But I actually want to ask the panel. Thank you guys, Andy, Chris, and Phil for joining. What would you say your favorite Bruce Willis movie is? Andy, you go first. Put you on the spot. You want to think about it a little bit, or
yeah, it's been a long time since I've watched
Bruce Willis. Look up the IMDb. I mean, he's got a lot there.
I was.
Chris, what is your favorite?
I would say I'll go kind of dark horse. I'll go Unbreakable. It's Die Hard's always up there, but Unbreakable. I like when Bruce Willis is that introspective kind of like the Sixth Sense in, but I think Unbreakable, there's this guy who's denying every kind of thing that's right in front of him, that's telling him all the answers, and he's just fighting against it, even if he's experiencing it. So I enjoy that.
Phil?
That's a tough tie, probably between Die Hard and Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
It's a really, really tough tie between the two. I would probably give it to Die Hard, though.
Yeah. I mean, that changed. I mean, like what we were talking about, it changed the action genre, because, again, it's like they could have just. I mean, that movie was in. They were just trying to figure out how to do that whole thing, and it could have just went to Stallone or Schwarzenegger or whatever the fuck, and they created a new action star of like, hey, look at this guy who's not like this, who's just lifting, weights in between scenes and has bulging veins everywhere and stuff like that, and super shredded. It's just like, oh yeah, he's in shape, but it's not like when he's shirtless, you don't see like, a fucking 12-pack, it's like he's just in shape.
Just a laundry list of who they went after before they got to Bruce Willis.
Right.
Sixth Sense.
Casting what ifs. It's like Tom Selleck almost playing Indiana Jones.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Or Bill Murray almost being Batman.
Oh yeah, they wanted him for Batman. Can you imagine that? Ugh.
What?
No. Yeah.
Well, like, Bill Murray. No,
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I have not seen that I don't know. Like, hey, I don't even think I've seen Die Hard because I was just not allowed. But that was one of those films. But that's one film that I was not allowed to see as a kid. And then I grew up and I got busy with stuff. But Sixth Sense is like my favorite Bruce Willis.
All right, so when it comes Christmas time, Andy, put on Die Hard. It's a good Christmas movie. It is a Christmas movie. We've already established that.
Isn't it about? But isn't it about like cops or something?
Yeah,
like,
but it takes place during Christmas, and there's a lot of Christmas themed stuff in it. Okay,
It's Christmassy.
Yeah.
It's very Christmas.
Wait, is this one of those things that people have been arguing on the internet, like,
Yes.
like
Yes.
pineapple on pizza,
Yes.
if it's good or not? Okay.
and pineapple's not good on pizza. Anyways, but watch it. You know, it's you have to watch Die Hard. It's
the only thing I know about Die Hard is that it is one of the main characters on Brooklyn Nine-Nine's like favorite movie.
Yes, because it's so fantastic.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I think they even did an episode that is kind of like an homage to Die Hard, where like they're like it's like they're shopping for Christmas, and then there's a robbery, and then they're stuck, and Jake goes like, just like Die Hard.
Just like, I don't know, that's the running thing of that. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and what we were talking about earlier is like, there's a lot of movies where it gets compared, you know, big time. Like anytime that there's somebody trapped in a situation, they always say Die Hard on, you know, like Speed, Die Hard on a bus. You know, you can have Die Hard in an elevator, Die Hard in a, you know, it's always like the comparison. It is that movie where it's like, because it's about somebody trapped in a situation in a, you know, whether it's, you know, it's Die Hard on a boat, it's Die Hard on a plane, you know, it's something like that. It's always that. That's
Rick
how
and Morty just
great
did
that
a whole
movie.
episode this past season on.
Really?
There's a whole episode where him and Rick and Summer, it's just like, we're gonna do a Die Hard. What? And Summer's just like, what's a Die Hard? It's a good episode. Yeah.
What's a Die Hard? Aaron in the chat said, "Man, the missed opportunities. We never got Tom Cruise and Bruce Willis together."
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, Cruise is stuck in these Mission Impossible movies, and I want him to get back to like actual performance.
Collateral status.
Oh,
Rain
yeah.
Man, like where's acting Cruise?
The
Yes.
Outsiders.
How many more is he gonna do of Mission Impossible? Like, is it like? Cause
I think this is the last go around. Like
but is it like? But Dave, is it his last one? Is it his last
it is.
one? That like Quentin Tarantino kept saying that his last movie was gonna be last movie.
I think this might be. I know.
They tried to get rid of him when Renner came in, and he was like, "Oh no, we're not."
That's the thing. You know what's kind of funny about that? Renner, like, you know, I feel for Jeremy Renner. I mean, especially obviously with recent stuff, but Jeremy Renner, they've tried to. I mean, and I guess for the most part, they were trying very hard to make Jeremy Renner the next action star, because when it came to the Bourne franchise, they were like, we're going to inject him into that. Didn't quite work. When it came to the Mission Impossible, you know, Mission Impossible 4, they're like, maybe Renner's going to take the reins, you know. Didn't quite work. So I'm like, God damn, I feel kind of sorry. But luckily, I mean, I think he's doing fine. He got an Avengers role. So, but, you know, but at the same time,
he's one of the best Avengers. So,
yeah, I mean, so it's just like, it was kind of funny because there was like a moment where they were trying to make, and it was funny because I remember first seeing Jeremy Renner watching National Lampoon Senior Trip. Anybody remember that movie? Probably not. Yeah, see, I'm looking at Sean's face right now. There's a movie called National Lampoon Senior Trip, which is a dumb National Lampoon movie about, you know, high schoolers going on a trip. Obviously, it's called Senior Trip, and they're all getting hot. Jeremy Renner was the star. He had long hair, you know, and it was ridiculous. But I remember
was he one of the students?
Huh? Yeah, he was the head. Yeah, he's one of the students who, and then his like buddy was. It was almost like a Bill and Ted. They were almost trying to do like a Bill and Ted kind of thing, where it's like you had, you know, he was like the lead, and then you had the very stoner like, yo, hey, what's up, man? You know, with like longer hair kind of thing. I don't know. Bill and Ted's a bad example because they both were kind of like, whoa, you know, but it was very much, I mean, obviously Bill and Ted, they didn't talk about.
So it was just Jay and Silent Bob, but they both
kind of like a little bit of that, but yeah, look it up. It was like, that was the first time I saw Jeremy Renner. So when like he was starting to come about, I was like, oh yeah, the guy from Senior Trip.
Yeah, but he's got Hurt Locker and he's got The Town. He's fucking great in The Town.
Oh, I love The Town.
Is good.
That the line when Ben Affleck comes in, he goes, you don't have to ask. We're gonna like, you know, and I can't remember the line, but we're gonna go and we're gonna probably hurt some people. And he just goes, whose car?
Oh my god,
whose car are we taking, or something like that?
Whose car are we taking?
Yeah, the reaction to that, where he just kind of goes, and he just gives a pause. He goes, "Who's Kyle?" We think it's like.
Well, someone
perfect.
says Renner's not a lead; he's good supporting, though, and that might be true. Some people are just carved out that way.
See, that's good point right there, because they do. I mean, Hollywood does try to do that. We're like, okay, let's try to get this person to be the lead.
Yeah.
It's like, no, they're not good in the lead. They're good as a supporting. And you're right, because I think Renner's better as a supporting character. I mean, even when it came to the Hawkeye series, I think
what's a pretty good lead on the Haley Steinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld helped a lot with that. I'm not just saying because I think she's okay. Anyways, but I'm just
You couldn't even finish a damn sentence. All I heard was like, because
it does help that she's very nice to look at. But I'm just saying. But I think it does him, and when they were trying to make him like this lead, it's like it didn't quite work. And I think. I haven't seen the series that he leads in, the mayor of whatever the hell it's called, but
Kingstown.
Mayor of Kingstown.
There it is. Yeah. So, but good on him for at least, sticking around for this long, and not even when they were trying to like shoehorn him as like this new action star.
Oh, there's 1,000 actors who would love to have Renner's career.
Oh, fucking A, dude. Jeez. So
He's
many.
not hurting.
Most definitely.
So many, but
I have a question for Sean, by the way, because my ADHD is going off right now because I'm looking at his background. What's Spider Monday behind you?
Oh, so Spider Monday is the series that Sony is doing currently, where every Monday the live action Spider-Man movies have come back to theaters.
Okay.
They did the 3 Sam Raimi ones. They did the 2 Andrew Garfield ones. They're currently doing the Tom Holland ones. This Monday, Memorial Day, is going to be Far From Home, and then they'll do No Way Home, and then it's over. But my friends at Sony sent me a poster for it, so I hung it up. Because on the floor there is a signed copy of Madam Web, and I refuse to put it in the frame.
I was about to say, I'm like, your microphone's in the way there, Sean. You want to show that?
I'll get it.
Sony has to recoup losses from that movie because they didn't make any money on that movie.
They made something. Money may not be it, but they definitely made something.
That's right, Chris.
I thought he was about to tear it. I thought he was about to tear it up.
right on the air.
That would have been funny.
Wow.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, that's so sweet of them.
Everyone signed it, huh? That's dope.
Yeah.
Well, at least you got that. But I love the fact that you said you wanted to put it in frame.
Everyone signed it. It's worth $5.
Yeah.
For some people in some circles, Sydney Sweeney just touching it might be worth something even more.
That's very true. If she sweated on it a little bit,
boys,
it might be some
All right, boys. Let's pull our head out of the gutter for a second.
What are you talking about? I'm just pointing out some facts.
They didn't sign it in costume, did they?
Dude, that was good. That was good right there. But see, that's one of the things, though. Like when we were talking about that rumor, when it comes to the 2 coming back, it's like if they're looking at what Sony's already.
Wait, what rumor? Wait, what scooper decided?
There's a rumor. It's not even a rumor. It's just like obviously it's like a duh. Why wouldn't Sony not want Andrew and Toby to have their own continued universes in their?
Oh my god!
In the whole multiverse. Yeah.
What a unique scoop.
I know, right? Exactly. It's not even really
water wet.
Yeah.
Is that what's like the big word on the street?
Did you see what the one regarding Spider-Man was last week?
No.
Apparently, Spider-Man 4 is going to feature the Venom symbiote, and I'm like, okay. Well, 3 weeks ago,
I need to bully you for again. How did you say symbiote again?
Symbiote, whatever the way they say it.
Don't give them shit about
that. I've been watching and reading Spider-Man since I could walk. Thank you very much.
So have I. It's like the first Venom trailer where what's her name when she says symbiote and
symbiote.
Did you hear the news from
right? 3 weeks later, it was a gang war Kingpin story.
Oh yeah,
they were talking
Daredevil.
With Daredevil and maybe the Punisher.
And then a
See,
week
now, if
before
that,
that,
when
it
that
was
rumor
a multiple
starts
story,
happening,
so
I
Well,
want
just a
that
few
to be the
minutes
rumor.
ago, they dropped a new rumor that says Spider-Man's actually going to be in Spider-Man 4. Did y'all hear that?
What? You're
really-
kidding.
color me surprised. Played by Tom Holland, right?
That was RPK and Toast working together on that one. So
Toast has been quiet since the subpoena. Like now they're just retweeting like betting tweets or something like for poker or something. I'm like,
I thought they were hawking more of their what was it, the AI gifs or whatever.
maybe.
Oh, did you just say GIFs? Oh God, I'm gonna have to kick you out. It's not
That's
a peanut
fine.
butter.
Gifs, whatever.
Wait, how do you wait? Okay, Dave, how do
I
you
say GIF. I say GIF. I'm a GIF guy. I don't say GIF.
Team
I,
GIF.
GIF. I think peanut butter. Sorry. Anyways, carry on.
Okay, so Sony wants to bring them back. Okay, so like, what is that really just a rumor? Like, oh, they want to bring them back. There's
No
no
one
need.
knows. No one knows.
That's the thing. Is like
hard to
the
tell.
whole thing is like it's what we were talking about earlier. It's just the fact that it's like why is there there's like not a lot of movement when it comes to there's a lot of movement when it comes to Spider-Man spinoffs as we've seen. Like there's we've had we have Morbius, we have Venom, we had Madam Web, and then of course we have Craven. But there's not a lot of movement when it comes to Spider-Man 4. Even it just seems like what is happening? Like what is the you guys should be more.
They've been busy.
Who cares?
I think there's a number of reasons you could look at. Number one, Tom Holland openly said he wanted to take a break after No Way Home.
I get that.
They were developing Beyond the Spider-Verse, which is, I think, almost as, if not, it's probably in the same ballpark of popularity as Tom Holland's Spider-Man, honestly. But, the writer's strike impacted a lot of things, too. And I'm sure that whoever is writing Spider-Man 4 probably got impacted by that, right? Then you factor in, them wanting to spin up. By them, I mean Sony. They've got Madam Web, they got Morbius, Madam Web, Morbius, and then they're their hands full with Venom 3 and Craven. That probably is a factor into it too. And then if you believe the rumors, Sony and Marvel can't quite come to terms on what the story for the fourth Spider-Man movie is going to be. Allegedly, Sony wants this big multiversal nonsensical bullshit, and Marvel wants to take it a bit backseat to a grounded story with Kingpin and other characters. So
I remember when I heard that. And I thought, wow, that's kind of like the opposite.
Just do Devil's Reign at this point.
You would think that Marvel Studios would want the more multiversal like craziness. But Sony wants that, but Marvel is like, hey, we want a more grounded. And it's like, yeah, okay. So can we have like a Daredevil, aspect to it as well? You have Daredevil now. I don't know. I mean, there's so many things. That's the thing. It's like, when it comes to Spider-Man and trying to, I mean, obviously he came into the game a little late, but made quite an impact. And I know a lot of people give a lot of shit to the fact that he was like, oh yeah, he's just Iron Jr. or whatever the fuck. But I thought, it's different from previously. I'm good with that.
No, that's not what we were saying. We were saying Iron Bitch.
Oh, is that what they were saying? That's right.
See, and I always thought that criticism was kind of lazy because
I thought it was too.
You have 5 other movies where Spider-Man's on his own. And the whole point of him coming over to the MCU was to integrate him in the MCU. So of course, who was going to bankroll his brand new suit? Tony fucking Stark.
That's not my problem. I didn't like the fact that the first 2 movies are related to people that Tony Stark pissed off. Where I'm like, okay, like it was cool with the Vulture, but then with Mysterio, I'm like, you should have had either one of them. Like, maybe Vulture could have been more personal to him, and then Mysterio could have been related to Tony, because that reveal, like when he was like, oh, he was there in Civil War when Tony was giving his presentation, and like the guy from
but you gotta remember, Andy, though, like, I mean, the Infinity Saga is Tony Stark's, that's from beginning to end. It's like him just kind of to me, it's always like it's him just going like, all right, this is my shit right here. It's like when I started this whole thing, and then and when things kept going, and then I fucked up along the way. I fucked up a lot, but I knew that when I was seeing things, I knew there was like other, we have to do something. We have to put like he said, like in Age of Ultron, he's like, we got to put it like an iron
suit around the world.
Yeah, exactly, around the world. So it's like he knew, like, he just knew things. And to me, I always looked at Tony Stark's arc as like, it was always haunting him of, ever since he got out of that cave of like, man, I really fucked up. And he's always been trying to protect the world so much. And then when he knew that there was like, oh, it's not just here, there's shit out there. He was always trying to protect the world when it came to that. And he always kind of like along the way, he always fucked up. And I don't know, like when you look at his arc, it's pretty interesting because when it comes to Peter, and what I liked about it is the fact that he was like, he wanted Peter to be so much better than him, you know? And I don't know. I always like that aspect. I mean, I think one of the best scenes, when it came to both of them was like when he rescued obviously Peter, and then like they were talking and he goes, "You're not even really here." And then when Tony just steps out of the suit, god damn, that was just like, Jesus Christ.
If you're nothing without
talk
this
about
suit,
big dick energy. He was just like, what? Like, what did you fucking say? He just stepped out of that suit and he gave his little like, you know, like, what?
If you're nothing without this suit, then you shouldn't have it.
I'm with Andy in the sense, though. I'm with Andy in the sense that I was really digging Far From Home until the Gyllenhaal speech in the tavern.
The Gyllenhaal speak really,
And then he's like, Tony Stark, and I was like, we're back to Tony Stark again.
Yeah.
By the way, is that an Iron Man shirt you're wearing, Sean? By the way,
what's that?
Is that an Iron Man shirt you're wearing?
That's what powers him. Yeah. That's how he writes his books.
Yesterday, I had a Iron Spider logo, and I fucking hate the Iron Spider suit, but I got a T-shirt with it. So.
Do you hate it because it doesn't look anything like the traditional Iron Spider from the comics, or do you hate it for different reasons?
I hate it because it doesn't look like a comic. Yeah,
but both. It doesn't look like the comics. I wish it was a little smoother. You know, I wish it had that smooth sort of red. Okay. I also just don't like the mechanical legs coming out the back. I'm not a big fan of those. I wasn't in the comics. I'm not in live action. I just don't.
That's fair.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I have a question from one of my Patreon people here for you, Sean. We already kind of touched bases on it, but I wanted to make sure we got this question. It says, Armageddon is legitimately one of my favorite movies of all time. Why does it get so much hate when it's so awesome?
That is another great Bruce Willis movie.
Yeah.
And Ben Affleck.
Mainly because it's just so stupid.
It's Michael Bay, too.
Yeah. It's great, but it's dumb.
Yeah. Well, even Ben Affleck in the commentary remember that whole thing that shows up every now and again?
And he's so right. Like the minute he said that, it just deflated the entire thing. So for people who don't know, Affleck is like, hey, why are we training oil drillers to be astronauts? Why can't we just train the astronauts to drill oil? And Michael Bay was like, shut it the fuck up, Ben. It's a movie.
Oh my god!
But like once he said it, I was like,
"Why are you trying to make sense of this? Stop it!"
Yeah, he's like, "Really? It makes more sense to train us to be astronauts."
Yeah.
And then like the dialogue in that's like Bruce has to be like, "You guys may know your way around so and so, but you don't know jack about drilling." And it's like, all right, come on, what are we doing?
I know. And then when you actually see the drilling, it's like, is there really like that much to it? Like there's really not. But at the same time, it is a Michael Bay. I mean, it's kind of funny too, because that movie came out the same, it was like that dual like release when Deep Impact came out. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is also a movie about, a fucking asteroid like that's going to be. And that movie was a little bit different. And, with what they were trying to do with that. I mean, this is a Michael Bay movie and it's perfectly fine. Holy crap, there's fireworks going on outside. Jesus. Anyways, Memorial Day, I guess. But I when I think about those two movies, I'm like, all right, like I get Deep Impact was a little bit more of like, cause they really tapped into like, oh, okay, like if we try to do that, but if it didn't work, what would we do on Earth? And Michael Bay was just like, nah, we're just going to send some oil drillers up to a fucking rock and they're all going to be badasses. We're going to have Bruce Willis we're gonna have this new kid who just wrote a fucking Academy Award-winning script, Ben Affleck, and we're gonna have Steve Buscemi lose his mind, and firing
like every other movie.
gun.
Yes,
There's gonna be a machine gun that he's gonna fire on the asteroid, and that's why it works.
But every Michael Bay movie should be 97 minutes.
Yes,
and unfortunately, they're all like 2.5 hours.
Sometimes it gets a little too much. There's only so much Michael Bayism that you can probably take where you go, oh my God. When I watched Age of Extinction, that was the 4th Transformers movie?
Yes.
I think it was. So. I know. I love it. Sean's like, I don't know. Maybe. But I remember walking out of that going, I'm exhausted. I felt exhausted from that movie. And I'm like, I like Michael. The Rock. I love The Rock, the Rock movie. Not,
Sure.
I like Dwayne Johnson, sure, but I'm talking about The Rock movie and Bad Boys, Boys too. I love Michael Bay. Michael Bay is is a certain, but man, when it and I like the what he did with the Transformers franchise. It was like, but man, when it got into Age of Extinction,
initially,
yes. When it started getting further in, I was like, okay, now you're just exhausting me. I'm like, I don't know if I can take any more of your Transformers movies. It's just too much.
Yeah.
I like Bumblebee.
Ambulance was great. And it's just
I never watched any of the Transformers movies, but one of my friends was like, Andy, I actually think you would like Bumblebee. I'm like, but do I have to watch
not Bay. That was Travis Knight, though.
That was not Bay.
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's even better then, because I was kind of like, do I have to watch the other Transformers crap before I watch Bumblebee? Like, no, this is like a soft reboot. I'm like, okay. And in Bumblebee, he was so cute, and Haley Stanfield, was fun.
I mean, I can't complain about
that.
Okay,
calm down, Dave.
Haley Steinfeld,
John Cena was in it, which I can't
John
complain.
Cena's in everything. Jeez,
he's not in my bed. That's the problem. Sorry.
Well,
but Armageddon's terrific.
It is because it's the ensemble. I mean, there's even Nolan Wilson in there going like, "This is crazy. We're going to be launched into space. This is wow." Like you have that aspect to it too. I mean, and Steve Buscemi. I mean, the cast
Michael
of characters.
Clark Duncan.
Yes, Michael Clark Duncan.
Yeah,
God, I'm trying to think of some of the other. What's that one dude that's in a lot of things too? I mean, Liv Tyler. I mean, come on,
Liv Tyler.
There's
that
so many.
That is a good cast.
And then you got Billy Bob Thornton, who drops the only F-bomb in the fucking movie.
Billy Bob in that movie is terrific because all of those movies need a ridiculous amount of exposition, to set up what's happening. Yep. And he is so good.
It's the size of Texas, sir.
Yeah,
he's the smartest guy. Yes. He's the smartest guy in the room, and a lot of times he's playing the quite opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
How big are we talking here? It's the size of Texas, sir.
Yes. That's one of the best lines in the movie because they're trying to explain how big it is. And then he just says that. And the way that he looks over to the science geeks, and he's like, come on, just fucking break it down to to the layperson here.
So great.
Also, I just realized, I like Bruce Willis in Sin City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about too. Yeah, he was great.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, you gotta watch it again.
He's got a little personal film festival. He's got to line up for himself.
I know. We're
I have seen Sin City. I didn't see the new one that came out a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, it's good still, but I think people were already over it by then. That's what's so weird about that, because we talked about this before. It was like after Sin City came out, they tried to do The Spirit. Right. They tried to do The Spirit, which was another pulpy kind of old school comic, and it had Sam Jackson in it. It had Eva Mendes, who has a very nice scene in it. I'm just gonna say where her backside is very much exposed. Anyways, but
what was it called?
It's called The Spirit. But they try to keep it in the vein of that, and it just did not work. And it was like, damn. So then they just kind of gave up on that style of.
Oh my god! Wait, has anyone here seen Suits?
Suits, the show?
The show?
The legal,
yeah. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
Harvey is the lead of The Spirit.
Oh, is that guy? Oh, that's the guy. Oh, okay.
Because I was
shit,
when I
that
was
is the guy.
when I was watching.
He's young in that. He's young.
You're very young. Oh
I mean,
wow! Now
'cause I
I'm
was
like going like, yeah, that is that guy
Yeah,
because I know what the two guys look like. That is. Oh wow! Shit.
If it'd been 10 years ago, he would have made a great boost to gold. Honestly,
Maybe.
like the more as I was watching like all 9 seasons of the Suits, I'm like, damn, Gabriel has like. He has the boost to element, but yeah, I guess he's already done his comic book fair of share.
So I gotta ask
oh my
Sean.
god, this looks so stupid. I just saw pictures of this movie. This looks horrible.
It's not that great.
It's not
that
great.
great. But Sean, I gotta ask because you talked to, obviously there's a movie that's coming out this weekend, and you talked to a certain director recently.
I did.
How was that? How was talking to the GOAT, George Miller? Jesus Christ,
The George Miller.
George Miller could not be sweeter.
I'm sure.
He's just he has a reputation of being a teddy bear, and he lives up to it. He wants to know more about you. When you sit down, he starts asking you a bunch of questions.
I love that.
Just a sweet man. But then, like, as you start talking to him, we asked him a bunch of questions about, like, obviously the way that they made the Mad Max movies back in the day versus now. And he has endless stories, like he'll start telling you this in-depth, sequence that they were putting together back on the first Mad Max. And he remembers it in such detail. And then he'll find a way to connect it to the way that now things operate on Fury Road or Furiosa. And it's like, this man has experienced more than anyone will ever, and it's just, he's a delight to listen to. So yeah, terrific. He's on, Real Blend is the name of our podcast. It's REEL BLEND. We get directors on frequently, and George Miller came on this past week to talk about Furiosa. So he was great.
In my queue, I can't wait to listen to it.
It's fantastic. Thanks.
I'm gonna listen to it too. Yeah, I know. It's just like the fact that at his, how old is he now?
79.
79.
He's 79. He doesn't look good.
He doesn't look it. First off, he looks good. And
so who saw Furiosa in here? Has anyone seen?
Not yet.
I know.
Not yet.
Sadly. Come on, you guys. I'm
actually gonna because someone told me it's a prequel. I'm actually gonna try to watch it chronologically, with all the other films.
And you can totally do that because I watched Fury Road last night, and I was just like, I was like, even if I watch Furiosa first, it works because it just leads right into this, and why is this and why is that? Oh yeah, you see that in Furiosa, so yeah. It's anytime there's a prequel, I think it's like, and I remember I was talking about this with my my boss in real life. I had lunch with him this week, and we were talking about movies, and I was like, and he hadn't seen Fury Road, and he goes, yeah, but do I need to see? I was like, no, you actually don't. I was like, you can actually watch this and then watch Fury Road after it and be perfectly fine because it is a prequel. And yeah, I mean, for anybody who saw Fury Road, you go, oh, you can do that. But at the same time, you just like, if you watched it fresh, if you watched it fresh, you could just be like, when you get to Fury Road, you're like, oh, okay, everything checks out. That's why that is. That's why that is. That's why that is. So it depends on how you want to watch it. But
Dave, what'd you think? A lot of green screen, huh?
Yeah, that's the thing. It does. And I meant to talk about more of that when it came to my review, where the green screen and some of the visual effects didn't blend as well, because that was one of the things when I watched Fury Road last night was, God damn, the visual effects really blend with the practical a lot better here.
Like they spent more time on it.
Yes. And there were certain times where I was like, you see it in the trailer, but when I was watching it, I was going, it didn't much improve. And I'm like, there's certain part. It doesn't take me out of it. Still really, really enjoyed the movie. Mm-hmm. But there were some times where I was like, there's like, you could really spot. I mean, there are some gorgeous shots in Fury Road where I'm like, man, they were like, I don't even get how they pulled this off. Even when it came to the blending of visual effects and practical. But when it came to Furiosa, I was like, yeah, that is totally just on a set.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
And
Well, I
it's
mean,
like
this is him
would
turning
accept that.
79. I guess this is him getting older. So
yeah, I mean, and then probably like, I mean, the way things are now in Hollywood, who knows? Like, you might have had more. I don't know. It does suck, and I'm worried about the quality of things of movies like this, where it's like, you know, obviously. And I was even thinking too, like on the drive home after I watched it, I went, God damn, that came out 9 years ago. Fury Road, 9 years ago. And I was just kind of going like, yeah, that the Fury Road looked better. I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, I've watched it so many times. I'm like, I know it. And then when I watched it last time, I'm like, yeah, this movie just looks better than what Furiosa looks like. Not saying that Furiosa does a very good job with story and character and the fact that they're trying to like expand on the wasteland world. That Fury Road is just pure madness of like, okay, this is a story of trying to get to point A to point B with these characters, and you're going to get a little bit of backstory, but not a lot. You know, Furiosa, it's going over like 15 years. And I was surprised, Sean, too. I'm wondering if you were, how much of the kid Furiosa was in this movie. Were you surprised by that?
it's like the first hour of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really was as well too. And she's great. I thought she was really good. But I was like, when is Anya going to show up in this? Because
What's the runtime on it? About 2.5 hours?
2.5. Yeah.
Two, yeah, but probably like a little less. Yeah. But it is kind of like when I was like going, man, they're spending a lot of time and it's not bad. It doesn't take it's good for the story because you're really getting Furiosa's like backstory and what drives her. But I was like I was pretty surprised like how much because I thought seeing the trailers, I was like, all right, so they're probably going to spend 15, 20 minutes on, you know, Child Furiosa. No, they spend an exceptional amount of time before you actually get to Anya, and you're like, oh, but for the story, it makes sense because you really get why, okay, this is why she's driven the way she is because of what she went through and what she lost, you know?
And it struck me, it's a little Game of Thrones-ish in that it's like the political machinations of the different wastelands tribes, which
that's where I
was pretty interested in. You know, that sort of swept me up. So,
and Chris Hemsworth is just insane.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
He totally. I mean, that's the thing is like Chris Hemsworth was definitely having a good time, and what's great about that is like, you know, obviously he's best known for Thor, but you know he's an action star, but. And I'm like going the whole time. I'm like, all right, is he gonna annoy me? Like when he first shows up, I'm like, I don't know. Is he gonna annoy me? Is it gonna be too over the top? He wasn't too over the top, but I just kept thinking, good for Chris Hemsworth because, you know, you're doing something like this where you're not just the leading man. You know, hey, you're good looking, tall, striking, and you're Thor.
Yeah.
The fact that he is like, all right, I'm a villain in this and I'm just horrible and making these jokes and I'm just leaning into it and I can play this type of role. He really stepped out of his box, you know, even more like, obviously Thor turned into a comedic type of movie, which he even goes, that was a little too much. But at the same time, it was like, it wasn't over the, I mean, sometimes maybe it was over the top, but for the most part, it was perfect for the world, and especially spanning over the years that they try to cram into this movie, you know, which can be a little bit of a like, man, they really could have just stretched this out into something, you know, I don't know. I even thought that too when I was watching it. I'm like, there's so much here with this character that George Miller's trying to express that maybe they could have even did like a series of like, because there's even chapters in the movie. It's like he decided to do a chapter thing in the movie. I'm not trying to give too much away, but you know, there is like he does branch it off into chapters, which I thought was kind of cool.
Interesting.
Hey, what about George Miller for Thor 5?
I know. I saw that and I was like, dude, if anybody can bring, you know, there's two directors that I think could bring Thor back to where it should be is either George Miller or Robert Eggers. Roger Eggers, not Robert. Roger Eggers. Yeah.
Oh, Sean, did you Did you guys happen to ask him anything about? Because I always love whenever there's new stories that what it could have been. Did he talk anything about Justice League Immortal at all?
About which one?
About Justice League Immortal, the Justice League movie he was supposed to do in 2008.
No, he didn't bring it up at all. No,
Yeah,
we didn't get a chance
probably
to
have
talk
to
about it.
bring that up.
So
yeah.
I have a question for the panel. If hypothetically, if George Miller were to do Thor 5, do you guys think Marvel Studios would step aside with their action unit and let him do the action for Thor 5? Or do you think they would try and be like, hey, can we do the action for this? And do you think George Miller would be like, no?
No,
Great
they would let
question.
him. I think they would
they'd
let him.
I think they'd let him
I
too.
think they would let him because
Yeah,
I mean,
I
look
think
at
so.
I mean, I look at what when it comes to Multiverse of Madness and Sam Raimi.
Right.
It
right.
seems like they let Sam Raimi just do his thing. They probably did a couple of things to pull him back, because it's, and maybe they would still have to, still have to be like, hey, you can't go too far. But I think they would just all he would have to do is
he's
just
proven
have
he can do this.
Yeah,
Right.
he would have to have an assistant behind him going like, just bring up like, pull up a fucking iPad and be like, did you see this scene in Fury Road?
Well, and I guess in a way they let Taika do his thing, and that's what we
Yeah.
ended up with.
That's
so
true, too.
Yeah.
now it's like, okay, let's let George Miller do his thing and see if he can sort of course correct. So
And they, to that point too, they did let Favreau completely go unchained on Iron Man 1.
true.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing is like a
they
lot
had
of
nothing
people.
to lose on that.
That's
Yeah,
true.
well, that's
Very
true.
true.
But at the same time, it's like a lot of people just think like Kevin Feige just runs a tight ship. But I don't think it's as tight of a ship as people, think that it actually is. I think he can be collaborative. Maybe, maybe there is still like, the Marvel formula is there and we've seen that. But I think when he knows that things need to change, I mean, look what's happening with Deadpool and Wolverine. He is just letting Ryan Reynolds do his fucking thing. Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy are doing this thing. And I'm sure, Sean, you know a little bit more about this. You probably have an interview that has not been posted yet do you have something coming up?
Not yet. Like Levy's come on the show a couple of times, and so I know his working relationship with Ryan.
Yeah,
he's kind of Ryan's hired gun. Like they did Free Guy together, they did the Adam Project together.
Yeah.
Was fun.
They both work well together, but like Sean Levy's taking cues from Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds is dictating that ship. So
I know, but when it comes to Kevin Feige is just kind of going like, you know what? I'm not gonna like be like, this has to be what I think. I mean, it's when Kevin Feige shows up, I think it was at CinemaCon too, and he drops an F-bomb on stage.
Oh my god!
It shows you that Kevin Feige is like going, all right, I need a.
He's finally growing up.
But it comes to the point of, like we said, like George Miller's earned the right to Kevin Feige to say, okay, I'm going to step back. He's got the pedigree. We'll have that same thing. Ryan Reynolds has proven like he is Deadpool. He is Wade Wilson in that sense. He's got the backing of it. And Ryan Reynolds is also smart enough to say like, yeah, there's a certain thing. I'll play ball a little bit too. Give a little, get a little at that point. So I mean, you earn that keep. I would love if George Miller comes onto it. Let's going back to Thor. Let's adapt some of those Walter Simonson stories. Some of the greatest run right there. That'd be a real good way to head back to old school Thor.
I hope more people are like showing appreciation now for the first Thor movie because I will defend the movie until Well, I remember when by the time Ragnarok came out, like people were like, "Oh yeah, the first Thor movie, it was so low key bad and not true to who Thor is." I'm like, but you preferred what came afterwards? I don't know. I feel like there's only been one good Thor movie, and it's the first one. Like, I think we as a society, we're ready now to have the conversation. Because again, I wasn't in love with Ragnarok, and I'm having fun. Wow, I felt betrayed coming out of it. I'm like, this is not what I signed up for.
Do you know what's interesting? I was gonna rip Marvel for not really hiring directors with strong voices, and I was thinking like Kate Shortland, for Black Widow, and but like they hired Chloe Zhao. She directed the Eternals movie that she wanted to direct. People didn't like it, but it's got her fingerprints all over it. Obviously, Raimi. We just talked about the fact that like he got to do his thing on Doctor Strange. Ryan Coogler puts his own voice on the Black Panther series so far. Like, all right, he got dealt a horrible hand by losing Chadwick Boseman, but like
100%.
did what he could with Wakanda Forever. So maybe,
which is an amazing movie, like in its own right.
Yeah. So, you know, they go for the Peyton Reeds and the John Wattses, and I don't know if those guys are storytellers, you know, but like they aren't afraid to turn the reins over to filmmakers.
To that point, John, there's that guy. To that point, there is also what I'm excited for personally is Matt Shakman doing Fantastic Four. I feel like I don't know if there's like a mandate there of it having to be a period piece set in the 60s, but I do feel like, you know, Matt Shakman brought a lot of that pedigree from WandaVision, being like, if we want to do the Fantastic Four in this time period, maybe even in an alternate universe, I have proven that I can bring that kind of aura to life. And I'm very excited to see what Shakman does with that film. And that cast is phenomenal. Fantastic. No pun intended. Like I'm so excited to see that movie. I like, of the Marvel characters, I think I've talked to Chris about this once or twice. Like, of the Marvel characters that I love, it's, you know, X-Men, Spider-Man, and then the Fantastic Four. I don't necessarily know in that order, but I love Fantastic Four on just like a conceptual level. And to see, like, you know, Pedro Pascal be Reed Richards, that's going to be amazing. Vanessa Kirby, I think, is like a phenomenal choice for Sue Storm. And then, you know, they got Eddie Munson and Joseph Quinn playing Johnny Storm. And then Ebon Moss-Backrack is like the pitch perfect version of the thing. Yeah. I can't wait for this movie.
I just started re-binging The Bear again.
We just
still have not watched The Bear yet.
Oh my God. Just his eyes alone. If they can capture his eyes in Ben Grimm, it's going to be incredible.
I think
I wonder, like, because he's gonna do like motion capture. He's not. This is not one of those things.
Well, of course,
he's
motion
capture.
Why don't he was just voicing the character? He's gonna like be on set and like get to be with the people.
Totally a mocap thing. Yeah, but they have to get those
ones the other day. The Chickless ones are hysterical. The Michael Chiklis ones with Tim Story directing. God, that's funny.
Oh man.
A for effort.
Respect for those. The old Fantastic Four movies. The first one, like, it was like, hey, this is Fantastic Four. This is great. It was cool, you know, and everybody did well, and you know, and I was a fan of Jessica Alba and a tight.
I'm sure you were,
of course. And then, of course, you know, Chris Evans, which was man, he was coming, which is kind of crazy that he ended up being, you know, Captain America later. But it was like it all worked. And then even like the Rise of the Silver Surfer, what made that movie great? I mean, yeah, there's things in there where I was like, okay, interesting, but the Silver Surfer part was great. Yeah. And you had Lawrence Fishburne as the fucking voice. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It worked. Like there was aspects of that worked very well, but there's things there where I was like, okay, the whole like joining of
Sandstorm.
It's funny because like you mentioned Silver Surfer, I actually just watched the Silver Surfer TV show on Disney Plus. It aired a long time ago, way back in the day. It only had it was very short lived, only one season, but the animation of it, the traditional animation is very reminiscent of like X-Men and Spider-Man of that era. But then they also, this I think was the first attempt of trying to integrate some 3D kind of animation in it too.
Yeah, they poured a lot of money into what ended up being one season.
Yep. It is by and far like the most Jack Kirby thing I've seen animated in such a long time. I'm not surprised it only made one season.
Jack Kirby, yeah.
But like the first 2 episodes is like the full-on origin of Nor and Rad, and it is incredible.
Do we like Julie Garner?
I do. I'm a fan of that casting. I can't wait to see the Shia Ball version of Silver Surfer and see what kind of liberties they take.
I didn't know who she was until someone said, like, because I was talking to someone on IG, and he sent me this like video of her. He's like, "This is your new Silver Surfer," and it's like that one clip where like she I don't know what film or show she saw. It's from Ozark, yeah. Where she's like screaming, like, you know, if you want to stop me, you're gonna have to fucking kill me. I'm like. Okay.
Well, I just love it when people latch on to like think this is our new Silver Surfer. Okay, you played a part, so we're just gonna like write her off because of a part in a character we play. Like let's give it a chance.
But I love that it's like people like they're making it woke. But I'm like, but she's in the com. Like
yeah, I know. No, it's like there's an actual
Silver Surfer. Yeah. But see, like, remember that, like, right after she got cast, there was some dude who came out on Twitter, some male actor who came out and said, "Oh, I thought that was gonna be my role." So I'm like. So wait, what if both Silver Surfers are in
That's the thing is like there is a chance to have 2 Silver Surfers out. in some kind of aspect.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's like okay, yeah, they announced this one, and maybe there's gonna be another one that you're gonna see in the movie. That's gonna be a surprise, guys. Guess what? We don't have to know everything that's gonna be in this movie. I do like the fact that it is a period piece, and it's gonna be taking place back in, you know, because that's something fresh and something different, and I think that's gonna work.
Those suits also look so fun, like the 60s.
The retro suits, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
I think it's fitting that Marvel's the newest movie about Marvel's first family debuts and takes place in the same year they were created by Stan Lee. I think that's actually a really cool callback.
Yeah, I like that too. And then of course we have okay. Is anybody here? And I gotta ask because I don't think I've brought this up on the panel, and I want to bring this up to Sean too. Is like John Malkovich got cast in this movie. He's playing Herbie. Come on,
Nope.
He's doing voicing.
No.
He's voicing Herbie. Who's agreeing with me? You don't think he's voicing Herbie?
I think it's Paul Walter Hauser.
Yes!
Yeah.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
I'm gonna say Natasha Lyonne. I think Natasha Lyonne.
Sean, I've been saying this
There's
for
been a lot of
weeks.
rumors saying that they were trying to aim for a female comedian for that.
For
That was-
Herbie? See, I
Yeah.
thought she'd be Alicia Masters.
I thought that
Oh.
That
too.
could be
That
possible.
was my casting. If it
Wait,
wasn't Herbie, I
who
thought
was
she'd be
Alicia
Alicia.
Magnus again?
Natasha
Okay,
Lyonne.
I'm
is
gonna
Ben's
say I'm
girlfriend.
gonna die on this hill that John Malkovich
Please.
is voicing Herbie.
Enjoy your funeral.
I know I told Chris this, but I think John Malkovich is playing Franklin Storm. That's who I think he's playing.
Yeah,
makes
I
way
can see
more
that.
sense to me.
Yeah, the dad. Yeah, he would be the one
Could
always
be.
questioning Reed.
Okay. Dave, let's have an intervention with you for a second. What
He's
in
got a
John-
distinct voice, Andy.
Yeah, and you think they're gonna hire John Malkovich to run around
Yes!
like a freaking robot?
Yes, because you know he probably would just take it.
I don't know what you're smoking. I don't know what vodka you're smoking tonight, but it's like no.
I'm also drinking wine.
like
No.
it's obviously Paul who's gonna like listen. Okay, let
Ah.
me talk to you as a Cobra Kai fan. Stingray's voice in a robot body. Calm
Unless
the fuck
he's Mole Man.
There we
which
go.
is
That's
possible.
Well, I
that's
don't
what I'm
see- I
thinking.
don't
Yeah.
See,
want-
that's what I
don't-
think Hauser is.
See,
Yeah.
Nick, I don't want to be Mole Man because I think it's just so typical. Oh, the plus size dude has to
Yeah.
play Mole Man. I'm like, I think it's just very shallow. So I'm like, but like, when I hear like, because I just finished binging Cobra Kai, I'm like that like mellow voice as Herbie running around after them, like that makes way more sense than John Malkovich was like, you know, John fucking Malkovich in a little Android fit. No, Franklin. What's Daddy Storm, whatever. You know, yeah, like
know
he.
what's funny?
That's big was then.
You know
Franklin
what's
Storm,
funny?
yeah.
Yeah.
God damn, I just thought about this right now. I was watching a podcast with a certain comedian's podcast, and Hauser was on there.
Mhm.
He literally got a text message from his agent during the podcast. He couldn't say what it was, but he was like, holy shit. He's all, I just got offered a role from like something big. And this was probably about 6 months ago,
Okay.
4 months, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, that was probably fucking Fantastic Four now.
Yeah.
I just, because I was trying to wonder exactly what it was, but he's like, I can't say it, but I just got offered something pretty big. And I'm like, holy shit, that probably now, and like now that I thought about it, just hit me. I was like, yeah, that was probably for this.
Main cast said that they were all cast last August. They all
Yeah.
got cast.
Yeah.
So this podcast was probably about 6, 7, 8 months ago. Yeah.
Wait, they were
Gotcha.
cast last August
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they were cast
Yep.
During the strike.
during.
During the strike, yeah.
Are we
Okay.
getting Doom?
That's a question.
I don't.
You
I
have
don't.
to.
I
You
don't.
have
I
to.
don't.
There has to be.
Why? Why
Ben
do I have to
Affleck, baby. No, it's not gonna be Ben Affleck.
I think
maybe.
if you do a traditional take on Secret Wars, then I think Doom would be apt to be included in Fantastic Four.
Right.
I'd say you see him no suit though. If he's introduced in this movie, it's going to be
Okay.
no suit. It's going to be Victor.
Do you think in Victor in Latveria?
Mm.
I don't know
Yeah.
yet enough about what they're trying to do with this one. I'm not
Right.
not
Tough
confident
to
yet.
say.
For me,
Yeah.
I feel like we don't need all of the. You know, I don't think
Yeah.
we need both guys and Doctor Doom. I'm like, let's just
You've
savor
Galactus.
it a little bit. Like,
You have
Dr.
Silver
Doom would-
Surfer. You've got
yeah,
I
make
would say
Dr.
Doom
like the
being
big
a
bad-
cameo at the end. You know, just one. That's it. That's all you need.
I'm guessing if they do Doom, it's not going to be Origin. It's already going to be just established, just like the Fantastic Four are. He's going to be a villain that they've fought before, and he's somewhere else at the moment, present. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think they will make Doctor Doom like the next, like he will be the next like big bad of the MCU, like after the multiverse saga. That's why I'm like, no, if they're going to introduce him, like we will get to see him from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Or they can finally make that Doctor Doom movie that
Noah Hawley.
Yeah,
that ain't happening. I don't think that's happening anytime.
No, but that's like if they want to explore his origin, that's what they could revisit it.
I don't know, because that was a thing when Fox was still handling the IP, and now that Marvel Studios is handling it, I just don't see that being a realistic possibility.
If Fantastic Four is a hit, I'm sure they will consider Doctor Doom like prequel or something.
Do you see Marvel doing a show and a movie focused on a villain? Thunderbolts doesn't count.
Nope.
Loki.
Based on their prior track record.
Yeah, there was Loki.
Thing is, they didn't necessarily take Loki in a villainous route, though. They turned him into his
anti-hero
antagonist. Yeah.
But when he started out on the show, he was a villain. So huzzah!
I mean, there is a way to do things like that. I mean, yeah, Loki is the way to show that, where it's like, yeah, but at the same time, it's like people liked Loki so much as a villain that it's like it was easy to just be like, we could do this. And do some,
but not do the Loki turn. Like we're talking a full-on villain focus at that point. That's more of what because I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, only Sony knows how to do that.
Wait, hold on.
It works in the comics, but they never tried to dip the.
Agatha is coming. Agatha's show. She's a villain.
Yeah, but she was more or less like
No. She was a fucking villain trying to kill Scarlet Witch. That is as villainous as you get.
I don't know. Scarlet Witch was kind of ended up being the antagonist of that show.
It's true. See, that's the thing. It's like I don't know. The Agatha thing is like I don't know about that show, but at the same time, I love Katherine Hahn, and I'm like, I'll watch it.
No one needs that show. No one's asking.
No one.
I need it.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
I need a good show about witches. They took Sabrina way too soon.
You're gonna get it in the Acolyte. Watch the Acolyte. The good show about witches.
That's funny.
But like, are these like actual witches, or is this like what Star Wars perceives as witches?
I mean, I get Aubrey Plaza in a Marvel project. I'm totally fine with that.
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm totally fine.
All right, boys. I'm gonna bounce. You guys.
All right, dude. I appreciate it, Sean. Buy the book. The Bruce Willis book that Sean has written, and I'm gonna pick myself up a copy because he sold it to me just talking to him for over an hour about the whole thing, and I love Bruce Willis, and thank you, Sean, for showing up right now and talking about it.
You guys are the best. I appreciate the time. You guys enjoy.
Nice seeing you again, Sean.
Take care.
Take it easy, Sean. Take it easy, man.
Now, okay, we're gonna go back to this whole slamming of Agatha all along because I ain't okay with this. You know what? Here's the thing, Dave. Let's have a serious conversation about this. You said
we're having serious conversations.
I don't think anybody. I don't think we do need this.
Did we need Man of Steel? Did we need
yes?
No, but it's you can say about any television or movie of all. And do we?
Okay, Andy, I'm going to stop you right there. I think a better apt comparison would be: did we need Peacemaker?
No, I'm saying is that. Do we need? You can say, do we need this for any TV show or movie?
But I'm with Andy on this. I don't like the whole idea of like it goes back to like who asked for this necessarily.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
And I'm not saying I'm not saying anyone's saying that. I'm just saying like it has.
No, that's what Dave's mind is saying.
No.
Attitude is saying.
The whole notion of Agatha getting her own show was just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. Leftovers number one, but also like. Mm-hmm. Were people really that big on Katherine Hahn's Agatha Harkness, or was that something that it seems like that was definitely something that Marvel and Kate Shaffer and everyone else did?
It got memed, and it was it was funny at the time. It got memed out. It became a very popular thing. I think to where
here's the show is for us gays and the show is for women and us gays. Okay, like just because the dudes cannot appreciate Katherine Hahn and Agatha doesn't mean that the rest.
Dave just said he appreciates Katherine Hahn. He just said it.
Yeah,
he appreciates her for
I'm not talking about that. Okay. This is what I'm saying, Andy. I'm like I to me it's like what are we doing here? And I'm like but at the same time,
that's what
I can appreciate. And I can watch it, and I'm going to watch it and be like, let's see how this plays out. And again, and when you're saying like it's appealing to women and gays, I'm like, no, it still appeals to us, us heteros over here, because I've had a crush on Catherine Hahn since fucking Step Brother.
I fucking love her in Step Brothers.
Yeah,
for the
I
record.
fell in love with her.
Something about her. There's something about her.
She's an comedy actress.
Yeah, she's a great comedic actress, and she's also there's a hotness to her. There's something about her. There was like a series that she was in too, where she got pretty naked in. I can't remember what it was called. Anyways,
what I'm saying that when we get to this whole idea of who asked for this, who needs that, you can say it about any TV show or movie that exists.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I get that, but at the same time, it's like this is a character who was essentially a villain in the WandaVision series, where you're just gonna go like, do we need more of that? And I'm just kind of like, what I've seen when it came to that little teaser, I'm going, this feels a little too Scooby-Doo for me. But I am willing to always give things a chance. That's like I'm not totally discrediting it. I'll still watch it. I'll still watch it. But I'm just like going, I'm like, yeah, I hate it when people say who asked for this, and I'll even push back. I'll be like, many people
literally just did. You literally
no, I did not. I was just like going like, I don't know if we actually need this, because it's a character that when people talk about who asked for this, it's usually about superhero like who asked for Blue Beetle, who asked for Booster Gold, why we need a Booster Gold. I see stuff like that, and I'm like, well, there's a lot of people, but Agatha, I don't know anybody that I've talked to who's like, Agatha, like what
and along the same lines, it's not even pushing back, that's all pushback. And I know Philo is like hitting back on RPK at that point, so he'll appreciate this.
Always
the whole thing where like, was it the rumor that she's gonna be the blonde bombshell at that point? I said, okay, wait a minute. I just remember,
the blonde what?
The blonde bombshell. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's just like, okay, Iger had this whole thing saying that we're gonna do original content, but we're gonna lean into properties that we know are going to be general audience kind of friendly, in the sense of they'll have a connection. No one knows about. I had to look that one up at that point. I was like, yeah, they might have tossed around an idea. I don't think it's going to be that, and I really honestly don't think it's Dazzler.
100%. Yeah, like this whole notion of, Taylor Swift is going to be this completely unknown fucking character from Marvel is just like, okay, you are trying really hard to throw some shit at a wall and see if it sticks, Chief, and it ain't sticking. I'm sorry. Like, there's absolutely no credence to this whatsoever. And I think there's even more of a case for Taylor Swift to be Dazzler in, a Deadpool and Wolverine movie, as opposed to whatever the fuck that scoop.
I could see her making a cameo as something in there, but when they're trying to tack her on to something that's going to be a series, and when I saw that rumor too, I was like, huh? It's like, okay, we keep hearing about Iger talking about like, they're scaling back. It's like, yeah, they're not going to just do something like that, but then at the same time, I'm going, well, if Taylor Swift is attached to it, I guess they would be like trying to do something with that.
Do you mean Blonde Phantom?
Yeah. There we go, Blonde Phantom.
I was like, Blonde Bombshell.
Blonde Phantom.
But that just proves the point. It's like no,
nobody knows.
That's you're trying to get brand recognition. You're trying to get people to be interested. Yeah, you'll get interest because it's Taylor Swift, but that's not. I think highly of Taylor Swift and her team behind her are very business savvy. They're not just going to sign on to any project just because it has Marvel. She doesn't need the money. She doesn't.
And even to your point,
at all.
even to your point, where is she going to find the time to do something like that right now?
No,
exactly.
Probably the only Marvel film we're ever going to see of her is Deadpool, Wolverine, and that's it.
She's going to have a cam. I would not be surprised if she shows up in Deadpool.
I mean, Ryan Reynolds is just horribly dodging the question at this point. Like he's like,
watch her show up and be Taylor Swift. I'm just saying, watch her show up and just be Taylor Swift. Be that. Period.
I mean, how many times did we see his wife with her in the booth when they were watching,
I am living for their friendship. Yeah. And like, you know what? I would just love it if they're somehow both in it.
Oh yeah,
Blake
Blake
Lively
Lively's
definitely is
totally
in it. Blake
gonna be in
Lively
it.
is for 100% in this movie.
Blake Lively had a
don't spoil
voice.
my emotions like that, Chris. Because
She's playing Lady Deadpool. Mark my words, Lady Deadpool.
Blake Lively had a
doesn't-
voice in If. I didn't even realize it, but Blake Lively had a voice in If. Nobody knew about it, but Ryan Reynolds was in it, and obviously Emily Blunt had, John Krasinski's wife had a voice in it, but Blake Lively also had a voice in it. I remember looking, I was like, oh shit, even Blake Lively had a voice in this shit.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah.
Chris, don't
He's
talk. Chris,
totally in it.
Chris, don't toy with me because I'm like, you don't know how much I love Blake Lively, and if I can get her as a
so goddamn
Deadpool.
I'm pointing it out. There is a female Deadpool in that trailer.
And
Dude.
even to that
And
point,
that would be
like,
so freaking awesome if that was the case and they interacted with each other, female Deadpool, and it was both Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. I mean,
Like, I'm actually
I
gonna
think
cry if
also-
it happens.
she
Yeah.
hasn't been in either of the first two films, and this would be a really great.
she's totally
Yeah.
gonna be in
Yeah.
this one.
Having her be Lady Deadpool would be pretty fucking cool. If you ask
Because I
me.
would love to see her then like popping up in the MCU again after this film as Lady Deadpool. Like I didn't even know there was that character, but you know what? If that's Blake Lively, fuck, I will take it.
I bet you anything, if Blake Lively is Lady Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds is gonna be like, "Wow, I wonder if we're married somewhere in another universe somewhere." Some fourth wall breaking kind of joke would probably accompany their meetup. I bet
It would fit.
most definitely.
Also, watch A Simple Favor on Netflix.
Okay.
With Blake,
Speaking of Blake Lively, she's also in The Town, another
in the
great movie.
town.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah,
also
we were
in
talking about
Gossip-
that earlier
in
when it
Gossip
came to
Girl
Jeremy
as-
Renner. Yeah.
as Serena van der Woodsen.
Mhm.
Yeah, Blake Lively.
I'm a fucking I would let her step on me. I would pay taxes to her. Like,
I mean, I guess I let her step on me too.
I'd probably let both Ryan and Blake Lively step on me. Okay.
I mean, I'm kind of wondering, like, what the fuck do their children look like? They must be just like beautiful, because they're. You know what's kind of funny? You know what's kind of, and it was like
I don't know how we transition out of this.
Yes, yeah. I'm trying to.
they made it weird.
I heard the awkward silence. There's only four of us, and I was like, you know what's kind of funny? No. I'm like, let's get off the whole Blake Lively stepping on us kind of thing.
Let's step onto something else, shall we?
Yeah, let's no, but the
X-Men has a
well,
writer.
no, I just wanted to say, like, it was like the fact that when it came to Ryan Reynolds, like I watched If with my mom. My mom was like, "Hey, if you're gonna go see If, I want to join you." I was like, "All right, let's do it."
Aww,
So like,
took your mom to the
last week-
movie.
Oh,
That's so
yeah,
sweet.
yeah, we met up and we.
No, I'm not making fun of you. I thought that was
No.
genuinely sweet.
There's nothing about. I don't.
He made it weird
I'm
again.
so polite
No,
on
no.
the stream tonight. It's
I know. No. No, anytime my mom wants to join, like she wanted to watch Ghostbusters because she knows how Ghostbusters, being a kid of Ghostbusters, it was just like always. She was like, and she bought me the fucking the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man popcorn thing. She was like, I'm buying that for you. You have to have that. I was like, all right. So that's what's great about Mama Film Junkie. When she wants to join, she join. And she was like, if you're gonna go see If, I'm gonna go see it. I'm like, all right, let's go see If because she wanted to see the movie. But God, where was I going with this? Shit, I totally forgot.
X-Men.
It will
I
come to you.
know. It'll probably come to me, but where was I going with this?
Yeah,
I know, right? But I was like, where was I going with that? The fact that Mama Film Junkie was there. No, I think I don't know. When it comes to that movie, I don't know where I was going with that. Shit. I blame you, Andy. I blame you, Andy.
Fuck
Because
off.
you were like, because you were like going off. I'm like, oh, I'm not making fun. I'm like, no. I'm like,
Because-
no. God damn.
So- You know what? Fuck you. You're the one who was talking about like Blake Lively's kids and what they're gonna look like. You're the one who made it weird.
No, I just wonder, because they're two beautiful people. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I figured it out. No, but it was kind of funny because I even told my mom this. I'm like, it is pretty crazy because when I was a kid, when I was younger, or at least a teenager, I remember like me and her used to watch Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place. This was a sitcom that came out This is the first time I got recognized with Ryan Reynolds. Look it up. That's where he kind of came out on the map, was the fact that he was on a sitcom called Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place.
Yep.
And that's where I was like, I like this guy because how he, how sarcastic and stuff like that. I was very much a big fan of sarcastic characters. And it was just like, I remember, like I was telling her, I was like, it's kind of crazy that, we're watching this movie that he's starring in. We used to watch that TV show that went on for like 4 seasons maybe. And we're like, and we both liked his character because of how sarcastic and funny he was. And now we're like watching the big movie about him, and it was just kind of like a crazy thing. It was just one of those like kind of moments, I guess you could say.
The first time I saw Ryan Reynolds was on Scrubs.
Yeah, he was on Scrubs. He was also on an episode of X-Files.
Yes. I think for me, it was probably Waiting.
Yeah. Waiting was good.
Yeah,
it was funny.
Van Wilder after that.
Yeah, it was funny because I watched him on Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place, and I was like, I really liked him. And then
it's a very long title, by the way.
Yeah, and then my friend, like, I remember going, like, this was when I was still in high school, and my friend was like, "Have you seen Van Wilder?" I'm like, "I don't know, what the fuck is that?" And then he put it on, and I remember going, "Oh, it's a dude from Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place," and I'm like, "Holy shit!" And then I loved Van Wilder, and I'm like. And then it went to Waiting, and I was like, yeah, Waiting was good. And then I just kind of always been following Ryan Reynolds. I know some people are like, yeah, he's a little bit of a one note. I get it. Even though anytime that I tell people, like when people go, yeah, he's a bit of a one note. I get it when it comes comedically, he's kind of a one note. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. I like it. It's fine. Mm-hmm. But there's times where, like, when it comes to Amityville Horror or Buried, people need to watch Buried, because that is a movie where Amityville was like where he stepped out of his his normal
very much
that he does. And so it got very serious, and I was like, yeah, wow, look at that. And then but when you watch Buried, holy shit. First off, if you don't like claustrophobia, you're not gonna like this movie. That movie really just like I can't watch it over and over again. I've watched it a couple of times, but man, does that movie make me uncomfortable? Because if anybody doesn't know what Buried is, Ryan Reynolds plays a character who gets buried in a coffin, and basically
I don't fuck with that.
Yeah,
shit. I'm sorry.
See, that's what I was just talking about, Andy. Is the whole movie takes place with him in the coffin, and he's got a cell phone, so he's trying his best to get out of the coffin, and they work it. It's like one of those movies where it's like Phone Booth. It's like Locke with Tom Hardy. Phone Booth was with Colin Farrell.
That's a great movie. I love that movie. Yeah, I unapologetically love that movie.
Oh, fucking A, man. And Locke, who directed Locke? I forgot who directed Locke, but Locke was like Tom Hardy just driving, and it was just all about him just driving, and it was all about that. But Buried is Ryan Reynolds in a coffin the entire time, and it's just him in the coffin trying to get out of the coffin. Yeah, Andy, it's very uncomfortable.
I'm getting like anxious. Can we just talk about something?
We'll talk about something else. But I'm just saying, don't sleep on that movie. If anybody wants to see a movie where Ryan Reynolds shows his chops, Ryan Reynolds can act, but it works.
He knows where he can make the money.
For a Catholic funny guy, yeah, that's the thing. It's like it works for him. He's got a unique style of being like that funny, sarcastic guy, and I think that's what works for him. But he can pull out the acting chops when he needs to. That's what I'm trying to get at. Anyways, X-Men. How are we feeling about the writer that came aboard that supposedly might be there?
I'm more excited about Terry Matalas doing Vision.
Okay.
Yeah.
After watching Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes and not reading
with my favorite actress as a lead?
Correct. Like Chris,
coming up on Wonder Woman. I could have sworn you did that, Dave.
I will jump off a bridge if that happens.
I am, and even after watching X-Men 97, it's I don't know. I've got not so strong feelings either way about it. I mean, after watching Songbirds and Snakes, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can kind of understand why they'd go with.
Well,
what
I
noticed
Michael
Leslie, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I notice about his writing creds is he has not done anything original. It's all been adapted stuff.
Like Rachel Zegler.
Well, I mean, she has done some original stuff, but the original stuff,
where, when?
She has her last movie she did was like some kind of like early 2000s coming of age movie, and I don't know, maybe it wasn't original. I don't know.
Got like 4 movies.
I know she sucks. She sucks. I don't like her. I get it.
Like as soon as I wrote up the news, I'm like,
Dave, you took the bait. You shouldn't have done it.
I know.
No.
He's gonna retweet this now, Andy.
I don't
say like, look at the fun police here.
I mean, I blocked her, so I don't care.
I don't care. Even if she did, I'd be like, thanks for the fucking promotion.
Yeah. No, but like,
you still suck.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine if she gets cast in X-Men and like, the PR tour with her, like. It's no. She's gonna be. I think I said this to Rebecca. She is gonna be that one scene from Dark Phoenix where Jennifer Lawrence goes like, the women are always saying that the men are. You maybe should think about renaming the X-Women. That is Rachel Zegler on the X-Men press tour. Like,
well, that's what she was like when it came to the Snow White stuff, which
it's not that for 17 anymore.
When is that movie even coming out? That's what I'm wondering.
Next year, they got, because right after during the strike, they decided to delay all the way to 2025, saying it was because of the strike.
That's right.
I think we all know that they're going to reshoot at it, like most of that whole movie.
They probably already did, and I'm like, and they probably told her like, hey, the way that you were kind of expressing this whole thing, no. Don't do that.
Well, like now there's not. I was even talking to my Flash podcast co-host about it. They were like, it's like they think like the narrative she was saying was like, oh, well, that's Disney telling her to say that. I'm like,
I don't think it was.
No, yeah, like,
well, maybe it was a little bit. I don't know. I think she was really trying to be like, hey, I'm gonna hit on this right here where, and Gal Gadot kind of did a little bit of that, but she didn't.
Gal Gadot can shut the fuck up.
Gal Gadot didn't do as much, but it was just, but at the same time, you're like, wait,
like her acting.
You're the queen, but you're supposed to be jealous of her. You're way more beautiful. Okay. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with this movie. I really, when it comes to the Snow White movie, I'm like, I think with a lot of people are like, what is going on with this movie? Because we know the story and you guys are trying to do something different. And you're like going, oh, the evil queen is Gal Gadot, who is jealous of how beautiful Snow White is.
Snow White, no.
That's Gal Gadot. Have you seen what she looks like? Unless they do some kind of thing to her face, I guess. I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know.
But X-Men, yeah, like with the X-Men, like it's like, I have not seen anything that he's done, but I'm kind of like, yeah, no wonder they went with a writer who's not.
I saw Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Oh,
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw Songbird. I've seen Macbeth.
Macbeth is supposed to be good. I haven't seen it.
It is good. It is. It is. It's very good. But here, I said this last night at Marvel Alliance that
cheers.
We cheers, exactly. The idea that it's not just Kevin Feige, you have a whole team of people taking meetings with all these writers. Whatever the pitch was, they understand. They better understand, but I like to give them credit that they understand like how much people have been waiting for X-Men in the MCU. That here's the other thing too. He may not be the only writer that they're eventually going to do this.
No,
Again,
no.
we're post Secret Wars before we get X-Men, so we're looking at 2-3 years before we're even.
This is the thing. I keep wondering: are they trying to squeeze this into Phase 6?
No, they're not.
No,
I don't see it.
Yeah, because this should be like the start of Phase 7, like the mutant saga, for God's sake. Like
I think this is post Secret Wars. This is the next phase.
I think the most X-Men you're gonna get, at least in Secret Wars, is gonna be anything from the Fox era, and that's gonna put a bow on that era.
It's the goodbye.
It's the goodbye, 100%. Everything after that will be probably entirely new, streamlined, soft reboot.
one of the questions I have, and I still haven't watched it yet, and I do plan on watching, and I keep on saying, and I know, guys, is X-Men 97 being such a hit. Does that?
You haven't watched it?
I haven't watched it. No.
Have you
I
finally
haven't.
finished Shogun though?
You know why? Because I have been refusing to reactivate my Disney Plus. That's
fair.
You know, so I've been trying to budget, and I'm like, all right, I'm trying to just like keep up with some of the end, but I'm like, all right, I got to cancel one to reactivate my Disney Plus. So I've been reluctant, and I'm like, God, I want to so badly because I watched the original animated series as a kid all the time. So I'm like, I know I'm going to love it, and I've seen things, of course, but the question I ask is like, going into the X-Men movie, and you're totally right when it comes to, he's not going to be the only writer. He might be like one of the head guys. He might be like the first one might
be the one they get the story only credit versus the actual screenplay.
Exactly. Right. And that's the thing that people need to realize, that even though like there's one credit for certain things, there's still a lot of people behind it. Yeah. Still a writer's room, especially if it's the
first shot. This is the first person that's going to get a shot at it.
Exactly. So there's so much when it comes to the X-Men lore, and it's just, there's so much to cover. And I'm like, and then I'm just going like, all right, so if X-Men 97 is such a huge hit, it's like, what effect does that have when it comes to live action? Like how, you know, because then people are going to be like, hey, you got to like follow this, or should we follow this? I don't know. It just seems to me like there's a little bit of like pressure, because if X-Men 97 is such a hit, are they going to try to be
I
so much like that, where they try to be so source material, at least when it comes to the animated stuff, where the legit costumes?
I was interviewing Brad Winterbaum, he's the head of TV animation streaming at Marvel Studios, and during his press tour, he was saying a lot about how X-Men 97 is also, like that. Without specifically saying it, he was saying that it's definitely having an influence now on live action properties going forward, and like it's hard to imagine this show not have an influence on the X-Men movie.
It proves you can proves that you can do an X-Men movie and not be, you can have the comic bookiness about it, but also get some real stories in it, and have some legitimate kind of discussions about what the allegories are and related to real life.
Yeah, I think also.
Oh wait, Chris, are you trying to make the X-Men woke?
I don't recognize that word. That's a dumb word.
I think they've always.
I know what you're saying.
Thank you, Dave, for explaining my joke. Thank you for explaining my joke. Yes.
Yes.
Love you, Andy.
They might have been always.
I love you too, and I love you. I just saw your Spider-Man shirt. I love that. I love that shirt. Which? Wait, is that Ultimate Spider-Man?
Yeah, that's all.
No way.
Oh, okay.
No way.
I thought it was animated ones.
One day.
Yeah. But I think. Okay, God.
I was just gonna say real quick. I think the X-Men 97 show, at the very least, can be utilized as some sort of blueprint for how the Marvel Cinematic Universe can bring the X-Men to their universe, and also it kind of makes it, pretty easy to also not look at what they did with Fox. But I think at the same time, they are also going to look at what worked in the Fox X-Men stuff and maybe utilize a little bit of that in regards to how they pull the X-Men into the MCU post Secret Wars too.
But there's barely anything that works in those Fox X-Men movies. Like it's like
barely?
I don't know about that.
I think 10% of it worked.
10%? I don't know about that.
And it's mostly Hugh Jackman, Sir Ian McKellen, Sir Patrick Stewart, James McAvoy,
that's
Michael
not
Fassbender.
10%. That's not 10%.
Well, fuck you. I didn't take math correctly in high school, so But it's like there's barely anything that works in those movies, anyways. Like I think the casting works a lot in those.
But...
Nah,
I think the first X-Men movie and Days of Future Past and First Class.
X2 is also good.
Yeah,
X2 is also good. X3 or United.
Last Stand.
That had some issues for sure, but
yeah.
I'll even say like Wolverine Origins had its moments, but
It's
the
not
final
that
act.
bad. It's not
First
that
20
bad.
minutes.
The first 10 minutes is great.
I
And
think
The video game
everything-
to X-Men Origins Wolverine is better than the movie.
I think everything after the farm
I rarely
when
say
shit-
that about.
is when shit goes to like when that movie goes to shit. Is after everything on the farm is when
yeah, that's
X-Men
where it
Origins
got a
goes to shit.
little too blockbustery, where it was just like, okay, now we got a helicopter and we got Logan on a motorcycle and he's gonna fucking, ignite the fucking gasoline, and then he's gonna do a slow motion walk off with the explosion behind him. Yeah, it got a little too
I
To,
was expecting in the background of that there goes my hero.
here. Yes. Which
I think The Wolverine's a really solid movie, actually. All
Till
things
the third
considered.
act.
better than Origins.
I never understood what people
Yeah, I
had
get
against that
where you're coming
movie.
from there.
Yeah, that one was a good. I mean, that shot when Logan is like, getting shot with all the arrows, and then he
Mhm.
and they have that shot behind him where he's just like standing up, and you see all and it was like, God damn, that's so cool. And even the fucking on top of the train.
The bullet train
Yeah.
is cool. The bullet train is
Yeah.
Whole
absolutely
train is
wild.
cool, like
Also,
especially like when they're fighting, and then they have to leap to avoid like the
Mhm.
fucking like little whatever like that comes across it. I mean like they're fighting, and then it's just like, yeah, and you see that shot of them just like leaping over. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's fucking cool. That's
I
so
also love when
goddamn-
he was when he at the beginning of the movie where like he takes the hit for that soldier, and
Yeah.
like you see he basically like takes like a nuclear explosion on him, and he's like
Yeah.
he's like, it's fine, it's gonna heal,
They're
it's gonna
showing
heal.
yeah, in Vietnam
Yeah.
or whatever the fuck, and he's like in the
Yeah.
hole, and he's like, yeah, he
World War
like
II.
protects them,
World
and then
War
he
II.
just like he
World War
gets
II.
fried, and he's just like, "Ugh," and then he just starts healing, and he's like, it's like, yeah, well, yeah, the Wolverine's definitely better than Wolverine.
Yes.
100%.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close.
I definitely hope. I hope that that with this new guy. I mean, the thing I feel bad for this guy is that they went with a writer who obviously isn't like super well known in Hollywood, so that way like they could just save money on it. Like they're like, oh, we don't have to pay him that much, because I thought they were gonna really go for like a really high, profile writer
Well,
who.
The thing that I always look at, I mean, obviously you could look at the IMDb and see that, that dreadful Assassin's Creed movie, and and just kind of go like, all right. But at the same time, maybe
How many
he
years
came
ago
in-
was that though?
Yeah, it
Right.
was a while ago, and it was also like maybe he gave a pitch to Marvel Studios, Kevin Feige, and said like, "Hey, how about this approach?" And maybe he had a pitch for. I mean, but again, he's not going to be the only writer, because we're talking about the X-Men here. This is where I kind of just go, man, this is the trouble that Feige and crew have, is the fact that it's like you have this universe that you already established for over a decade. You don't have your Tony Stark anymore. You don't have your Steve Rogers. You're continuing and you're struggling, and then you're going to introduce the X-Men, and it's like this is like a whole other world. And
Wait, Dave, can
Man.
we rewind to something you just said? Like, are you saying that the MCU is struggling because we don't have Tony and Steve anymore?
no, though they're struggling because the Infinity Saga wrapped up, and then they were trying to do the multiverse saga, and it's kind of been hit or miss. But I think there's like a little bit of effect of the fact that there isn't a Steve Rogers and a Tony Stark anymore, because they were the ones that were just like the leads of this whole thing. And when it comes to even some of the other, I mean, are we going to have Black Widow again? Scarlett Johansson done? How many more movies is Chris Hemsworth going to do with Thor?
I think the MCU needs to move on to a new
They do.
generation of Avengers.
To me, I think they need a reboot. I mean, but that's just the way I looked at it. It was like,
so you wanted to go back to just what we had in the previous.
No, I want them to reboot, and then you have the Fantastic Four and you have X-Men now in the universe. So you have a Tony Stark and a Steve Rogers in the universe that also has mutants and the Fantastic Four. So now you're not just trying to inject them into what's current, like what they're trying to continue. That's what I was looking at it as. Would it be easier just to reboot everything so you can have Reed Richards interact with Tony Stark, and you can have Professor X interact with, Steve Rogers or Tony Stark or something like that, or T'Challa, or, you have everybody there with, that's the thing. It's like, now that we're going to get the X-Men in there, it's like, how do you inject them into the current MCU world? Obviously multiverse, there is going to be that aspect, but I just kind of go like, man, I would have liked Robert Downey Jr. even kind of, interacting with, hey, look at this guy over here who has a fucking tongue that goes down to his goddamn belly button or something. I don't know. It's just a weird thing to me.
Oh, Toad. I was kind of like, who the fuck is
Toad,
he talking about?
Yeah. I don't know. It's like trying to think of the most.
But the fact that they only have a writer
mutant.
now, I kind of makes me wonder, like, okay, because again, I think I really needed to be what Chris is saying, is that it is for Phase 7, it's part of the next arc, but like, it's a part of me, I'm like, why do I have this feeling that Kevin Feige is going to try and squeeze this into the multiverse saga somehow? It's like, because think about it, because we only have 3 movies so far confirmed for Phase 6. I'm like, oh no, X-Men is going to be one of them, aren't they?
No, I could. They're gonna put another Doctor Strange in there, and they're gonna put Shang-Chi in there.
Which I hope.
Yeah.
I want more Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I think those have a higher percentage than squeezing X-Men in there.
I really hope so. I don't want it to be part of Phase. I want the X-Men to be after Secret Wars, and I'm just. I feel like, but somehow I feel like Kevin Feige is just gonna rush it.
Nah, yeah, I mean, I think Secret Wars is gonna help it. I think Deadpool and Wolverine is gonna help it too. Actually, I mean, there's no way that Deadpool and Wolverine does not help the whole mutant thing. I mean, a lot of people, when it came to the Eternals, people were thinking that was gonna be like kind of an introduction because they were trying. And then you had Miss Marvel, where they kind of like made her like live action be more of a mutant type, so they were like, oh, we're already like touching bases on it. And then when it came
Namor.
Yeah, and when it came to the Marvels, obviously we saw the post-credit scene when it came to Beast. He showed up, and so I mean they're already tiptoeing, well, not really tiptoeing, but they're already they're trickling it.
See, that's what I can do. I can deal with. I can deal with X-Men characters showing up in Phase 5 and 6. I just don't want their movie yet. Fine. Let's say that yes, mutants are out there, totally fine. Like we can meet some of these other mutants and so on, but I don't want there to be like an X-Men. Like I rather, if anything, that Phase 6 ends with them like, oh, let's go to the school with this bald dude with this, with telepathic powers and shit. Sorry, Chris, what were you gonna say?
No.
No, come on, what were you gonna say?
No, I don't even remember. See, you did. You did it to Dave. Now you did it to me. No, it wasn't.
Damn it, Andy.
Okay.
Now it's gonna be interesting, but I mean, we can transition from this X-Men talk to the ladies working out in the DCU, and we could talk about that. How are we feeling about that, guys?
Cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, Andy, I get that. But I'm just saying, I mean, hey, we had Rachel Brosnahan showing up in the workout. I don't know. The thing is, like, we don't have
Lois Lane's got to defend herself. I'm good with that.
There was not much DCU news, so all we had was, Rachel Brosnahan joining the workouts with, we've already seen, the other ladies working out.
James Gunn's wife is there. Why is James Gunn's wife there?
Oh, people try to remember her name for crying out loud.
Jennifer Holland. Jennifer Holland.
No, I'm not talking about you, but like everyone just says, James Gunn's wife is just like, she has a name. Not you.
I'm gonna say it. I like Emilia Harcourt. I like Jennifer Holland. I'm sick of the hatred that she's getting.
Yep, because it's James Gunn's wife. That's the thing. I mean, who knows what she's going to be showing up in? But I mean, I thought she was great in Peacemaker.
She's doing season 2 right now,
and she's fucking ripped. Man, she is like, Jesus
Christ. She had some good fight scenes in.
All I know is if groceries need to be taken into the house, James Gunn ain't taking them in.
Does he even work out?
I know he doesn't. He's very fucking scrawny, and his wife has got guns. I'm like, literally, like, guns. But yeah, Zing. But at the same thing, I'm like, Jesus Christ, James, why aren't you working out? Your wife has like better guns than you, man. You were like,
She's a badass. Yeah,
she's a badass, and I'm like, geez,
the fuck are you doing, Lip?
I guess
someone sent me something about Green Lantern, and I'm screenshotting a picture.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh,
I've seen it too.
I thought he was I thought he was filming us like, look at these Snyder defending James Gunn's wife.
It looks like some writers.
No, I've got no issues with you guys being fans of that. You guys know how I feel about James Gunn and all that. That's not, neither here nor there.
Are you talking about the Lantern showrunner? Is that what's
Well, the thing is like apparently this was confirmed on the WGA writer site, and I just went to the link, and it brings me to an error 404 code page, and I'm like, okay, well, whoever got their information, I'm sorry, it's not accurate.
James Gunn says something, it might as well just be a rumor, and
right,
right,
I'm just kind of tired of people being like, oh no, it's confirmed. Like,
wait till this weekend. This weekend, someone will say something.
Yeah.
Lindelof and who else?
Monday.
Yeah,
all these people being show like part of the show. Yeah.
Watch.
I mean, anytime I see stuff
this weekend,
when I see stuff like that, I just go, all right. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, to me, I'm like, cool. Like it's moving forward. The only thing that I see about that is like, oh, the Lantern show is moving forward, maybe. But like when I see names, I'm like, I don't know who these people really are.
Yeah, on Damon Lindelof's WGA.
Yeah,
page,
I've heard of his name. Yeah.
It says Landers is on this list. Yeah, so which by the way, like how freaking cool is that? If Damon Lindelof is involved with Landers, like after Watchmen and Lost and so on.
Great idea. I just need I need either him or Gunn to like come out and say it's the fact. Like that's what I need.
I think Jennifer Holland should be the one to confirm it.
I don't give a shit. I don't give.
I just love stirring shit, y'all. Like I just life is too short. So,
but who knows? Because Amelia Harcourt pops up fucking everywhere these days. So
we haven't seen her since fucking Black Adam. Calm the fuck down. We haven't seen her in like 3 movies.
She was at the end of Shazam, dude.
Did anyone see Shazam though? According to Bruce Campbell, nobody did.
I did.
Point still stands. She fucking showed up there.
Oh, come on. Don't give her some credit.
Do I have to? Do I really?
I know. I get it.
But Dave, how cool is it?
I'm like, I guess I'm looking because she's kind of hot. What?
Dave, how cool is it that Damon Lindelof is involved with Green Lantern? Because you watch Watchmen, right?
Yeah. No, I mean it. When I saw his name, I was like, "Why do I know that name?" And I look it up. I was like, "Oh, okay, that works." Okay, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. I when it comes to this Lantern series, I'm like, okay, it needs to be a hit, and I think they have enough here to really. Because when I heard what they were trying to plan when it came to originally what they were doing, because I know somebody who actually got like scripts. Who actually got sub and they like told me like the synopsis, and I was like, holy shit, that would have been cool, and I think
the Greg Berlanti one.
I think he was probably involved, but it
was
was
like the time periods, like the different
it was
periods?
like it was gonna jump back and forth between the Lanterns, and then it was gonna lead in, but there was not gonna be, of course, any Hal Jordan or John Stewart. It was going to be the other Lanterns, and then it was going to lead into this crazy cosmic battle that was going to lead into the movie, which would have featured John Stewart and Hal Jordan, and it was just
it was
okay. But I don't know. I heard something.
Movie was that they were never going to lead into the movie.
That's what I heard. I heard it was going to lead into the movie, and then John Stewart.
This show was. This show,
I don't know. There's so many different things. That's the thing. It's like there's different. And what I heard was like the show, like one of the main aspects of the movie was going to be John Stewart and another Green Lantern, not Hal Jordan, was going to be like part of the story was going to be they were like after this whole battle that happened, they were going to be like basically crash down on a planet and both of their rings are like out of juice. They were like, we're stranded here. And Hal Jordan was going to be like, where the fuck is John? I got to find John kind of thing. I don't know. It was kind of cool, but I don't know. That was what I heard when it came to a certain version of what they were trying to do previously, at least.
These things always change. You know?
Yeah, they always change. That's the thing. And
Always
Andy, you
change.
probably heard something different.
Well, like we said, there are other.
And you're so quiet.
there-
You don't even want to say what you heard.
I
huh?
don't. You think I want to get sued?
I just told you what I heard.
The problem is, I work with these studios, so it's like they're like, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Well, like we said with X-Men, it's not the only writer that was working on it.
Right.
Yeah.
That was just like a concept that was like
Yeah.
told, and you know, it was just like one of those things. You're gonna be fine, Andy. Even if you told a little bit about something, you'll be fine.
I can tell you after the show is
Oh,
over.
jeez.
And
After we're off the air.
Oh,
I think to the main point, though, this is, I think, now that Gunn and Safran are in charge, this is the third creative rehaul of the Lantern show on HBO.
yeah. It's like
Yeah.
like the shit that we've heard before, Andy. And nobody, it's not even happening. They're not gonna like, you know, it's gonna be okay. It'll be okay.
I've been targeted by Warner Brothers Legal before, so you know I'm just gonna
So they've already scared you. That's the thing.
they're not scared me, but it's more
Yeah,
like like if I want to get in trouble with them, it should be something worthwhile, not something that's already.
Fair
Like,
point. Fair point.
Him and Gunn,
But like with this new Lantern show, like if Damon Lindelof is involved, I'm like, okay, like because I was already excited for it, but like now it's like it's going up even more because of him. I kind of hope that he brings over some of the people he had on.
Oh, it kind of brings up the pedigree. Like a name kind of gets you excited alone just for the project. You know?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean,
just need to
Watchmen was
confirm.
just so good. It was
It
just so
was.
good that and there's so many. I mean, fuck, I don't know how. If we could get somehow Regina King involved with Lanterns, I don't care for what role, but if we get her involved, I'm like, listen, I will take it. Heck, bring some people, because he did Lost, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly,
Right.
but yes.
Has to be some good people you can bring over from Lost.
Yeah, I don't know. I still need some kind of confirmation from either Lindelof himself or even, Mr. Jimmy Guns. That's what I need in order to
But like
actually
VGA,
believe it.
I mean, the Writers Guild's website is.
Yeah,
it's
and
not
I
like a-
just looked and it gave me a 404 error page, Andy. So I can't.
But wait,
I
are you
can't
telling me that-
safely say this is
But
indeed a
every-
thing
but
that's
every-
happening.
but
Bill, I
for
need you to
every-
reach into the internet and fix that. So...
Hey, I do have a degree in computer science. Give me
You
about
do.
20 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
So, no, I mean, look, the prospect of Damon Lindelof working on another DC project post Watchmen, yes, 100%. I think he is a fantastic writer. I think he's a fantastic showrunner. I think he's an intelligent man. I think he's really well renowned in what he does. But as I continue to say and will reiterate, I need this confirmed by either him or the other man in charge of DC Studios. That's what I need in order to
that's the
get
thing
really
that's-
excited for it.
Yeah, true. We need to see some things too.
But the thing is, like, if this had been like from IMDb, then I wouldn't have trusted it because anyone can go and edit on IMDb. Not anyone can just go edit.
yeah.
No one can just edit on VGA.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm just like, I'm like, cool. The people involved, fine. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, I just want to start hearing about some casting, and that's the thing is like this stuff right here. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm like, and I recognize one name, sure, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, all right, well, let's start getting some other
More
things out
traction.
there where it's like, yeah, casting and maybe some writers, or these guys are writers, right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
they're writers, but at the same time, it's like you got the writers, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, I don't know, to get me more hyped up about. I mean, I'm hyped up already. I'm like, no matter what, I'll watch it. But at the same time, I'm like, when I see stuff like that, I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm like, fine, I'll retweet it and just talk about it a little bit. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, all right, but I need something else, I guess. I need more people involved. I don't know. It's just such a weird thing when it comes to this Lantern series, because this was something that was already There was already a Lantern series that was already talked about before DC
I would,
Studios.
but I wouldn't even like. And those two are so separate at this point. It's not even
Yeah.
like it's not even worth comparing them.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
all
do
the links
think-
are working. All the links are working for me. Look, by the way, just so you know.
Congratulations.
they
I'll
are
look at them
working.
later.
Okay.
I will look at them later. Anyway, I think if this were to head into production at any point, it's not happening until early next year because
No.
Superman is well underway. It's about a little over 50% done. They are working on Peacemaker season 2, and then we know Supergirl is probably going into production by the end of the year. If any of the next shows are going to go into production, it's probably not even going to be until the end of this year, if not early next year. And it's probably going to be Waller or Green Lantern. That's my guess.
I think
That's
it's
the best
Waller because
guess.
it sounds like that one is like closer to being.
Right. And Jeremy Carver's been working on that since it's been announced. And that's, including when the strikes took a toll on the writers. So I don't know. I have no idea. But I would imagine that either Waller or Green Lanterns is probably coming up next.
Yeah. No, you can
Kind of
guarantee
leaning
that.
towards Waller, though.
Yeah, Waller's probably because that just.
But James Will said that the Peacemaker and Waller takes place directly after the event of Superman. So
See, there's that. I mean, but the thing is, though, it's like, I mean, one of the
so
things you have to be like, oh, hey, do you realize who we have as Amanda Waller? We have to keep her.
Mhm.
We have to hold on to her.
Probably
You
the
know?
Authority is probably linked in there after Superman being there. Being a
See,
part
that's the
of it.
thing. I'm wondering, when are we going to get more news about the Authority?
As we get closer.
Probably
to
not for a
Superman.
while. Yeah.
But it is kind of funny because, like, just even going back to like the whole workouts thing, it's like Maria de Gabriela or I forget how her name goes, but she's like very much always like there. I mean, like anytime that we've seen the behind the scenes stuff, like there was even like the cast like went out for dinner, and you had Skylar, who plays Jimmy Olsen, was there, and apparently Nick Fillion was taking the video. But it's like, Jesus Christ, like how much is the engineer like in this movie? That's one of the things that I've like going, all right, she's very much represented a lot, when it comes to the workouts, when it comes to like, I mean, I get like when Jennifer Holland posts it, she just kind of goes like, hey, when the ladies want to have you work out, it's like, yeah, but because she's kind of making go like, yeah, I'm not really a part of this, but I'll join the workouts. So we got her, and then the actress who's playing Miss, I forget her name.
Tessmacher.
Yeah, Tessmacher. Yeah. So we have, I mean, obviously she's gonna probably be more frequent in it, but I'm like, how much is the engineer in this movie where, she had to get like this jacked in this, like, I mean, she's ripped. Have you seen like, I mean, she is so like she's more ripped than anybody. I mean, Corn Sweat, obviously gained a bunch of muscle, but I'm like going, look at her. She got like super fucking ripped. And I'm like, how much is the engineer in this movie? I'm starting to think like, is she in it more than we?
She's in more than Superman.
She working with Lex. Could be working with Lex.
Ooh, I like that. So there could be something there. When it comes to the story, she's working with Lex, maybe. I don't know. That's a good point. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just seems like she's just very much a part of this whole shoot and still very much in these photos. And I'm like, when people are like, yeah, maybe the Authority is going to be in like one scene. Well,
No.
maybe certain other people, maybe, of the Authority, but the engineer seems like she's maybe pretty frequent in this movie, in the Superman movie.
Well, maybe she's our introduction to the Authority, and that's why by getting a lot of investment in her, it will give us a lot to invest into her when we see her, her movie with the others.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a good way to sell it. It's like, hey, look at she's posting, herself in her undies, showing how ripped she is. So that's.
I hope whoever gets cast now as Apollo and
Midnight.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I hope they do the same kind of like photo sharing.
That's the thing, and I'm even saying this now. It's like, hey, and that's why I joke around, look respectfully. It's like, hey, sell the hot bodies, have David Cornsweat do some more, posing and muscular stuff. See, and I'm just saying, you want to sell this movie. I mean, hey, You sell the hot bodies. I'm looking at these workout photos. I'm like, yep, there we go. I mean, like even Rachel Brosnahan looking good, looking great. Obviously, she doesn't need to, because Lois Lane is like, okay, maybe Lois doesn't, but someone like
she's an army brat, so maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So she is going to be in shape, and Rachel Brosnahan is very much in shape. But you have somebody who's like the engineer who needs to have that more superhero. So she put in the work where it's just like, Jesus Christ, she's like ripped out. I'm like, and I'm okay with it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sure you are.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that whole stuff. And if you're going to hype the movie like that, by all means, keep the conversation going. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say right here. But speaking of transformations, did you guys see like the whole fucking Dwayne Johnson image?
I did see that for the Smashing Machine, the A24 film. Yeah.
Jeez, guys.
What? He doesn't look like him at all. Like I don't like his face.
But he looks like who he's trying to portray.
Yep. I mean, kudos on Dwayne Johnson right here, but look at that right there. I mean, like when you look at that, you went, huh? Who? Huh? Oh, wait, whoa.
The man who's touching his chest, he is a lucky bastard.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, we already knew about this role. Like Dwayne Johnson was talking about it. And then, the fact that I was like, I did not expect to see a reveal for a while. But then they decided like, hey, let's put this out there. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, whoa. So obviously he's got hair, which is very like, whoa.
But we're not Dwayne-like.
Yeah, I know. He didn't want to fucking put on some hair when it came to Black Adam. Anyways, but there's some prosthetics going on right there too. There's some makeup that's going on with his face as well. Mm-hmm. So he's taking this fucking seriously. Not to mention, just thinking about like when it comes to his size, his stature, he's a little smaller. He's not as big and I'm going, yeah, that makes sense because
he's sitting down.
No. The fact of the matter is like way I was looking at it and just like looking at it when it comes to workout status is like to prepare for this role, he's not lifting heavy weights to try to be like to maintain his big, huge size. He's got to
cut back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's doing grappling. He's doing jujitsu. So a lot of his time is learning those moves. So he's not going to be as big as he usually is, like he was in Black Adam or in the Fast and Furious movies, because that was always about him just like bulking, like trying to be as big as he can. Yeah. But now we have a Dwayne Johnson that I think is going to be like, okay, I've already have my size, but I'm going to be doing a lot of cardio. I'm going to be doing way more cardio. And then, of course, his diet's probably changed. And to me, he looks smaller, but of course, I think he looks a little bit more ripped than,
It's definitely.
I wish I could see a side. I wish I could see like a side-by-side photo because I'm like, because he doesn't look that much different.
He doesn't look really okay. I think he looks smaller. I mean, maybe that's just me.
But again, it's because he's sitting down. I think that's what's tricking us.
Yeah. Yeah, but he is going to be noticeably smaller.
Like you're saying, Dave, like he can't look like he is in the ring of WWE for this part. Like it doesn't match up.
Yeah.
And he's even said that. Like I think as soon as WrestleMania ended, he put out a video saying starting on my A24 project, really excited. So probably cutting back on some of the videos and things like that. So
no, I mean, to like what he was always doing. I mean, and yes, I mean at his advanced age, he's obviously going to be taking stuff. Not like I'm not saying he's like shooting steroids in his butt, but he's like taking testosterone for sure to keep that, to maintain that size. But when you transition from just like lifting heavy weights every day, which is what he would do, to just be like, hey, I'm going to be doing jujitsu and grappling and, and doing this kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, his mass is going to go down and he's going to get more shredded. That's the thing, because he's doing more cardio. And I'm sure he adjusted his diet to it too. But I mean, even if you look at what the guy who he's playing looks like, it's like that guy was still a big dude too. So it's still going to be, you're still going to maintain. I think, you know, what he looks like right there. I'm not saying that he like shrank big time. That'd be insane. But I just noticed that he just looks a little bit more toned than usual. And he doesn't look as, you know, massive, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Which is good because he's falling into the role. And I'm going, good on you, Dwayne Johnson. You know, after the past couple of years, you kind of had some struggles. Now just lean into this role and fully engulf yourself into this role and show people that, hey, you're not a hack. Because I think a lot of people recently have been going, I don't know about Dwayne Johnson. I don't know about him. Seems like he's a little fake. So I think this
Hollywood is fucking fake.
Well, everybody's, yeah. But I mean, I've seen some stuff with him when it came to the whole thing about him going to like In-N-Out Burger, which is, you know, Phil knows. I mean, In-N-Out Burger is like a thing when it comes to California. It's very West Coast.
I love In-N-Out.
Okay, so you've been to In-N-Out. Okay, Chris, have you ever had an In-N-Out Burger?
No, the last time I missed the opportunity, so no, I have not. But I've heard from enough people like it's either one of those that you really like, or it's just like meh. I've never heard a hatred towards it.
Bag. The burgers are great. The fries are trash.
Yeah, see, that's a lot. Of
I do like the fry, but I would say In-N-Out is like one of the few. You know, whenever I'm on the West Coast, whenever I'm on the West Coast, and I go to In-N-Out. In-N-Out is one of the few good burger places where like I can actually find like veggie burgers that are like, you know, they still fit, like taste like, you know, because I'm vegetarian, you know, so like yeah, like but they still taste like, they almost feel like, you know, real, you know, like normal burgers, but like they're veggies, and I'm like, fuck yeah, they're good.
Yeah, those fries taste like cardboard.
Yeah, well, the fries are a little soggy. Some, you know, they're not the best. They're not the best because, you know,
you're going to the place for the burger, not necessarily for the fries.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When I go to In-N-Out, I get a 4x4, which is 4 patties, and I'm like, yeah, that's.
I am intrigued about the whole secret menu that they have there. That very much.
God, I'm hungry now.
Yeah, like
great. Me too.
Oh yeah, fuck. Okay, let's move on from food before like we start like craving.
No, but I'm just saying, like, look, one of the things that people called Dwayne Johnson out is like 2 times he over like, you know, a span of like the last like 6 or 7 years, he mentioned that he went to In-N-Out Burger for the first time, like 2 times, and then he caught himself and then he like updated and said like, oh yeah, I did go to In-N-Out before, but I didn't eat In-N-Out. And I was like,
he's taking some blows to the head in the ring, so.
And that too. I mean, there's a lot of things like when it comes to Dwayne Johnson, and I don't hate him. I still like him, and I like
to hate it. There's no reason
to hate him. There's no reason to hate him, but
don't read everything don't read everything on the internet. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. So.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, it's like don't believe everything he posts too.
But you know the thing I appreciate at that point, that whole hit piece that came out, like you didn't see one response out of him. No one is can't. They just let it slide, and you know what's happened?
Nobody talks about it anymore.
Nobody talks about it. And they said, you know what? It's not even worth his time. It's just like, why am I going to respond to this?
You know why? Because they probably thought, what is even why would we even need to do that when you're going to be taking on this A24 role? Mm-hmm. And people are going to be like, well, just wait till look what happens when we show like people what you're doing here. And sure enough, when that image came out, people were like, holy shit. Dwayne Johnson's taking some shit seriously. He's not just like making a role. He's not just joining a franchise where he, you know, that's already established where it's going to make $1 billion, which I don't say that's not smart. He was smart for joining all these franchises that were already established and pushing them forward to make him more of a valuable franchise. Like when people say like, oh, all he did was do that. It's like, yeah, but that was smart on his behalf. He's a smart businessman. He's a good businessman. But now after like he was going for the DC job, I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was going for the DC job and he wanted to take DC to be where Black Adam was going to be like the ultimate baddie and all this stuff. He was going for that. But then of course, when James Gunn and Peter Safran got it, it was like, all right, squash that. You know, things haven't gone well when it comes to the XFL stuff that he was a part of. I mean, I know they combined with the other league. I don't know how well that's working. The WrestleMania stuff, I guess that kind of worked, but then people didn't. They put him as a villain. I don't know. It was very weird. So now when he's doing something like this, people are just kind of going like, "Oh, okay, Dwayne Johnson, you might be, doing some Dave Bautista shit right here because."
Yeah,
It could be something where it turns into something where it might be blow us away. I don't know.
It kind of made sense. It kind of made sense with the whole WrestleMania build up with him, Cody Rhodes, and everything like that. Like, be very much in the public eye.
Yeah.
Because now you haven't heard anything since he started the project, and it's almost like, all right, I'm going to build up just this right there. I'm just going to disappear for a bit, do this, and then I'll be back at it.
Yeah. So I'm rooting for him. I'm like going. I think like everything that's happened in the past couple of years has been good for him because it was like a reality check.
Yep,
because he got so big and so much of a brand and everything where it just started getting to the point where like, are you the real deal or not? And when he made that Rogan appearance, I even was going, Jesus Christ, this guy seems like he's just acting the whole time. And
almost oversaturated his own self a little bit.
Yeah, it almost got to the point where it's just too much. So now I'm going, all right, just fucking fall balls deep into this A24 role and just kind of just show people like, hey, I actually am the real deal. And he's done that before with all his ventures. It's like there's been many times where he has to prove himself and all these factors, and he proved himself to be like the ultimate movie star. But now that's kind of like it's not really a thing anymore. So now it's like, all right, now I got to prove myself as an actual actor. And I'm like, good for you, man. I appreciate that. When I saw that image, I went, all right, that's a good starting point because people are going, what the fuck? That doesn't even look like Dwayne Johnson. I'm like, there you go. So I think he's on the right path.
I think when I think about Dwayne Johnson and the whole Black Adam situation, I'm like, I have like two minds of the whole thing, right? Because on one hand, you look at him, you look at the character Black Adam, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that feels like it fits pretty well. But then on the other hand, you factor in the fact that he became this ultra mega movie star. You factor in that he's, the head of his own shit more often than not. And it's like, and then you also look at the character of Black Adam. Black Adam's not that all the time, if at all. And it's like, there could have been some really great potential there had his ego been in check like it is now.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like too little too late, which is kind of unfortunate. Because, and Black Adam, the movie is the movie. It is what it is. But even still, just like him playing the character is like, I still feel like had the time maybe shifted a little bit forward, had he done this now, had, that ego check happened before Black Adam, I think things maybe could have been a little bit different. But, that's retro.
Wait, are you referring to this whole that he was like trying to take control over DC or whatever?
Yeah. I feel like if he had just been more of a team player instead of trying to center everything about The Rock like he does predominantly and has for the last few years, it might have just been a little bit better for him. But I mean, I don't
that's
think
I don't know if like him having an ego in that sense is necessarily a bad thing, because again, like DC has been directionless for the last couple of years. We needed to get somewhere.
Sure.
Maybe he. So it's again, I think it's less about ego. I think it's more about like, hey, someone's gonna take the ball and run with it.
Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, it was like, all right, so if he would,
and again, it's also alleged things that we're now referencing that these traders saying.
But I mean, if he was going to be taken over, if him and his $7 were going to be taken over DC, it was still going to be like, it was going to be, Snyderverse stuff mixed in with new stuff. Still, it was still going to be. See, that's the thing is like when it comes to just James Gunn coming in and going, you know what, I'm just doing a whole new thing. I just go, yeah, I understand that. And when people push back against that, and it's always funny to me because anytime people go like, when I see people push back against anything with that on Twitter or whatever, I'm like, okay, but if we would have went with what was trying to be the case, like especially with Dwayne Johnson, you would have got a Henry Cavill that you would have not liked. Because they were going to go a different direction than what you would have
people seem to forget about that.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
completely forget
there's
that
a little bit of that.
that
Yeah.
Cavill, like Cavill Superman, would not have gone the way that they wanted him to go.
I mean,
You know,
even
it
when he
would've
was
went
on
like-
Horowitz, he was already hinting at that.
Yeah.
Like
So-
and said, people, y'all have short memories about that. You forget you turned on him very quickly. And now have forgotten about how you turned on him.
Well, people
even when
talk. There's a lot of people that talk shit about the cameo, like in the Snyder fandom. Like, what the fuck is this? And blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah. So, and then all of a sudden, when things like went differently, and
I'm
James
losing
Gunn-
brain cells every time these fans are like getting angry about something. I'm gonna be like,
That's the way
like,
it is. It's like, how dare James Gunn fire Henry Cavill? I'm like, but
Never
you
Did he
didn't
really
fire
support-
fire him? Did he
It's
really
like,
fire
you didn't
him? Or was
fire
there
him. He
never
didn't fire him first off, but you didn't support when he came back for Black Adam because
Exactly. It's that meme of like there was like a funny TikTok video where like someone was like recapping like, where have all the real DC fans gone? Where like basically Death is going through each, he's going by one door after another, and there's a pile of blood, and it's each DC movie over the last like 4 or 5 years, and he's claiming one after another after another. It's kind of like these like. These fans are like, like restore this or bring back this. Like, where the fuck are you in that case? You're never in the theaters.
Exactly.
You're not put. So it's like, yeah, like,
they didn't like how they didn't like how Henry Cavill got brought back, and it's like, okay, so why are you upset if James Gunn came in and was like, you know what, I want to do an entirely different thing? And even Zach recently in an interview when he talked about the when somebody asked him about the Snyderverse on a German website, he was like, oh yeah, I was trying to create a majestic, what would he say? A majestic comic monster.
Yeah.
For DC, and that's what he said. He talked about when they were like, hey, what about you're the only director that has a universe, a Snyderverse. And I love the fact that it was like there should be a Scorsese verse. There should be, I love that he said that in the interview. But he basically was just kind of like, and I'm not saying that he just got like, and I know people hate it when you say like, oh, he said move on or like said it's done. But he kind of was like, oh yeah, I had, the idea of like doing this that was going to be like a, kind of ahead of its time, which I agree with. I mean, I think we all can agree with, being Snyder fans, that he's very much been ahead of his time. That's why people talk about Watchmen the way that they talk about. They're like, oh man, God, if you watch Watchmen, that movie, if that was made now, Jesus Christ, that's like what The Boys is, or Invincible. That's like, it's what it is.
Style,
I'm like,
yeah, very much the style.
Yeah.
He was ahead of his time. And when it came to taking your, these beloved characters that is Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, all of them, deconstructing and just kind of going like, hey, if we put them in this kind of scenario, what would that be like? And people were just kind of going like, no, fuck you. You don't understand them. And it's like, no, he perfectly understood that because he was trying to do something different from what was going on in Marvel Studios.
It's just what you didn't like, and that's okay. It's okay if you didn't like it. That's okay. That's completely fine.
Right. And it's okay to not like it, but to say he fundamentally misunderstood the characters, I think it's incompetent.
That annoys
me
every single time.
It's so nose in the air. I'm going to whip out my comic book and show you what I mean. It's like, dude, that's not the fucking point. Can we just end that right fucking now? Okay.
Also, if we want to talk about like not understanding comics, like Zack is probably like the director out of all these like comic book directors
that understands
the most. Yeah. It's like,
if anything, he like understood it. Like he was like, I know how to deconstruct these characters. So, like, I'm going to show you Superman deconstructed. I'm going to show you Batman deconstructed from what I've already learned from these other writers that have done the exact same thing. Because it's not like this has not happened in the books before, I mean, obviously we know that Dark Knight Returns is one of his favorites, and let's face it,
that's a lot of people's favorites.
Was responsible. That book was responsible for bringing Batman to being darker, and Frank Miller knew what the fuck he was like. You know what?
Well, that was more like Batman Year One.
Well, like
that too, but still,
even Final Crisis kind of deconstructs Batman a little bit because that's a gigantic culmination in everything Grant Morrison was doing with Batman. The book ends with Batman using a god-killing gun to shoot Darkseid, And Batman even says, I normally don't use guns, but I'm willing to make an exception this one time for you because I just cannot
stop
let
the world and the universe from ending.
Yes.
Batman, and that's what Zack Snyder even said, I think, on Rogan. Batman's going to use any means possible to save who he needs to save.
That's the whole point of the whole Martha scene. For God's sake.
Yeah. The whole Martha scene is like, yeah, he doesn't use guns, but guess what? In order to save Martha?
Oh, Dave, what? I told this to Lip, and I cannot wait to tell you this. Okay, so people who make fun of the Martha scene, okay.
Oh, this is funny.
Yeah. It's really for like you're gonna shoot yourself. Get ready for this. So
get my papers.
get your papers.
Should I bring my camera to the bathroom?
Okay. Get your notepads out, everybody.
No, now he made it weird again. So in Smallville, there's another Superman story that has a Martha moment. That now again, you listen. You know that I am Smallville's biggest dick sucker, like that. But when I was re-binging season 10 a few weeks ago, and I saw this episode, I even called Lip that same night. I'm like, you need to watch this, and we can now use it as material anytime someone makes fun of the Martha scene. So there's an episode of season 10 where Clark goes back to Earth 2. Which is essentially their version of Earth 3, where Clark.
I remember. I know the episode you're talking about.
Yeah. But Dave does it because Dave doesn't have taste. He's never watched Smallville. So either way.
That's bait.
So he meets the Jonathan Kent of that universe, and Jonathan Kent is a douchebag in this universe. Like he's lost the farm, and he's trying to because in this world Clark Kent is Clark Luthor, aka Ultraman. So there's a bounty on him and stuff like that. And he's like, I'm gonna cash you in or whatever. But in order to prove that this is not to prove to Jonathan I'm not the Clark that he started like rambling me with all these references and so on. And he says at one point, "What about Martha?" And that has a very similar reaction to what Ben Affleck's Batman does when he hears the word Martha.
Okay. No, that's good. But I wasn't talking about that specific Martha scene. I was talking about when he.
No, I know. I don't give two shits what you were trying to say. I just realized that I have been wanting to say this to you for
KGB. He shoots KGB. That's the thing that I was talking about. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but yeah.
So,
but it's like any means possible to save Martha. Yeah, kind of thing. Like you were talking about when it came to, I know, but I know what you're talking about. But yeah,
it's a powerful moment in Smallville. It's a powerful moment in Smallville, but it's just the same thing in BBS. But now, like next time someone makes fun of the Marvel moment in BBS, you can just say Smallville did it too, and nobody said anything there. So
I'll try to remember that. I'll have to I have to do a timestamp on this and be like, what did Andy say?
So speaking of Superman, who's watching My Adventure Superman season 2 tomorrow?
That starts tomorrow.
Watch season 1.
Well.
Ooh,
speaking of Andy,
I've seen like 2 or 3 episodes. It just
okay.
But speaking of Andy, he talked to some of these.
I did talk to them.
He did.
Yeah. He had some interviews right here. I mean, Andy gets the interviews. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've seen the first 2 episodes. They're a lot of fun. So catch them tomorrow, and I mean, it's for all. It's really. I mean, Chris, if you have kids, you can. I mean, it's for all ages. Like you all can watch them.
I'm not like I said, I've watched a couple of episodes. Things happened. It just hasn't got back on my my to-do list. So summer's coming up, so it'll get back on there.
I mean, I think that's a lot for all of us. Is like the fact that it's like, okay, you got to find it. I mean, I still haven't watched X-Men '97 for God's sakes, and I'm like, God damn.
But at least, but this one, you don't need a subscription for anything. You can watch it on.
And I already have Max. I already have it.
No. It airs on Adult Swim. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's on Max too, right?
Correct.
It comes on Max the next day.
Yeah. I don't have adults. I don't have cable, so yeah.
Watch it on Sunday. Yeah, watch it on Sunday. Just watch it on Sunday.
I think they play it on the Adult Swim website too, for free. I think.
I'll watch it on Max.
Yeah, you got 20 different ways to watch it.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, that's the thing, man. Jesus Christ. But yeah, there's so many. But going back to what Zach was talking about, like when it came to Rebel Moon Part 3, and then he talked about like that would have a director's cut too, which I know some people. It's going to be interesting to see, like, after the director's cuts come out, it's like, how are people going to react now? Like, if they, when they move forward with Rebel Moon Part 3 and they do the same exact structure, it's like, hey, are people going to be like responsive? Because there's been a pretty interesting discourse when it comes to that, but that was one of the things he mentioned right there. There's going to be a director's cut for Part 3, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, should they take the strategy again, or do they? To me, it's just see, I'm like one of those where, like, I get it. It's like, if you have, like, hey, we have this movie, like, PG-13, you could watch it with your, kids can watch and blah blah blah, but I'm gonna have my crazy batshit version that's like an alternate universe, and I'm really starting to understand that's like, yeah, it's a very much an alternate universe where you're gonna watch that movie and go, this is not even the same thing. And I'm going, like, how is the general audience going to respond to it? Being a Zack Snyder fan, I get it and I understand it. Even like some Zack Snyder fans don't understand it, and I'm like, but I understand. I don't know. It's such a weird thing. I don't know.
I think it's something that we don't like. We've never seen something like this done, and commitment to it. I think more people. I think probably less people are going to watch another attempt at it in the sense of watching the PG-13 cut than outside of the first weekend, just to see it. I think even less. I think it's just going to be like, I'm just really now just going to wait for the final cut.
I think, to Chris's point, anyone who held off on watching these and stood off until the R-rated cuts, they're probably in for a surprise based on what we know about the movies, right?
Yeah.
I think anyone who watched, part 1 and 2 PG-13 versions and went, okay, this isn't for me, likely probably won't check out the R-rated cuts, unless there are the few that did see the PG-13 cuts, did not like them, and go, I know what Zack Snyder can do. I want to see the R-rated cuts to see if this is better for me than the PG-13. It's kind of, in a way, and it's an experiment, just like the way they're releasing the films in and of itself is an experiment. It's going to be interesting to see just how much of a percentage difference it is, and as far as the conversation is concerned. Obviously, his hardcore haters are still going to fucking put their nose up in the air and be like, bullshit, this is nonsense.
They're still going to watch it.
They're still going to, exactly right, Chris. They're going to watch it.
This is not the best thing since The Dark Knight.
I
have not even watched Part 2 yet because I'm like, I'm just gonna wait for the R-rated cut at this point.
Yeah. Totally valid.
Completely fine.
Like I'm willing to wait and be more patient to see it. Because I don't want to walk away seeing Part 2 and be like, this is fine. But like, I know things are cut up. I'm like, no, let my first experience be when the R-rated cut comes out. And if Part 3 gets greenlit, that's the same approach I will take it to at that point.
I respect it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that, but I mean, like, when it's just kind of funny because when I see people going like, I'm not even like hyped about it, but then I'm like, yeah, but you're constantly talking about how much you hate the PG-13. When I see fans go like, the PG-13, and they're talking about that more than I'm talking about it when I liked it, it's just kind of funny. I'm like, I think you guys are falling into what they're trying to achieve here is like, you keep the conversation going. And I think like once we see these director's cuts and I love the fact that when Zach was talking about the Snyderverse, when he was asked about the Snyderverse, is the fact that it's like, well, now it's like that's done when it comes to the DC Snyderverse. Oops, did I say that? Done.
Netflix is gonna buy it though, right?
I know that's probably what's gonna happen.
Actually, it's going to Peacock, so let's just
or Universal or whatever the fuck.
That would be so rad if it went to Peacock. You know what? If it goes to Peacock, that's when you can do a crossover with Suits. So, I will take it.
There you go. You can have that.
Full
you
circle,
have the spirit.
Full circle.
Yeah, bring the spirit in there. No, but the fact that he said that like I have a director's cut verse, and it's like, yeah, that's what's kind of cool about Zack Snyder is the fact that he is known for that guy, so they built that into this whole thing, and that's what I keep on trying to express is like, yeah, I mean, some people just think of like, oh, it's a gimmick, it's a Wade. It's like, yeah, but that's what he's known for. So it's like, why not sell it as
lean
that?
into it.
You know, lean into it. The fact that it's like, you know, when he would try to appease to the studios and be like, oh yeah, they're gonna like this, and the studios went, nope, you got to cut this, and then he would do it, and then all of a sudden he'd be like, well, I got a director's cut, and then the director's cut would be well received, more received, and better than than what they put out for theatrical. It's like, all right, so Netflix is like going, all right, you know, just do both, do a PG-13 and then do your crazy cut. And then when people just go like keep pushing back against it, I'm like, this is how you get a authentic Zack Snyder film that you're going to be getting. You're going to be getting 2 Zack Snyder films in July or this summer. Who knows exactly when, but you're going to be getting probably the most authentic Zack Snyder film, you know, that we've gotten. You know, I'm like, that's what I'm trying to like put in people's brains.
People are never happy with anything.
I know, I get that, but I'm just trying to put in people's brains, like when it comes to Rebel Moon,
they have brains.
Part 2, the director's cuts, you're probably going to get the most authentic Zack Snyder film that we've ever gotten, because it's not based on IP that's owned by somebody else. It's his own thing. It's his own, you know, creation that he's been thinking about for 20 plus years, 30 years. His own version of Star Wars that he wanted to put out there, and heavy metal and whatever the fuck. That's one of the things that I keep on trying to express. I'm like, when we see these director's cuts, that's the most authentic Zack Snyder films we're actually going to get. Guys, come on.
Yeah, and you know,
so wait, so what is going on with Rebel Moon part? Like, so has part 3 not been like is it like, oh, they're finalizing it, or like has it been?
It hasn't been greenlit yet, but there's very much confident that it's actually going to be happening. But at the same time, I worry too. I do worry about certain things, because now we got Dan Lin. Remember, good old Dan Lin, that is now heading. You know, the.
Is he bad? Wait, like I thought like he was. Isn't he like
Dan Lin is the new head of the film division of Netflix?
Yeah, I know. Who that
but
is.
Like he had some choice words when it came to when he was trying to get the DC's head job,
right?
And he talked about Snyder and Snyderverse stuff, and I've even heard from, you know, talking to some people like, yeah, he's not a big fan of Zack Snyder, and I'm just I do worry.
But at the same time, is doomed once again.
But at the same time, I'm like, but if they're like all in on what he's doing and it's actually working for them, where the conversation's always.
Well, listen, we've been fooled before with studios when they say that they're all in on something with Zack Snyder. You know, like, get like all those Justice League trailers when they're like, it's all in.
It's kind of. I'm not trying to think reminiscently of you know, the whole situation with WB, but you know, Rebel Moon was made and greenlit under Scott Stuber, and now you got Dan Lin coming in and being the one who now has to be, you know, the one to say, yeah, we're going to do part 3. This is also the same guy. You know, their Netflix is also cutting back on their big budget spending when it comes to big movies. But then at the same time, it's also important to remember that Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2 only cost $166 million total, $88 million per movie.
No.
And on top of that, right, for 4 movies, Chris, thank you. $88 million, $88 million per part. So it's $166 million. That's not a very big investment. You made, just talking part 1 specifically, you shot it 2 different ways for $88 million, a sci-fi movie in 2023, 2024 times. That's unheard of.
I'm pretty sure Stranger Things cost like more than
let's not talk about Stranger Things.
no, but I'm just like,
it's true.
I know, but I'm just comparing in terms of like the biggest like Netflix budget that is out there.
Yeah,
like, I bet Stranger Things is 10 times more expensive.
Comparing budgets, it's like Zach knows how to utilize a budget. We know this. We know this because I mean, you look at 300, you go, what? That's a fucking $40-50 million budget movie.
That is still insane. And also because this was like what, 2005? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, at the same time, it's just like you watch that, you go, and I remember even like he brought that up to Rogan and like how much the budget was, and he goes, "What? Even Rogan was like, that only costs that much?
60 million for 300.
Yeah, because it's like, because he knows how to utilize a budget. And the fact, like you said, Phil, is the fact that he's, he was like, what, 80? What did you say, 80?
$88 million per part, and
but you're getting 4 movies out of that. You're not getting just one movie. You're getting 2 movies per that budget. So I'm hoping, and I'm thinking that Zach, being as efficient as he is when it comes to that, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we had enough. Even if like people go like, oh, then the streaming numbers might not be, but they're looking at like, yeah, but he's efficient and it still made business for us. So yeah, we're gonna give him the 3rd one, of course, and spinoffs, because he knows how to fucking work a budget. And that's what if anybody needs to, and I really hope that the way that Zack Snyder and Netflix is approaching that, and I'm really hoping that this could change the way that they approach budgets when it comes to these other movies, because let's face it, these budgets are getting so inflated that now they can't make their money back. They can't do their stuff. But it's like, all right, can we look at this guy right here? I mean, he's kind of changing the game. And there's even James Gunn has even talked about how like he knows how to like come in under budget. He's expressed that he did that with Guardians of the Galaxy. And regardless of how you feel about him, I mean, even though it's like, but he's also in that efficient, and maybe he learned that. And he's even talked about how he learned things from Zack Snyder. Maybe there's things where these filmmakers can go like, hey, if we're going to keep our jobs and keep on making and creating and stuff like that, we have to scale it down, guys. I mean, we have to really just go like, hey, times are different now. Where we thought like, we could just be unlimited. We're not unlimited now. Now we have to like scale. I'm going to be really curious to see, especially when it comes to James Gunn and Superman, like what the budget actually is. I mean, they're only like halfway through it. That was James Gunn talked about that, but I'm just kind of going like, all right, so how efficient has he been? Has there been struggles, or has it just been kind of smooth? There's always going to be struggles, but with everything. But I mean, just looking at, there's got to be filmmakers now that have to set a new bar where it's like, hey, we can't have these movies where it's like, where we're just like, we need more money. We need more money to complete this. We have to have filmmakers that know how to utilize what the resources they have to make a good product. And they're out there. Zack Snyder's one of them for sure. And he's proven that time and time again. And I really hope that other filmmakers and the studios can be like, hey, we need to hire filmmakers like this that know how to utilize the resources that are provided for them, even if it's not what they maybe want, but they're like, you know what, I could work with this.
And also, let's not overextend the budget just on item 1 being the actors and actresses, because that's
the thing.
Problem.
True.
And actors and actresses need to realize that, hey, you don't need $20 million a fucking picture. That's ridiculous.
We talked about it last week with Coppola, and then Antonio bringing up the chat about Costner and his Horizon thing.
Yeah,
exactly. See, and people like Costner are also showing this too. It's like, hey, and that's what I'm really liking about what's going on with Coppola and what's going on with Costner is they're going like, you know what? Fuck the studio. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to put my own money in it, and we're going to make something, and let's see what happens. And they're going outside the box.
Yeah,
because
he's working with WB he ponied up some of his own money at that point to make sure they do it. Because let's be honest, you're not going to get a huge audience to go see the westerns as they used to.
Well, also, that's part of the reason why Ben Affleck and Matt Damon opened up Artist Equity, because they wanted to have reasonable accommodations for their filmmakers and their storytellers to make the movies at a reasonable and affordable cost. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are very much in that world, so obviously they're going to look around and be like, this isn't fucking feasible, right? Like, we need to do something that works. For a case in point, Air, right? Like, that movie was just phenomenal movie. I'm gonna look up the budget right now for that, but look up the budget, see what that was like.
You can't imagine
that movie exceeded it.
Again, I
Okay.
think it's another case of like your actors, and I'm not saying they overextended paying their actors. I think the actors are going to be the biggest thing part of that budget.
Right.
Yep.
And total budget, from what I'm seeing here, just a simple Google search, is anywhere between $70 and $90 million. That was also a movie that wound up being distributed by Amazon Prime Video too.
See, that's the thing is, and what we're saying about the actors, the actors are going to have to now get a reality check of like, hey, now your name is not selling movies.
Yep.
So you're going to have to like, it was at one point where it's like, yeah, you could get like 15, 20 million a movie. That's out of the picture now, because now it's not your name that's selling the movie. It might be part of it, sure, like your name on the marquee, maybe be a part of it, but it's more of the title, it's more of the character, it's more of like, now like when I watch the trailer, am I intrigued by this where I actually want to like get out of my house and go see this? It's a different world. So yeah, we're not going to be hearing about these actors that are going to be getting these high pay gigs anymore, because
Like Robert Downey Jr. getting $50 million to do like three MCU movies.
It's not going to be like that anymore. It's going to be to the point where it's like, no, you have to scale it back, and you have to like cut costs, and to be honest, it's like we can only hope that it's like, all right, actors, you're going to be paid well where you're going to live a nice life, but you're not going to live a life where you're just like, do you really need this much money?
I think there are only like a handful of directors who can actually legitimately get people to run out to a theater.
Yeah.
One of which most recently would probably be Christopher Nolan and Oppenheimer.
Yeah. Christopher Nolan. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. He still has that name.
Yep.
Tarantino still has that name too.
Spielberg to an extent.
Spielberg. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny though, because I even saw a tweet today, or not today, it was yesterday, and it kind of bothered me. All right, I'm gonna run this by you guys because it kind of bothered me. I saw this tweet where it was like, because Steven Spielberg is gonna have his next movie is gonna be about another like probably like a UFO alien movie, which I'm like, fuck yeah, man. If Steven Spielberg does anything about aliens, I'm all about it, because anything that he's done with aliens before, it's been great. But then like I saw somebody like retweeting like, oh my God, the king is back. I'm like, you said the king is back? Where the fuck did he go? He's always been here.
Yeah.
Did you not see his movie about the Fablemans that was about his life that got nominated for a bunch of awards? Like, what the fuck? Did you just sleep on that? I'm like, that was like a year and a half ago. And I'm like, the king is back. What?
People even talked about a movie he remade himself, like West Side Story. Like, like where the fuck did he go? He's also working on Ready Player 2, from what I recall as well.
Yeah.
He's always been there, but you just decided.
Did Steven Spielberg do West Side Story?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
But isn't that the one with?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
yes.
Don't even say it. Don't even say her name.
Yes.
It's his fault. It's his fault that we're stuck with her in Hollywood.
Yeah, he brought her into the limelight.
I thought it was your fault, Andy.
Yeah.
Bro, I didn't even know who she was until like a year ago when Dave told me that she got on his ads. I didn't realize that Steven Spielberg was the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he brought her in. Yeah. Okay, I'll never forgive him for that. But I'm just saying, like when I see people say something like that, I'm going, God damn, like we've really lost this. Like, he's back? Like, where was he before? Like, I thought The Fablemans was a fucking excellent goddamn film.
I think
it was such a good film.
It's one of those points that's saying, oh, he's not doing, your Jurassic Parks or
he's not doing the big.
Yeah.
But it's a different world, and guess what? He doesn't have to do it. Heck, he could go retire and feel like, I'm done. I'm out. Bye.
But he doesn't want to. He wants to make the movies he wants to make.
He's still got something in the basement. He's still
George Miller.
And yeah, George Miller, same thing. It's like, you know what? I'm still going to show you guys what the fuck is up. And even though, like, when it comes to Furiosa, I'm like, yeah, it's not as good as Fury Road, because Fury Road was just absolutely batshit crazy insane. But I respect Furiosa on a different level because it was it is different from Fury Road because he was basically going like, this is very character driven, and it's showing the world of the wasteland that I've not shown before. Well, he's maybe shown it in the previous Mad Max movies, but not into the modern audience. He didn't show it in Fury Road. It's like Fury Road, you heard about, oh yeah, we're going to go to Gastown. We're going to go. But now, hey, we're going to show this shit. We're going to show like almost like a Game of Thrones kind of thing.
But the funny thing was, like, people were questioning George Miller when the whole thing of Furiosa came out. I was like, wait a minute, you're questioning the person that you just love the movie, and you're questioning the direction that they want to go into at this point after you love the movie? Really? What? Really? And look what happened. He said, watch.
I'm so tired of film Twitter. Like, this is like this is
why I'm not on Twitter anymore.
That's why you're so hot lip.
Sure. I don't know. I just honestly, that place is just so. I was just talking to another friend, Chris Evans. He told me he literally just told me
not follow each other.
Yeah, he's a great guy, fun dude.
Great guy,
I love
yeah.
talking about him.
Wait, you're friends with Chris?
I need to get him.
We have a friend, mutual friend named Chris Evans.
Yeah, Chris Evans. Yeah.
His name is Chris Evans, but it's not.
It's not the real Chris Evans. There's another guy named Chris Evans.
I mean, he's clearly a real Chris Evans. If that's his legal name.
But it is kind of funny that we all know a guy like on social media called Chris Evans, and it throws you off because it's like,
that is really funny though.
He messaged me fucking like an hour and a half ago. He's like, hey, I just want to let you know I miss you on Twitter. And I was like, I'm sorry, pal, I'm not going back because that place is nothing but fucking man babies acting like man babies. Oh, I didn't get what I want. Oh, Mr. Zack Snyder fucking ruined my childhood. He kicked my puppy. Oh, fucking, it's just a bunch of fucking wine
those
bags.
Are all facts. He did do that to that one person that one time.
Sure, I guess.
That's what actually spawned out the whole Rebel Moon idea.
There's the other side of Twitter who just fucking gargles the balls of James Gunn and Taika Waititi like nobody's business too, because they act like anything they do is fucking god tier.
That's the thing. Is like the secret of Twitter is like you got to curate your stream. I mute people, and it's the way that you got to curate your stuff. I get what you're saying, but I actually like. I don't know. Twitter is kind of like a Mad Max.
It is kind of a wasteland, right?
And it is kind of like the thing, and I kind of just go like, you know what? Anytime I like scrolling through, I'm just like, I'm wearing, where I'm wearing my leather pants, I'm putting on the fucking black makeup, and I'm just like, let me go through this. Especially if I post something that's pretty controversial, I'm like, all right, here we go. And I try not to rile up people as much as possible, but sometimes I do because it's fun. It is. But I get why you love Twitter. I totally get it. And there's times where I'm like, why am I even here too?
And the thing is, everything you just said, I take with me to Threads. I don't fucking engage
it's all over the place.
Half the shit as I used to on Threads. If I see someone, if someone comes into like one of my threads and says some bullshit, guess what? There's a hide for all option. There's a mute option. There's a block option. I utilize every single one, and I engage with the people who are actually worthwhile that are engaging with, and it's just such a better experience. You have to curate, like you said, you have to curate your algorithm to fit your interests, and it works so much better for me.
Yeah.
Fuck Twitter.
I'll never give it up because I just love the madness. I love the madness of it. No, I get it. Oh yeah, by the way, too, guys. All right, I think this is going to be the last thing that we talk about tonight. I did not know this was a thing. But did you guys know that Billy Zane is playing Marlon?
Oh yeah,
Brando?
I saw that today too.
He's playing Marlon Brando
he looks spot on. Yeah.
As in Marlon Brando, as in like
biopic, right?
Look at it.
Brando.
Look at that.
Oh my god!
I know. Yeah, it's
look
impressive.
at that. What the fuck?
Looks fantastic.
What? I mean,
but let's go back to the second picture for a second.
This one?
Yes, that one probably. Yeah.
Everyone, shut up. I have never seen him like this.
And he's having a moment. Let's give him his moment.
There's another.
Yes,
look at. I mean, that's just him in like all
in different roles.
Yeah, but I mean, holy shit! Look at this. Okay, so here we go. Here's more.
Yeah, I think they intended to touch on Godfather and I think Superman with him.
Well, let's even touch on Tango.
Yeah, Tango. I wonder if they'll do
like a biopic or something. Like, what is this movie about?
I had no idea there was a fucking.
I didn't know it until today too.
Billy Zane. Like, when did this get announced? I'm always trying to be on top of this shit.
In fact,
and
where
I
has
didn't know
Billy
this.
Zane been all this time?
Dude, I love Billy Zane. I've always loved Billy Zane.
I remember when he was in a random episode of Legends of Tomorrow on the CW. I was like,
Was he?
Yeah,
No,
right.
wow.
Yeah.
Billy Zane exists in the Arrowverse. So.
Yep, he
Dude,
does.
the first time I saw Billy Zane was probably Tombstone. He was in Tombstone. And then
I mean, Phantom, obviously.
The Phantom was great.
Phantom.
But like then there was Demon Knight, Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight. He was fantastic in that movie.
You know,
if anybody's seen that.
I am
I know
not.
everybody
fan.
always wanted him as Lex. I wanted him as Lex.
Because he's
He would have been
bald.
good Lex.
I'm not.
Yeah,
a
but
big
he
fan
would
of
have been
the
a good
movie.
Lex.
He would have been. I agree. He would have been.
Yeah,
He had that air of "I'm better than you" attitude just in a lot of his roles. So yeah, I'd be down for that.
Yeah, I mean,
His role, like when he showed up in Zoolander, it was so great.
I think he's
Anyway.
the best thing in Titanic, but I don't really like
Titanic,
that movie
yeah.
all that much.
He was
but
he was a douchebag in Titanic, but but he was fun. Yeah,
He understood the assignment. That's what he needed to do.
yeah, absolutely.
but I mean,
100%.
I know the Phantom.
I was rooting for the
like,
ship during that movie, so you know.
rooting for just
I'm rooting for
get
the
rid
ship.
of them all. Fuck these, people.
So you were just happy when Leo drowned?
Yeah,
I saw the
don't
behind
care for
the
the
scenes
movie.
stuff.
I don't.
Cool.
I don't care for Titanic.
that's Kate Winslet. That's Rose's fault right there. There's plenty of room on that fucking.
It was all.
I saw the behind the scenes.
I
know that
broke
was a pool.
Andy. I broke him.
I know it was a pool. I've seen those behind the scenes videos. It was just a pool. He would have been fine anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not dead.
Billy Zane.
I'm not
Billy
dead.
Zane.
Get down there, Rose. Like, get down there.
So it's always funny because like Billy Zane, he'll show up in like random things, and I'm like, yeah, fucking Billy Zane. First off, he has a great name, Billy Zane.
Yes.
That's a good name.
That's a good
And it's
name.
just like the consistency that he is. He was in Back to the Future. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah,
He was one of Biff's
What?
goons.
yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I had such a nightmare. I had a nightmare about Back to the Future. My nightmare was literally, it was the reboot.
I take
And,
that back. The first time I saw him was in Back to the Future because he was one of Biff's goons. Yeah, throughout the trilogy. Yeah. He was one of Biff's goons.
If they ever reboot Back to the Future, that's why I'm like,
Oh,
okay,
It's gonna happen. You know it's gonna happen.
I mean,
just don't want
eventually it
Tom
will.
Holland.
Passed away.
just
as
like
soon as
I
the
mean,
Zemeckis passes away, it's gonna
Dude.
happen.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like there's movies that you don't touch. One of these is what I'm wearing right now. It's like
Yep.
if they touch
I
Jaws,
prefer if
like,
we didn't wear anything.
it's like one of those things where it's like, oh shit, if they even like touch, they touch. I know, I heard it.
No, he heard it. He just
I
ignored
heard
it.
it. Yeah, I was in the middle of a sentence. No, but I'm just saying, like, it's like this is one of those movies where like you don't touch, but eventually it's like they're gonna touch it. It's like in Back to the Future, they're gonna touch it.
Who
They're-
distributed Back to the Future? Was that Universal?
I didn't know that they had made Back to the
Yes,
Future as
it's
a
Universal.
musical.
Yeah, it is
Okay.
Universal.
Yeah, I can see Universal doing that again.
Did you all
somewhere
know that they
down the
made
line.
Back to the Future as a musical?
Yeah,
Yes,
they
I'm
did.
actually seeing. I'm actually my wife and I are seeing it in July.
Yes, I love
Very
it.
nice.
Take pictures.
It's
If
but
you
see
can.
we got into this whole thing, like we have seen a number of they turn movies into plays,
Right.
and only like
Beetlejuice.
in our opinion what we've seen Mean Girls, we've seen Waitress, we're going to see Back to the Future. The only one out of all those that they tried to do, Mrs. Doubtfire was the most recent one. The only one that has
Yeah.
been successful, in our opinion, was Waitress. And we never saw Waitress, the movie, until after it. And we're like, the play was actually better.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you ever get to see Spider-Man?
No.
Lights
was
off, whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Turn
that
off
was
the
a
dark.
disaster,
Turn
right?
That
was an absolute
Lights
disaster.
off.
There were like people that almost
You
got
kind of
killed.
explain more sense. Like Spider-Man lights off. No, turn off the dark.
Turn off the dark. Yeah, turn off the dark. Yeah.
That
That-
whole thing sounded like a
dude.
catastrophe. Every week
Well,
when
there,
they
like,
were.
there were stunt guys that almost got killed because of all
Yeah.
that.
No, I'm pretty sure there were more. I thought there was one who did die.
Whoever okayed that was
Was there?
just not a smart person. That was just not a good idea.
Was it
from the
Avi
go.
Arad?
Probably. Wouldn't doubt it.
We should have a bingo card for the stream at that point. We, just like things that get brought up. Can we get bingo by the end of the stream?
You know what's funny about that name, Avi Avad?
But it's on a tombstone.
Well, no. It was just like talking about the whole about the whole Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire coming back for their own Spider-Man. I'm a
horrible person, by the way. I am so sorry.
No. I'm just saying, like just referring to that name. I saw like when I quote tweeted the whole like rumor that even though it's not a rumor, it's just like obvious. It's like, yeah, Sony of course would want Toby and Andrew to come back to do their own thing. I had somebody who doesn't even follow me. I guess they just like go around and try to respond, and they're a very, very big Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man fan. This is what's funny. Anytime I get pushback. See, and people need to do this on Twitter. When you get pushback from fans or somebody, just click on their name, look at how they tweet.
Yep.
So then you can gauge on how they actually are. So when I saw this person and their name was Avi Avad 2.0, that was already a red flag. Already a red flag. So like because I quote tweeted the rumor and I was like, all right, but does Andrew and Toby, want to come back after all the shit? And I was referring to all the shit that Sony has put out in the past couple of years. And then this guy like goes like, oh yeah, it's obvious that Andrew wants to come back. And I'm like, and I asked, how is it obvious? And then he responded with like, well, they're ending the Venomverse, which probably would fit in the Andrew's verse. And so I would think that Sony would want to put Andrew back into, and then I went,
we're talking about did Andrew say something?
I was like, you didn't answer my question and never got a response. And I even scrolled through. I'm like, okay, you're a diehard Andrew Garfield Spider-Man fan. So you were just doing hyperbole of like, oh yeah, Andrew wants to come back. I'm like, okay, how is it obvious that he wants to come back? And he never answered the question. And I'm like, come on, man. This is what I'm asking. I'm like, I would love it. I get it. And I'm with you. I love Andrew Garfield.
Guess what? You were respectful asking it. It's just like,
Does he want,
answer the question, and he didn't. And I'm like, okay, there's a difference between just being a diehard fan and being like, oh yeah, but when you're telling me stuff like it's obvious that Andrew wants to come back, I'm like, well, tell me how it's obvious.
It's obvious that Snyderverse is going to Peacock. So
right,
exactly. See, that's what I love about interacting with people on Twitter is the fact that I'm like, all right, so explain to me why you think this way. And I try to do that. I mean, it doesn't always work out, but I mean, I am always fascinated by like, why do you think this way? Tell me why. Show me the sources of like quotes or whatever the fuck, especially like, even when it comes to Snyderverse stuff, I'm like, well, Zack said, this. I'm like, all right, tell me exactly how. Okay, so you think that Zack would just drop everything he's doing and make Justice League 2 and 3? That's a 3-year process at least.
Yep.
Tell me where exactly he's going to fit that into his schedule, and tell me how like Ben Affleck, Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, everybody's going to like return to do these Justice League movies that you want so much after everything that's happened in the last few years.
I'll do you one better, Dave. I think there's more of a case to be made. I might have even said it here. I might have even said it on the Foreigners. I think there is more of a case to be made for Sam Raimi and Tobey Maguire to come back and do a fourth Tobey Spider-Man movie their own way, set 15, 20 years post Spider-Man 3. Like, I think there is more of a case to be made there. And that's only even under, just recent comments from Sam Raimi himself. He was asked point blank, like, would you come back and do a fourth one? He was like, he would. Well, I don't know. Anything is possible. And I'm like, as much as I am not a fan of the idea of Michael Keaton being old man Bruce Wayne in a Batman Beyond movie, I would actually much rather see Sam Raimi and Tobey Maguire come back and do Spider-Man 4 20 years removed. Maybe he's with Mary Jane. Maybe they've got, a little, oh, fuck, what is the kid's name? Mayday, right? Like, I would love to see that.
He better be with MJ after all the fucking, after
all the... better come back and everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
And no. Like, see, that's the thing. It's like, like when it comes to the Snyderverse, it's like you have so much in there. Like if you tell me like, what if Zack Snyder comes back and does a older Superman movie with Henry Cavill? Okay, I can believe that more than trying to do a Justice League 2 and 3 where you have to have so many actors come back and everybody, and he has to drop everything he's doing and blah, blah, blah. And we already know that he has so many plans when it comes to like original shit that he has to do. Sam Raimi, on the other hand, do we know his plans? Do we know what he's doing? No, we can totally understand that. Yeah, he would come back to do like a fourth one Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire. Totally could be a thing. And we can understand that Marvel Studios would be like, yeah, that sells itself. Can you imagine a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 4 where he's older and you go, Spider-Man 4, directed by Sam Raimi? That would sell. That's
starring Tobey Maguire. Yeah, it would.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
I think people would be on board for that. And
that's the thing. It's like that's a whole lot easier than trying to make 2 Justice League movies. You know, with where everybody has to come back.
Is over.
And as for like an antagonist or a villain,
hopefully it shows up in the books. The only thing that we can hope for with Snyderverse, it could show up in the books one day.
Absolutely.
I keep on trying to tell people that.
Drawn by Jim Lee is what I want.
Yeah.
I would take Jim Lee. I would take let's see, Lee Bermejo. I would also take Liam Sharp. There's a few great artists I think who could do the Snyderverse a lot of justice.
Oh, dude, Bermejo is like, geez, the way he draws stuff. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
That guy fucking draw the
like
real.
If we ever get a reboot of Titanic, he can be the one to draw Kate. I mean Rose.
Yeah, for sure.
The last thing we need is a Titanic comic book. I'll just say that.
I said if we get a Titanic,
and I will still root for the ship.
Somehow we got to put like, there's got to be zombies on the ship or vampires or snakes,
polar bears,
snakes on the Titanic,
polar bears.
Yeah.
A giant spider on the Titanic.
Okay, is this now being produced by John Peters?
Yes.
Is he still alive?
Yes.
Yeah, he's still
alive.
He's still got great hair too.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah. Anyways, I think this is a good place to end the stream tonight.
Love it.
It's been good times, for sure. But I want to thank Sean O'Connell for a great conversation that we had, talking about his book. I'm going to pick it up because, I mean, Jesus Christ, Bruce Willis, one of my all-time favorite actors, and, deep dive into the life of the career life of Bruce Willis. It's pretty crazy. And just even talking with him and how he was like, he opened my eyes even to more of like the way Bruce Willis is,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure like there's moments where, he's had his douchebaggery. I get it. But for the most part, it's like, they all have your favorite, you don't think your favorite actors are just like, oh yeah, I'm just squeaky clean and blah, blah, blah. No.
I'm sure
but I grew up.
I'm sure even Zach has once in a while, like, been a he probably farted in front of someone who was like, nah, it was that.
No, Andy, Zach's a saint. No, just kidding. No, but I'm just saying, but the thing is like growing up with Bruce Willis, through the 90s into the 2000s, and always just being like, I mean, anytime that I was like, even if it was like, I knew it was like, oh, this is probably going to be shit. There's only like a handful of actors where I go, this is probably going to suck, but I'm going to put it on because it's this person.
Mm-hmm.
And Bruce Willis is one of those, where I like go, this is one of his B-roll movies, but for some reason I want to watch it because it's Bruce fucking Willis. You just don't, you don't have that with newer actors nowadays. So thank you to Sean O'Connell for coming on and talking about his book and just having a great conversation, just totally just talking about Bruce Willis and just loving what he has accomplished, especially in the 90s and stuff. So, but, let's go around the horn and let's go ahead and plug everything that we have to do. We'll start with you, Andy.
Well, thank you as always for having me. I always love talking to you guys, no matter how dirty I get or how vulgar I get. But I love you all. But you can find me at Andrew on all social media. I am a senior writer for Screen Rant. I just published all my interviews with my Adventures of Superman. I spoke to Jack Quaid, who plays Superman. Of course, he plays also Huey on The Boys. So excited for the show to come back. Alice Lee plays Lois Lane. Ishmael Saeed, who plays Jimmy Olsen, and then the entire creative team. So that's up on Screen Rant. I think both interviews are now also on their YouTube channel. So also check out the new episode of The Showrunner Whisperer, which ironically is with the showrunner of my Adventures of Superman that I did a couple months ago that I could finally release. Super cool dude. Talked about just him how the show was even created and all that. So showrunnerwhisperer.com, go check it out, follow social media and all that. What the fuck else do I do? Oh yeah, of course, Multiverse of Color. Go check out all my talented writers and all the great work that they do over there. And then yeah, I stream on Twitch and YouTube and Kick at my handle. So and watch Smallville on Hulu if you haven't seen it already.
It's on Hulu. I'll buy.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. I like after all these.
Yeah, you think it'd be on Max, right?
Yeah.
But I think like the deal is
licensing.
Yeah, it's all about licensing.
At some point, it has to expire, right?
Yeah, it's all legacy deals and shit like that.
Yeah,
like,
I know internationally
they make these deals
Max.
like years ahead of time, and it's like okay.
But when it gets on Max, you know after
I have Hulu. I do have Hulu. So
okay, well, so once you're done with Superman animated series, I suggested you and Scott
I know
do Smallville.
Well, I mean, like, we're going through the DCAU. I mean, maybe eventually we'll get to just the point where we just talk. I don't know, when we're just very.
Well, now you also that will never happen. We're not gonna live that long. But like now you have something you can use against anti-Snyder people whenever it comes to Marvel being like, well, Smallville did in season 10.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyways.
Yeah, but thank you as always.
Yes, Phil, what do you got?
I don't really have much going on right now, but if anyone wants to follow me on Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, or Vero, it's just at Unfiltered. You guys can listen to my podcast. It's a Batman podcast, The Eternal Night, found on Podbean or wherever else you get your podcast fix. And I am also on the Four Nerds every Wednesday, even though last week we did not have a show. Everyone has been super, super busy. And you can also occasionally catch me on the Council of Creators every Wednesday as well.
Nice. All right, Chris.
Yep, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga. 2 shows on the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network, Marvel Alliance, with my co-host Brent. Broke down all the lovely stuff we kind of talked about here with X-Men Rider, Vision Rider, and that little movie that called Kraven the Hunter this week. And I've got a new episode of World's Finest True Believers dropping on Sunday. Ray from the Flight Cast returned. We are looking at one of his favorite comic book adaptions for Batman Returns. Check that out on Sunday morning.
Yeah, what the fuck? What happened with Ray?
Yeah, he kind of just fell off Twitter, and that's the thing. I'm like, but I'm gonna get him back on this fucking thing. I know he had a career
work schedule.
Yeah. So Fridays were difficult for him, and I'm like, maybe we can fit something. I don't know, but I miss talking to Ray. I totally miss. I mean, he's still on the Patreon community, which guys subscribe to the Patreon. He's still part of that. So yeah,
he watches. He watches.
I know he does. He comments on some of the things, and I'm like, Ray, I miss you, man. And then it's just but he's still out there. He's definitely still out there. And even Chris Wong Swenson's still out there. He just made himself be known again after a little hiatus too. And it's like, I mean, I know people, I always love it too. And this is one of the things that I love about doing this is we've built a community here where people will, especially, like me doing a lot of the stuff, when people don't show up for a bit, they're like, hey, what happened to so-and-so? And I'm like, and I have to answer. I'm like, hey, sometimes real life just gets in the way. And it was cool. Even last week, KC hadn't been on for a bit.
Yeah, that was
people were asking about him, and then
KC,
yeah, and I know he showed up because I hit him up. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, when do you want to make your return? And he goes, I can actually come tonight. And he showed up last week, and I was like, cool, there it is. So sometimes, people just real life just happens. guys. So, I don't have any answers. I just kind of just like, I always want to have, certain people, and I always reach out and certain things. And sometimes real life just gets in the way, so it's just what happens. But they always make the return to the Vodka stream, which is great. And I love that. It's always a place for everybody to come on.
Well, we love the. Wait, let me re-say that. We. I wasn't trying to be dirty this time. We love doing this with you.
Yeah.
I almost said that we love doing you. I'm like, okay, now that got really gay for a second.
Yeah.
So,
it's fine. But yeah,
and subscribe to Film Junkie.
That's what we're talking
Go to
about
the
right there. All right,
Patreon.
guys. Yes, and then
drop the money on them
trying to build a
Patreon.
community over there. So we love you guys, and we will talk to you later.